as a human being is not knowing who you are. A lot of people are actually just trudging through life without being able to figure out their true identity. And Africans are known for their culture, their way of life, their, everything. We have a unique way of doing things, and that constitutes our identity as a people. Now, a whole lot goes wrong when that identity is lost, especially to civilization or modernization. So today we are going to be taking a look at a very, very important topic, the modern day African and identity crisis. Now, it seems to me that a lot of us, especially in these modern times, have lost touch with our true identity. And that's as a result of the incursion from the West, I think. Well, to unravel the mystery behind this, or whatever else it is that we need to know about this particular topic, are two amazing gentlemen. One of them is a historian, and he's also a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Foster Nosahai Yamo. It's good to have you on the show, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harry.
Good
afternoon, viewers.
All right, welcome on board. And of course, seated next to Foster is someone else who happens to be an educationist and a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Ramsey Abusonwa Uwaila.
It's always a pleasure to be on this show.
Always a pleasure. I actually had to mention your native name in full.
Of course,
yeah, because I usually say Abu, but I thought I should,
Abusonwa
Uwaila. All right, it's good to have you on the show, and let's get started. A very interesting conversation. You will agree with me. The modern day African and identity crisis. First off, sir, let me begin with you, Mr. Foster.
Yes.
What is your identity as a person?
Your identity refers to the sense of who you are and the social group that you belong to.
Okay.
Your identity stems from your name, personal traits, as well as your culture that distinguishes you from others, either as an individual or as a social group that you belong to.
Okay.
However, in spite of the fact that we are born into different social groups, sometimes we find ourselves identifying ourselves with the groups that we do not belong to, which boils down to the question of identity crisis. So if you cannot identify yourself, who is going to identify you? I always identify myself as a Benin man. My name, my native name, is a part of my identity. Using the word Foster currently means Foster. It could be an American, it could be a Briton. But that native name, Nosahai, oh, this must be an African. And I'm proud to be an African because I've been able to identify myself. So my identity is everything about me, right from my name, my language, my culture. What makes me a typical Benin man is my identity. Now look at, I think I sent that video clip to you some time ago when Okonjo Iweala was in Switzerland. Look at the Igbo, they came out. Even with their dressing alone, you will know that they don't need to identify themselves.
So their dressing was an expression of their identity.
Of their identity. The songs, even the local instruments that we are using, it was part of their identity. So my identity is what makes me who I am as a Benin man. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. That was a very good start. Now, Ramsey, a famous philosopher once said that man know thyself.
Of course.
And, from what Mr. Foster has said, your identity is, the totality of what you can be, what people can use to, distinguish you from others. So what's your perspective to that?
Identity is an umbrella term, but we'll begin to unhead the various aspects of it. First, your language is your identity. Your tribe is your identity. Your mode of dressing is your identity. The group you belong to is your identity. Your denomination when it comes to religion is your identity. So the totality of all of these accumulates into what we call identity. Where then does the name or does the problem crisis comes in? It is when you don't know who you are and you are fighting or clamoring or longing to be what makes you a foreigner. Identity crisis simply is when an African is not being ashamed of being African and he wants to, he's promoting those things that make him a foreigner. It becomes a crisis because a crocodile will always be a crocodile. A lizard is always what? A lizard. No matter how big a lizard is. So Africa for Africans, Europe for Europeans. So when an African is now fighting to become what he or she cannot be, there's already a crisis. So identity encompasses all aspects of your life, your dress code, your language, your ethnicity, your tribe, your workplace, all of them together makes you who you are.
Okay, so what are the major causes of identity crisis?
Of course, there are numerous causes of identity crisis. First, we have the internet. The internet has come, I've said it before, it can have a blessing, but not without some costs or causes. And you see, many of us Africans now want to be like the Europeans.
Why? I think it's very important to examine the rationale behind it.
It is as a result of influence.
I mean, why would anybody want? Yes, why would anybody want to adopt somebody else's identity rather than theirs?
As a result of inferiority complex, misconception, and as well illiteracy. First, they believe that their culture, their language is not good enough, so it's a badge of shame.
It's inferior to somebody else's.
The Western culture, so they want to adopt it, and before you know, you can't be more American than the Americans. You can't be more European than the Europeans. No matter how you try, you form your accent and all that. And Americans will tell you, you tried, but you still got some accent. It's reminding you of your identity, not here. A day will come, they will remind you of where you are coming from. As close as, what's his name, Elon Musk, to the United States of America's president, he reminded him that he's from South Africa. So when all chiefs are down, they will tell you you are not, you don't belong here. So the fact that we feel our culture is inferior, we want to take what we are not, is a problem. It's one of the causes of identity crisis. Another one is the fact that our curriculum in school was projected in a way that it founds the echo of the Europeans, the colonizers, the colonial masters. We need to go into our education and start changing things to reflect these Afrocentric tendencies and not Eurocentric one. We are grooming our students to become servants. No wonder some of them grew up to serve. They want to get employed. They want to be employed by someone. They were taught how to obey your boss, obey your master in the office and all that. Where is the commercialization of skills in our schools? Where is the Africanity? Someone knows Drake's birthday in America and he does not know anything about the Obas Palace. He doesn't know anything about his own tribe. But he can tell you the various things concerning the celebrities outside this place. So our schools needs to be looked into. So our curriculum in school is another cause of this identity crisis. Besides that, our parents. Many of the parents these days see their language something to be something of a badge of shame. You hear a parent telling the child, don't speak, when I talk to you, reply in good English, don't speak your dialect here. So what are you invariably saying? You are telling that child the dialect is inferior to the English language.
But don't you think that has something to do with the fact that English is the language of communication in schools?
English is our lingua franca. It simply means you decide to use English when you're speaking with someone that does not belong to the same tribe.
So the essence is
the
essence is the ease of communication.
Of course, because we have diverse ethnic group in this country, so it becomes our lingua franca. It becomes a language that we use as a means of communication because we are not of the same ethnicity. But a parent telling the child to speak good English in the house, that is wrong. A child is supposed to acquire his dialect in the house, then learn English in school. If I'm not speaking my language in my house, I'm speaking English, where else is he going to learn the language from? That's the problem. So the parents should not see their language as a badge of shame, as an inferior language to the Western language. Rather, they should project it. Do you know what? If you are very important in this country or anywhere in the world, even if your language is not my language, I must memorize your name because it's important to me. Osimhen wears Osimhen and not Victor. But there is no white person who is a football fan that cannot pronounce the name Osimhen. So you
because
downplay your native
he has
name
distinguished himself.
because he has distinguished that, so people want to reckon with him. So because
So in other words, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that rather than channel our energy into trying to change our identity,
it's one thing
we
good
should
for yourself.
yeah, we
because
should we
be
should strive to
the
stand
person
out.
that is indispensable. That person that everybody wants. If you call the name Wole Soyinka, even if it's primary six, you hear that name Wole Soyinka, even if you are not Yoruba. So if you are important and you are doing something and people really need you, they want to know more about you, your native name will not be a barrier. The whites will fight with an to make sure they memorize or pronounce it well.
All right.
So you say my name is not this, my name is not this, so that it will use pronunciation. You are trying to be a crocodile when you are just a lizard.
Okay, thank you very much, Ramsey. I know there's a lot where all of that came from.
Of course, sir.
Okay, Mr. Foster, I don't know if you have more causes, to point out as the factors responsible for identity crisis.
Like you said before, which I already keyed into before now, is inferiority complex. I keep telling people, if you are not able to add value to yourself, you now become a counterfeit among those who have added value to themselves. So if you cannot go back to your originality, is it in the social group that you were not originally born into, you now become an original? No, it's not possible. Now, you find out that some times ago, some of our women here who are financially buoyant, they get pregnant. When they are due to give birth, you see them, they run to America, run to UK to go and give birth so that
They can have a Western identity.
yes, because the moment that child is born, another American is born. But I think
Donald Trump, yeah,
has come
reversed
to
the law.
reverse the law. Now for the fact that you are born within the community of a social group does not make you to be born into that social group. I don't know if you understand. Yeah. You can be born within the community of the social group, fine. But you are not born into that social group.
So are you saying that even when the law held sway,
Yes.
that that doesn't change anybody's identity?
Now look at this Nigerian girl who was born in South Africa to a Nigerian father and a Malawian mother. She was supposed to represent South Africa in a beauty pageant.
Chidinma Additional.
Yes, Chidinma by name. But the South African government deprived her of it, in spite of the fact that, yes, by birth, you are a South African, but by originality, you are not. You are a Nigerian. You understand? Now, thank God for her. She came to Nigeria, where her originality is, and she's making sway in Nigeria. So, you, as a person, you have to be original. If those you feel superior, they think they are superior to you, you also tell them that you are superior to them. Why should you look inferior?
All right.
They are human beings like us. It's just the color difference. I said it before here. I said, God did not say, let us make the white man or the black man. He said, let us make man in our image
And
after our own what?
Likeness.
Likeness. So your color does not make who you are. It is the quality, your uniqueness that makes you who you are.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster Iyamu. Well, in case you're just joining us, it is Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at the modern day African and identity crisis. Well, we have to go on a break now. The program continues afterwards. Stay tuned. Many thanks for joining us again. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, I would like us to up the ante a bit. My question goes to you, Ramsey. In what ways do you think globalization has affected our cultural identity as Africans?
If I say that globalization has affected us, it's I've been rendering a disservice to my belief and to those out there that believe that globalization has not done anything to us. Going global does not have a way of affecting your culture. It's just that we took it to another level by abandoning our culture. I can be coding in Python and still speak Edo language. I can be piloting or flying a plane and still speak Edo language. I can be chatting with an American, and when it's time for me to identify myself and still reckon with my culture. So we can make our own culture go global. Some places have done this, especially in the aspect of the music industry. Some people speak in Yoruba, they sing in Yoruba, Asake and the rest of them. Even the whites are not beginning to listen to us. You know, when you are trying to be like these people, they don't take it too seriously. But when you come with your originality, they feel like this person knows what he's doing and they want to be like you.
They respect you as well, yeah.
That's because you believe in your culture. So our problem is not globalization at all. Our problem is we went global by leaving our culture behind. So we should go with our culture. And that will make us last in the international world, in the international market. And when you see, let's come to schools. Now you see, most schools now, every day is corporate. You will have one day for their native way. And that day is always tagging the culture day.
Culture day.
Once in the 10. So are we English or we are Edos? Are we English or we are Asans? Are we English or we are Yorubas? That's the question I keep asking. Now you make English compulsory in school, but you say that cultural science is optional. So we remain longer. People want to speak English. So English is just a language that we could
English on an empty stomach.
Of course, because we have people from different ethnic groups. It shouldn't be taken to that level where agriculture that we're supposed to take seriously is now being taken as optional. And English is compulsory. Now, in school, if you speak your dialect, they say no, speak English, that's vernacular. In school, if I don't learn about my culture in school, where else will I learn about my culture? So this identity crisis, it will get worse. Not even in this generation, the next generation. Because right now, all of them wants to take name, like ask people what's their name, just keep asking. You hear some foreign names, or they don't even know the origin of the name or the meaning.
The meaning, yeah.
So they downplay their tribal names just to project this English name. They want to be English by all means, whereas English will not accept you because they know where you are coming from. So I think the problem is not globalization per se. The problem is that we went global by leaving our culture, our identity behind. So let's go global with our culture and identity, and that will sell us out. That will promote our industry. That will make us stand tall in the community of nations. That will make us Nigeria. The Nigerianness in Nigerians will come out at that time.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ramsey. Now, what's your take, Mr. Foster?
I'm quite
Globalization.
in support of what he has said. It is one thing for you to give me something. It is another thing for me to accept it. Now, if you see somebody from the north, you call the person Hausa. But it is not everybody from the north that is Hausa. How did it come about? When the Europeans came here, the British to be precise, when they tried to impose their rule in the north, the Northerners did not accept the English language as their medium of communication. Hence, in order to ease communication, Hausa language was not adopted as their lingua franca. So that is why right from the middle belt to the interior north, whether they are Hausa or not, they speak the Hausa language. But we couldn't do that in the south here. When you are in the midst of the Northerners, even in your own state, they carry their identity along with themselves by their way of dressing. Have you ever seen two Northerners speaking English to each other? No. They speak in Hausa.
They don't even speak Pidgin English.
They don't even speak Pidgin English. So the whole world, haven't you heard of BBC Hausa? BBC News Hausa. Have you heard of BBC News Edo? Because we decided to discard our own and adopt the one that is not part of us and the one that we can never belong to, whether we like it or not. Like he said before, No matter how big a lizard is, it can never become a crocodile. Like these girls are not to blame that I read in secondary school those days. When King Odewale was addressing his people, he said the mangrove tree dwells in the midst of water. He said, however, it does not make it a crocodile. No matter how long you stay in the Western world, they will still tell you this is where you are coming from. Because that is your true identity. My younger sister, they have their children all born in Canada. But some certain occasions will arise and they will tell them of their history. Yes, born to Nigerian parents. In spite of the fact that they are Canadians by birth or Canadian citizens, but they are born to Nigerian parents. So my sisters, they use the Canadian passports, but they still know, the Canadian government still know that they are Nigerians, whether we like it or not. So globalization has not accepted us. We decided to go global by ourselves, telling the world that yes, we are no longer Africans, and now we are in the middle of nowhere. Because when you lose your roots, you lose your source. You will not know where you are coming from, and you will not know where you are going to. It becomes a psychological conflict, characterized by being confused, or being who you are, or the group that you are born into. Yeah. So globalization has not done anything to us. Look at the South Africans, for example. When you listen to the South African music, globally, in fact, there's a way they infuse their cultural traits in their music. You will know that this is South African music. They don't want to sing like Tupac, no. That is the respect that I still have for Fela Anikulapo Kuti today. In the world of music, he made Nigeria to be recognized globally. When I was in Japan, I went to a musical shop to buy this compact disc. Could you believe there was a session for Fela's music? While other African music were being mixed together, Fela had his own section all to himself.
In faraway Japan.
Faraway Japan. All my CDs, Fela music, I bought the whole of them in Japan. He made Nigeria to be global. Why? Promoting the African culture. Telling the white man that if you think I'm nothing, I will tell you I am somebody. So the idea of, oh, it is globalization that has affected. Yes, fine. You can learn and add to what you already have.
So globalization is not necessarily the problem.
It's not necessarily.
What you make of it?
Now, what about the Chinese? What about the Indians? What about the Japanese, the Koreans? Even the Eastern Europeans. They don't speak English. They speak their own dialects. And meanwhile, they call themselves Europeans. Why? They value their culture. A number of times when later, what's the name? Not Gorbachev now, the one after Gorbachev, I've forgotten his name. He went to conferences in Europe. You see, they get a translator for him to translate for him within Europe. He speaks his Russian. Because that is who he is. He's a Russian. But how many of us here does that? Would rather speak English even if it's the other way around, so long as, yes, we are not speaking our dialects. Be ashamed to speak your own dialect? No. Be ashamed to identify yourself as an African? No. Be ashamed to dress as an African? No. It's not supposed to be. We are supposed to showcase who we are. Take our identity to the global stage so that they will know, oh, these are Nigerians. These are the Edo among the Nigerian states. These are the Igbo. These are the Yoruba. Just name them. So that is what I believe.
Okay, now Ramsey made mention of the fact that in most of our schools today, credence is not given to indigenous languages, indigenous culture.
Yes.
So rather than have the majority of the days of the week for our cultural identity, we have just one day reserved for our culture. Now, do you think it's practically possible for, you know, our modern day education to coexist with African cultural values?
As it is now, it is not possible. Why? Can you give what you don't have? The crop of people that are supposed to do that now, they don't even identify themselves with the African culture. So how can they possibly impart what they don't have into others who do not have what they don't have as well? It's like a blind man leading a blind man. I remember when we were in primary school those days, like Abu Sawan said,
Yeah.
we speak English in schools, not even to your friends, so to your teachers, your educators. With your friends, the ones that are Bini, you speak Bini. They're the ones that are not Bini, you speak the pidgin English. That is why when you see your teacher outside the school, because you don't know how to draw his attention to yourself, you just say Isa or Aima. So that one we know that, oh, that person must be one of his or our students. And the teacher will now look back, good afternoon, sir, good afternoon, man. You understand?
Yeah.
And because they had all it takes then they even promoted our culture those days in school. Why? By way of handiwork. What is handiwork? Those things we are able to make, those crafts we are able to make locally with our hands.
Okay. All right, I'll have to pause you there, Mr. Foster, because you know, we have to go on another break. But please hold that thought, because I would like you to throw more light, you know, on the need for us to build young people who are in touch and in tune with their culture. But that will be right after this break. Please stay tuned. It's great to have you back. Still Flipside on Independent Television. Now back to my question before we went on that break, Mr. Foster. You were actually, you know, attempting an answer to the question, how does, what role does language play? I know we've actually touched on language before, but what role do you think language plays, you know, in further dividing us, especially detaching us from our identity as a people?
Language is a means of communication in the first place, and it is also a source of your identity. Now, we are speaking in English so that those who are not Bini that might be watching this episode, they'll be able to grasp whatever we are discussing. Otherwise, language is not supposed to divide us. Language is supposed to bring us together and make us to identify with ourselves.
Our roots, okay.
Now, like I did say that I was in Japan before. When I was in Japan, do you know, if a Japanese man sees a black-skinned man, whether he's from Ghana, whether he's from Ethiopia, you are Nigeria, they call all of us brothers. Because of that
Skin color.
Skin color. They don't even differentiate us by our countries. They group us together as Africans. They just believe that Africa is just one country that houses all of the dark-skinned people. That is just their belief. They don't believe that Africa has different countries and different cultural backgrounds. No. They believe we are all one. They call us brothers. And really, we stuck to it. When something happens to one African, In Japan then,
Everyone rallies around them.
everyone rallies around them. I know a number of times we as Nigerians will hold parties. Ghanaians will come, Ethiopians will come, Kenyans will come, Ugandans will come, Tanzanians will come to felicitate with us, because we are seeing ourselves as one, in spite of the fact that we had different cultures, we had different languages that we speak, but yet the language did not divide us. The Africanism in us brought us,
We're united by race.
yes, brought us together as one. So language was never a problem. But this time around, we have now made language to be a problem. How can a father tell his son not to speak their local dialect in his own house? A mother will come out on social media and start bragging about how the son or the daughter can speak foreign language, and meanwhile your own local dialect. How many mothers, how many fathers have come out on social media to say, oh, my son took first in the Edo language, my daughter took first in Yoruba language? No. They will even tell you, you are going to read the Edo language, you think that one is a course, where is he going to get you to? He's not going to get him or her anywhere. He's encouraging that child to lose his or her own identity. He's going to take that child somewhere. Why? The child, it will help the child to carry his or her identity along wherever he or she goes. So language has never been a problem. We are the one that is creating problems out of language.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. Now, Ramsey, let me ask you this. How do you think the entertainment industry has influenced our cultural identity, especially, you know, the youth amongst us?
Of course, kudos must be given to them. In fact, they are the people that sometimes made us proud of who we are now. They did not disregard or discard their cultural identity or their roots. People like Burna Boy, Davido, mentioned them, they've done well. Now they've made people outside Nigeria to respect Nigerians and Nigeria as a country. Even at the World Cup, you see some of them speak our dialect there. They use our dialect in their songs. So the entertainment industry is one industry that we must give credence and kudos to. In this country, they've never been ashamed of being called Nigerians. In fact, they are promoting Nigeria and Nigerianism. They've done well in that industry. It's our time the government even started helping them.
Partner with them.
Because the one good thing that we can talk say about this country, Nigeria now, is our entertainment industry. Of course, the Nollywood are also trying now. They are projecting it to the global stage. They are using our Nigerianness. They've put our Nigerianness in their various plays and all that. But the music industry, those guys are doing great. In fact, they should keep it up. Many of them tried imitating or mimicking the Americans at the initial stage. But they found out that the originality was not
Would you call that a phase of cultural crisis, identity crisis?
When they found out that the Americans will not accept you because you are trying to be like them. They will accept you when you are coming the originality. So they all have to fall back to.
Sorry, if I have to interject, I think in the early 2000s when Wyclef paid a visit to Nigeria, he commended the Nigerian musicians. He said, but the problem with them is that they do not have their own pattern of music.
That does it.
They want to sing like the Americans. They want to sing like the Jamaicans.
It is.
You have your own pattern.
It is recently, or let's say for some time now, that the Nigerian artists have come back to Nigeria to say, what sells you out? What makes you unique? Is when you're doing that thing that nobody has been doing before, you're creating a path that others will follow. You see Charlie Poppy, for example. He came out with this idea of Edo, Benin.
Infusing the Edo language in his music.
Yes. Even some of the white people, they even sing along whenever he's singing.
Lahore.
And all that. So if you say you are Edo anywhere and they say Lahore, they say, hey, that's the first thing they will say. And so that is what they should be doing, and they have been doing it. I must commend them. The other aspect, the set of people that we also need to talk to in regards to this identity crisis and all that, is the government of the day. The government of the day are making us more English than the English. And it will not help us.
How so?
Thank you, sir. Now, if you see language, like Mr. Foster rightly said, is not just a medium or a means of communication. It is your identity. The first thing that will tell who you are is your language. It even reflects in when you are trying to speak another person's language. That's what we call accent. We also have the idiolect, which is peculiar and unique to you.
Okay.
But your dialect for a group of people is that language that serves you out. So these dialects of ours should be promoted in our educational sector. The government should pay more attention to how we are going to promote our culture globally. Let the students know things about their heroes and not the heroes of other countries. They can say something about French Revolution and all that. They don't even know what happened in Queen Lydia or the Obas Palace or Queen Amina of Zaire and all that. So what has happened to history in secondary school? Why are they dilly-dallying with it? Today there is history, tomorrow there is no history. We hear there is implementation, but when they are not on ground, what is happening? So children don't even know more about their history, but they know about the history of French Revolution. They know about the history of
the First World War, Second World War.
So what about us? So the government should just come in to promote our own identity, because we are losing it already. The kind of language that some of our children try to speak, for the Beninese example, I call them Ignedo. So sometimes they will be speaking and say, are you speaking Edo? Or they say, is Edo? And I say, no, this is not Edo, this is Ignedo.
It's a hybrid.
Yeah, that television here. Television is still English.
That one is even good. There was one I met in Uniben about 2 months ago. She was trying to print out something. So the printer asked her, what's your name? She said, Elo Busa. I said, what? Elo Busa. Said, are you a Benin? She said, so you cannot even pronounce your name. Do we have Elo Busa in Benin, or we have Elo Wosa?
Elo Wosa.
So to me, it's a shame. It's appalling.
Very appalling.
But whose fault do you think that is? Is it
The fault of the parents.
The parents, the society, the government, including you, my brother, the media, the broadcasters. So why did I say including us? Now the government must enforce the idea of speaking the dialect in school. If the school is in Yoruba land, let Yoruba be a medium of communication.
Okay.
It is only when they are speaking someone that is not Yoruba that they can now resort to English. If it's in Edo or if it's in Islam, like that, project or promote their dialects. Then for the parents, they should know this, that they cannot be more English than the English
one. Okay.
So in my house, you don't speak English. In school, you speak English. You acquire my dialect in my house. You learn English in your school. So we must teach our children our dialects. Either they were born here or outside this country. Let them know how to speak their dialect. When all chips are down, they come back to the roots. Now for the government, I've talked about them, the parents now. Then even our religious houses, our religious houses.
Yes, I was actually getting to that.
If I dress in my attire now, and I do attire, we all wear the tie wrapper with the white and the green and all that, they might ask the gate man to lock me out because they don't know if he's a native doctor that is coming. So they believe that to be in church, you must dress in suits, you must wear your suits and all that. Then even the Igbo, if you dress in that attire, and I'm like, what's this guy trying to do? His fetish and all that. So people see our dialect, our tradition, our culture now as things that are fetish. And that's because of the way they have been groomed. So we need to reorientate our children. They need a reorientation. Now this thing doesn't work like this. For the fact that you know how to speak good English doesn't make you the most intelligent person in the room. It's just a language. I studied English in university, up to my master's level. So someone will expect me to say project English as the best and all that. I said no, English is even still a badge of colonialism, neo-colonialism. So we are fighting to speak like them. It means that we are still under colonial government. What then do we use as a country? Our project that we use in Nigeria, which is Nigeria Pidgin. This now has been analyzed by many professors and doctors in university that Nigerian Pidgin should become our national language.
Now you're going to tell me, you're going to give me more reasons why you think we should adopt Pidgin English as national language. Because I mean, one would think that because a lot of persons, just like you said earlier, you know Pidgin English is considered. Yeah, Pidgin English is considered to be vernacular.
A debased language. It's not.
What about if you call it vernacular? Then what do you now tell the Jamaicans about their patois?
All right, we'll examine that even more right after this break. Please stay tuned. All right, thanks a lot for being there. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Ramsey, you are advocating for the adoption of Nigerian Pidgin as a unifying language. Why Pidgin English?
It's homegrown. It's from us. It started with us. That is our identity. To the extent that even outside this country now, many whites want to learn the Pidgin. That's what thrilled them. They are fascinated about it. They want to know more about this language. It's so encouraging. As a teacher, sir, if you are teaching in the classroom, you're trying to explain a particular concept, you are not getting with good English, switch to Pidgin. And before you know, the student will start nodding. So that is innate. That is our identity. That's part of us.
So the most important thing is that it's a mode of communication?
Yes, it is. There is no part of this country that don't understand Nigeria Pidgin. But there are some persons in Nigeria that don't really understand this good English. So Pidgin should be our identity in the global world. Let's standardize it. Let's analyze it. People are working on this already. It's a language. Despite how it started, many languages started as contact languages. Yes, Pidgin is a contact language, just as some of these languages. English is a conglomeration of many languages. Go back in history and trace the history of English. You find out that there are so many languages that have been borrowed, that have been infused into English. So there is no superiority of language.
Yeah.
It's just the people that owns the language, the people that are the native speakers of the language, that are quite good economically, and all that. And that's what England and other speaking countries like America have been. So it is the people that attract others to learn their language. Same way we can groom us and attract foreigners to learn our language. So I think if we decide to infuse Nigeria Pidgin in government, in entertainment, everywhere, communication will flow. And people will study it. The whites will want to study that becomes our identity.
All right, so as we begin to wrap up now, because time is no longer on our side, what steps do you think individuals can take, in embracing their African identity rather than chasing after Western civilization? Mr. Foster.
Yes, we have to first of all identify ourselves as Africans. Then we know that we have a root, and that root is our source. That source determines where we are going to. So we have to carry our identities, our culture, along as much as we can, right from our homes, our families. Like my daughter is in the Department of History and International Studies, Uniben there. I think there was a day I went to Uniben. I was with one of my lecturers, Professor Benson Osadolo, to be precise.
Yeah.
My daughter came and saw us. She saw Osadolo. Prof, good morning, sir. I said, are you in your right senses? Before she now said, Daddy, Lagi Sansa. Because the professor you address as sir, good morning, sir, is older than your father in age. He is also a Benin man. And we Benin, we have our family greetings. Don't forget, that was one unique thing about the Benin before the colonial masters came. Every family, they have their family greetings. So that is why Benin will say, How does that play out? If somebody commits a crime in Benin those days and goes into hiding, they will not ask, what is their family greetings? The moment they make mention of it, they know the family that person is from. So they go to that family. And because that family, they do not want to contend with the other, they will bring out.
Fish him out.
They fish him out. You understand? So their family greetings help to identify them. So all these things, they were done from the grassroots. But after the colonial masters came, our fathers did it to some extent, and they forgot about it, adopted the colonial style, which we are also selling to our children. But I'm saying we should go back to our roots, so that we will not lose our culture in its entirety.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. That was a very powerful advice, and I'm sure that it will go a long way to help us reorientate ourselves and start looking in the right direction as far as our cultural identity is concerned. Now, Ramsey, what's your advice for parents and of course all the stakeholders involved in this, the government, the schools and the rest of them? What's your advice for them? What do you think they can do better just to...
Parents should teach their children their culture. That is their identity. They are not Americans, they are not Russians, they are not Canadians, they are Nigerians. Teach them your culture. And even if the parents, some of them don't even know their culture, employ someone that will teach them the culture. And for the government, we should begin to infuse cultural education in schools. Let's have days for days, not just one day in a term, they call culture day. Let's have days that will showcase our culture, our food, our dress code, our style of dressing, our language. It should be encouraged in school. They should not call my language the vernacular. They should not call our dialect vernacular anymore. In fact, these are the real language. The English is just a way of unifying them because they have different languages. That's for the government. Then coming to the religious home, churches should not, should I say, being biased when it comes to your dress code. There should be nothing like you must always wear a suit or be corporate and all that. No, you can wear an attire and go to church.
Apart from the dressing area.
Yeah.
When you sing the Benin song in the church, you raise eyebrows.
Like what's he saying? Because they believe.
And this is Benin land. But the moment you sing an English song, you see the whole of them jumping up and down, even when they don't even know the meaning of the song.
The pastors are now using some accents, English accents and all that. That does not make them English. Then coming to our society, the society should know that this is the only society we have. The Italians will not allow you to play with their language, but that's the only country where they speak their language. So they project it. Every society, every group, every tribe, every ethnic group should encourage their language. And with that, the children will know that their language is not inferior, but rather it is their badge of identity.
All right, Ramsey Uwaila Abu Soma. It's been an amazing time on the show with you. Thank you so much for your amazing thoughts, and I hope that next time I call upon you, you do me the honor of being with me on the show. All right, and of course, the one and only Foster Nosahai Yamu, historian and public affairs analyst. Thanks so much for being on the show.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, it's been an amazing show so far, and I want to say a very big thank you to every single one of you out there for making today's episode a success. Well, it's been a very interesting conversation, the modern day African and identity crisis. Well, our identity, just from what the panelists have said, is who we are. Okay, your language is who you are. Your dressing, your mood, your dress code, the way you carry yourself, the way you walk, the way you talk is who you are. All right, and you should never feel inferior to anybody else, because nobody, even the white man that you're trying to imitate, would not want to be like you. So how about you just embrace your culture and your identity? My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaewari and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
TV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Yari
Amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome to the program this morning on ITV. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. And of course, I have my colleague here with me, Harry Agboje. Good morning, Harry.
Beautiful.
How are you?
Good morning to you, Anu, and happy cold weather to you.
Of course. Seems a lot of persons are under the weather this period. Anyway, it's expected. And I also have my colleagues joining this morning in Abuja studio. Right, and also in Lagos, Nigeria, I have Patricia Gabriels. Good morning, Pat. How are you?
Good morning, Anu. I'm good. And to Harry, good morning. How's Benin this morning?
Well, Benin is cold and peaceful. I'm sure you're also experiencing the rainy season at your end.
Yes, Lagos is very cold too.
All right. Well, during the course of the show, we'll have Abuja Studio join us on the program. Now, let's talk about something that is actually shaping the national discourse online and offline. It's barely 9 days to the Osun governorship elections, and we have been seeing different dynamics shaping that election, from electoral violence to the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, accusing police personnel of arresting members of his party, and to other interesting conversation. Now, just yesterday, we saw in the news the governor of Osun State accusing the EFCC of freezing Osun State account. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has also responded and confirmed freezing an Osun State government bank account, while saying the action was taken after suspicious movement of public funds amid an ongoing investigation into alleged financial misconduct involving about 11 billion naira. The Anti-Graft Agency disclosed this yesterday, hours after the Osun State government accused it of targeting the state ahead of the August 15th governorship election, and alleged that the commission planned to cripple government activities by freezing its account. Let's have a background story to this. It was earlier reported that Osun State government account domiciled with First Bank and reportedly used for official financial transactions, including salary payments, and being placed on post-no-debit status by the EFCC. The restriction came shortly after Governor Ademola Adeleke the commission was planning to freeze the account of the state government and officials of his administrations. About EFCC stance on this, I want to start with you, Harry. What do you think is going on? It's barely 9 days, right? Yesterday it was barely 10 days. Now it's barely 9 days to the election, and we're seeing this happen. There are those who are saying, is there no political undertone to this? Well, EFCC is coming out to say there is no political undertone to this. In fact, the investigation started I think a year ago actually, and then they've been on this case. All they are just doing is have investigation as to whether or not the government of Osun State and that particular account has been involved in conduct financially. I'm looking for the right word right now. When I get it, I'll put it out to you. But I'd love to get your response. Yeah. Yes, financial misappropriation and all of that. So what do you think is playing out here?
Clear case of power play, power tussle. This is some all too familiar phenomenon. We've seen this play out, in recent times, even in times past. Okay, we've seen cases where the election is coming up, and of course, the powers that be begin to, should I say, engage in some sort of tussle. And this is basically what we're seeing here. All right, we all know that Ademola Adeleke is not in the ruling party, right? And we know what that means. He's set against the big wigs. in Abuja.
Now here is the twist. Despite the fact that he's not in the ruling party, he moved from, I think, the PDP to Accord Party,
Yeah.
right? He publicly endorsed President Tinubu for a second term.
Well,
and he kept on saying that, President Tinubu, I've endorsed you for a second term. Why are we still going through all of this brouhaha in my state?
That tells you that endorsing President Tinubu is not enough. Okay, that's just like a step, you know, amongst many other steps that needs to be taken. And one, for me, if you are not, you remember what a former APC chairman once said, that the moment you cross carpet to the APC, all your sins are forgiven. So I think that's the ultimate move to make,
right.
And that move has yet, is yet to be made. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as he is in a different party, you know, he is going to be treated like a foe by the ruling party. So what's playing out right now is pretty much what we're already used to: power tussle. He is considered to be a threat to the ruling party and the powers that be. And as long as they see him as a threat, they're going to oppose his re-election in Osun State.
Okay, well, it might actually interest you to know that the government of Osun State has headed to court already to counter this particular order. And one major striking thing is the fact that EFCC did not get a court order, right? A court order to, you know, do this. But then again, it has the power to do this because according to Section 34 of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC Act 2004, it gives the commission the power to issue freezing orders to banks. It states that the EFCC chairman or an unauthorized officer must apply to a court expertise to freeze a bank accusing to believe that funds are proceeds of financial crime. Patricia, what's your take on this?
Why are you freezing the account? I mean, if you said you've been on this as 1 year, there's a long period of time you've been investigating it. Do you want to freeze the account a few days to the elections? You just know that there's a power tussle here. There's the idea of Nigeria becoming one-party system, just like many Nigerians have said, it's what is playing out here. But then again, you look at it, Governor Adeleke had endorsed the president. So he asked the right question. Why are we still going forth and back? I have endorsed you. I've told my people, President Bola Tinubu or nobody. You know, right. So it's just a part also playing here, and the angers of so many Nigerians saying that the president wants this country to, you know, look towards one-party state, which I don't think Nigerians agreed with it. So it's a good move that the governor has gone to court to challenge this. We hope it turns out good for him because it's just a few days to his election. But let me make you laugh. Nigerians' comment section says, is Adeleke, he will still pay salaries, he will still do things. You know what that means? He is Adeleke.
Okay, well, whatever that means, honestly, we'll definitely find out. Yesterday, speaking about laughing or entertainment, we saw his family member there, Davido, supporting the move, and we saw that play the election that brought him into government. Now, Harry, what are the implications of this? Because Patricia talked about the timing, and I actually raised it up earlier. Yeah. Political season, anything you do right now could either make or mar you. Whatever you do from government, a lot of persons will want to tie it up with the forthcoming election. Now, this is happening in a government where we've been accused of having different, you know, statements being put out there. Just last week, the president did say that...
Who happens to be, you know, the president of the entire country. Now, it tells you that there is a level, there is an extent to which the governor of Osun State can act. There is a limit to his powers. And as a matter of fact, you made mention of the court order. Right. Well, we actually do hope that that amounts to something because we know how compromised the judiciary has become lately. But we hope, let's not be pessimistic about it. But you see, this is something that, like I said, we're already used to. The election is very close, and anything that they have to do to prevent him from being re-elected. Like I said, You rightly made mention of the fact that you know, he has endorsed President Bola Tinubu, but that's not enough. As a matter of fact, if you haven't taken the bold step of joining the APC, you're still considered, you know, an opposition and a hindrance. So for me, this is just the powers that be doing what they do best, namely, you know, fighting opposition and ensuring that they don't become a threat in the long run.
Right. Now back to you, Patricia. We're still talking about implications and all of this, you know, as regards the Osun governorship election. Really, let's talk about it, especially with the voters. Do you think it's going to have a great impact on the turnout of voters on that day? It's just a couple of days away.
Well, if I heard you clearly, could you repeat your question? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're talking about the implications of all of this as we get to move over closely towards the Osun governorship election. How is it going to impact voter turnout? Are we going to see voter apathy play out, you know, come that day? What really is going to be the great impact on this post-election and, you know, pre-election period?
Okay, for me, I think it's going to be a positive impact. I think the people of Osun knows who they want as their governor, and I believe they will be coming out in massive to vote, who going to be a negative impact for Adeleke. I think it's going to come out positive.
Okay, well, fingers crossed. Let's see how that goes. Remember, he's also the dancing governor, and I'm sure a lot of Nigerians actually love him for that, you know, particular character, from to put it that way, that he has.
His affiliation with the big Davido.
Right, that's also another big one. The 30 BG
Exactly,
gang.
I was going to say that. With
Absolutely.
Right,
with
go ahead,
Davido, I mean, of course, Nigerians love Davido. The youth of Nigerians love Davido, and I'm certainly sure the people of Osun State loves Davido. So that's a positive aspect for him too.
Okay, but would that actually have an influence as regards the election results?
Well, I guess we're just going to have to keep our fingers crossed.
Only time eventually will tell. Now, away from that, last week we talked about the president increasing salaries for military personnel in Nigeria. And just this week, a good news, the president has actually approved salary increase between 30 and 80% for about 250,000 personnel of the armed forces. Now, that is the biggest upward review of military salaries under his administration. The new pay structure, which takes effect from September 1st, 2026, grants the highest increases to junior personnel, with soldiers from the rank of private to staff sergeant receiving an 80% salary increase. And of course, it went on and on and on. But because of the time frame, Harry, talk about timing again. Now, when I first saw this report, I said to myself, okay, could there be a political undertone to this? Why now?
Why now?
Again, I asked, why now?
Well, you know, in my usual fashion of being optimistic, I would rather not focus on the timing. I'd rather just, you know, celebrate the military on the increase, the salary increase. And as a matter of fact, this is, I think we talked about this
last week, Thursday, yes.
And it's a good thing that they finally put action or matched actions with words, because we've come to a point where we really need to start doing beyond just talking, because we do a lot of talking and propaganda at the end of the day. We're hoping that they're able to implement it, and we also hope that it reflects in the, you know, attitude of the military officers in the discharge of their duties, because at the end of the day, that is what it's intended to achieve.
Right. Patricia, do you think this move is going to make persons want to be part of the armed forces in Nigeria? That's another conversation.
Well, just because of time, I know I'm going to stand by with you. Why now? Timing matters a lot. Well, but anyway, kudos. We hope it's implemented, just like Harry said. But I doubt if this will, because of the insecurity, Nigeria youths are really worried and scared of joining the military.
Okay, well, we can only hope, wait and see. I mean, 1st of September is pretty close, and we're looking forward to that. Now, Patricia, what are we getting from your end this morning in Lagos?
Okay, and we're going to be looking at the APC Muslim ticket. Like we know, the adoption of the Muslim ticket in Nigeria politics, regional balance, and electoral strategy. So the APC adopted the Muslim ticket again. So we're going to be taking a look at it and see how it goes.
We're looking forward to that particular conversation, especially considering the fact that we're now in the political season right here in Nigeria. Now, back here in Edo State, we are going to turn our attention over to something even more, serious as regards electricity. A couple of days ago, we heard the federal government, the Minister of Power, Joseph Tebe, coming out to say that, you know what, come 2027, we're going to remove electricity tariff in Nigeria. And he also made mention of the fact that there is no removal of electricity tariff currently in the country. Now, okay, so I did say tariff. We're going to remove electricity subsidy, actually, that's what he said. And there is no removal of electricity tariff at this point. Now, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians had no clue whether or not the federal government has been paying subsidies regarding the electricity sector in the country. We'll look at that and a whole lot more today on the show, and we'll have guests to do justice to this conversation. We'll quickly take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to front dailies of the newspapers. Welcome back. Well, you're still on to This Morning on ITV. We now turn our attention over to the national dailies for this morning, and we kickstart with the Guardian newspaper, leading with the trending issue, Osun 2026. Adeleke, APC beaker over fraud, vote buying plots, intimidation. We've talked about this a lot during the course of the opening. Well, on page 6, you get details of this story still. Of 308 kidnapped victims, 6 enhanced security on page 2. Renewed part with faith leaders as Obi Kwankwasil back on page 6. By 185% in HI. That's news. You get details of the story. Protest in Abuja, Lagos against hardship and security on page 3. Pension NILDS-DG for participation in primary on page 31. Of the Guardian pictures there. Executive Officer of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, to his office on potential investment opportunities and strategic partnership. Well, details on this on page 2 of the news. Mr. Biodu Oyebanji with Ms. Adeolu Damilola, St. Lawrence Metropolitan College, International African Spelling Bee competitions and gold medalist. Well, it's a good thing we're getting to appreciate with brains in the country. That's how it should be. Congratulations to her. Health workers nationwide on page 3. Refinery Port Petrol ex-depot price by 50 naira, diesel by 8 naira on page 4. And finally, on the Guardian this morning, looking for back on Makende's criticism of Tinubu's economic reforms.
Presidency knows Catholic bishops mirrored current realities.
Par that be, no, a lot has gone wrong. Acknowledges the government to consider CBCN partner in nation building. APC President aides to fast. Sustainable reforms responsible for strong corporate performance. That's coming. Okay, now we'll quickly take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to more papers for you.
Many thanks for rejoining us. You're still on our newspaper review segment, and we're taking a look at the New Telegraph newspaper. Well, it's leading with this headline that says, Presidency knows Catholic bishops mirrored current realities, and that's credited to Saga. You can find that on page 3 and 6 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Now, let's look a bit above the masthead. FG promises to pay outstanding wage award before mid-August, and that's on page 2 of the New Telegraph. Lagos professors earn less than secondary school principals. Okay, that's coming from ASU, and you can also find that on page 2 of the New Telegraph. School certificate omission doesn't invalidate Tinubu's nomination. That's coming from Ubani. That's on page 6. And Nnamdi Kanu's family alleges medical neglect, calls for NMA others intervention. And you can find that on page 5 of the New Telegraph newspaper. And still on the New Telegraph, Oshun Guba, Adeleke alleges persecution, heads to court as EFCC freezes government's accounts. That's on page 4, 6, and 7 of the New Telegraph. And Tinubu has stabilized the economy, remains unbeatable in 2027. And that's really laughable. And I think it's actually Kalu that's saying that. Okay, I know that sounds funny, doesn't it?
Of course it does, but you know, the presidency, in fact, the president, I feel like he doesn't want to hear anything. It's a case of you praising yourself.
Absolutely.
If nobody wants to praise you, because he keeps on reiterating, reiterating the fact that I am doing well for the country, the reforms are working, but we cannot see it visible, you know, in the lives of an average Nigerian.
So that's quite cheering news. You can find that on pages 5 and 28 of the New Telegraph newspaper. And right above the paper, you can find something on 22 offshore projects. Says FG targets $50 billion investments from 22 offshore projects. And that's that on the New Telegraph newspaper.
Now, the Daily Trust newspaper is up next, and it's leading with Osun Steel. It says EFC 67,486 results. Well, congratulations to the students who did well during WAEC. On page 8, you get details of that story. Now, on Niyeko, presidency to deepen consultations with Catholic bishops, others. And away from that, 176 Kwara abductees regained freedom after 6 months in captivity. Interestingly, on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper, we have the end hardship, the Take It Back movement with Showore leading the gang. What's going on with Showore? He really doesn't want to chill. The other time he had, I don't know if you saw the video, I think it trended, where he carried Ghana must go and said the president must go. That's what he called that, and that was really hilarious for a lot of persons.
Same thing with the video that I saw yesterday. I think that was quite a similar one, where he was saying Tinubu must go, and then he said revolution is close, and all of that. Well, I really don't know. At this point, I don't know. One would want to ask who's the guy's audacity plug, because he seems to be so bold in you know, challenging the status quo. And
perhaps he has an hidden agenda, because he's always moving from one problem up until another, having several court cases,
you know,
and he doesn't.
The government of the day to order when necessary, but I think it's also important that you mind how you go about it, just so you do not get yourself in serious trouble.
Of course. Well, away from that, we move back to the Daily Trust newspaper. Other interesting headline says federal government orders payment of outstanding wage award to civil servants. On page 36, you get details of that story. 4 passengers burned to death in Abuja-Lokoja road crash. Quite a sad one on the Daily Trust newspaper this morning. And finally, on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper, it says how 3 brothers Garden Plateau village were killed. Harry.
Okay, let's see what the Nation newspaper has to say this morning. Well, it's leading with this headline that says troops DSS free 308 in biggest rescue operation. Okay, Tinubu hails intelligence-driven action that brought back Kwara Niger victims. All right, big profits. And I think that's all on the Nation newspaper.
Okay, well, make a story trending. One major headline is the Osun 2026, 10 days to the election, and we're seeing what is going on between the EFCC versus Osun state government. Anyway, we'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll move over to our first conversation for today. Please stay with us. Nigeria's electricity sector is once again at the center of national debates following the federal government announcement of plans to gradually phase out electricity subsidies from next year, 2027, while insisting there is no immediate plan to increase investment needed to deliver more reliable electricity across the country. So for millions of Nigerians already grappling with high living costs and irregular power supply, the announcement raises important questions. Now, can subsidy removal be implemented without pushing electricity higher? Will improved service delivery come before further reforms? And what measures are being considered to protect vulnerable households while ensuring the power sector remains visible or viable? So today, we'll examine the government's proposal, the realities facing electricity consumers, and what these planned reforms could mean for household, businesses, private sectors, investors, and OJFO. Energy and mining development expert joins virtually this morning, and also he is the immediate past commissioner for mining, oil and gas and power in Edo State. Good morning, Honorable. Welcome on board.
Good morning. Good morning.
Now, I would love to get your first reaction when you saw it in the news regarding the removal of electricity subsidy come 2027 in Nigeria.
We are seeing a new policy. We are now with so many ideologies that are actually not favorable to the power sector. Remember the last minute came with a lot of policies and ideas. None of them was actually implemented. So when we start talking about subsidy, is somehow comfortable for the energy market, because as you know, we are just the energy market. The new electricity policy and electricity is not fully implemented. Some state government are still struggling to see how they can set up the Electricity Regulatory Commission so that they can decentralize the power sector in states. We are still seeing the new market trying to come. We are seeing new state government setting up their own electricity laws and not implemented yet. We are seeing issues where the last MPA Abuja was between the Commission of Powers in Nigeria and the minister alongside with NEC, Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, with other stakeholders, trying to see how they can regulate the state power sector. Then the minister is coming out with that today. For me, I think we should just allow the market to go. We should just allow the new policy and new electricity laws to start working in states, so that by that time the state government now be able to control and decide how the power sector will be more effective for their citizens. But I'm very happy for the state government working with the viable, very active commissioner for power that is doing so well now, trying to decentralize the power sector. I know the new Electricity Regulatory Commission in Edo State also is trying to set up, led by my very good for Chitu. I hope to see a new market in Edo generally and across other states. So when we are working with the state, currently we are working about the state government currently, trying to see how we can proper decentralization and implementation of all their policies and their new laws. For development, and new form electricity laws to start to start working in those things before the new idea of something come up. So I think that's what to look at. But we are still going to talk to the minister.
Right.
And, see how we can, that someone can put down for
Of
now.
course. Of course, Honorable Enharo, okay, thank you so much for the interesting submission, but I would love to bring on board Professor Sylvester Odio. He is the Professor of Political Science, OLASU, joining virtually this morning from Lagos, Nigeria. Good morning, Prof. How are you?
Good morning.
Welcome on board. Now, I want you to run us through what really this policy means, and if the timing is also, you know, put into consideration. Is this what we really need in the power sector in Nigeria?
Well, the late Afrobeat musician Fela Anikulapo Kuti talks about government magic. Sometimes you don't understand what the foreign policies of government when they do so. This new policy, phasing out of subsidy in the electricity sector, you know, is one of those policy contradictions of government. If you look at it, it's coming from the World Bank and IMF. Nothing else. And those are usually the conditionalities they give to third world countries. You know, remove subsidy. Now, by now, I thought Nigerian governments, not just the central government alone, but the state government should be talking about their own independent power. Because if you look at the energy environment, what is happening is democratization, you know, of the energy sector. There are so many, you know, energy sources that can be used to generate electricity. People are building solar farms and the rest of them. So when you are still talking about monopoly of some so-called gencos, you know, it beats my imagination, because the government, or I think it was the current incumbent government that signed it into law, the decentralization of removal of electricity from the exclusive list, legislative list, to the concurrent list. So the state government, you know, have the legal ambit to then establish, you know, energy sources beyond, you know, the monopoly that exists. And when you talk about subsidy, I'm just asking myself, where is the subsidy coming from? Because subsidy has always been a fluke in the Nigerian environment. Many Nigerians, poor people, they are paying NEPA bills with estimated bills, you know. And so Nigerians are being exploited one way or the other. And if you look at it now, government is going to issue bonds, you know, in the name of paying off the so-called legacy debts. So I can't really place it, you know, at all. For me, this policy is counterproductive. It's like when Nigeria was indebted to the tune of about $2 billion, you know, before Obasanjo came into power. We were not even sure what we were owing, you know, the debtors. We had to hire consultants to verify what we were owing. And at the end of the day, you understand the debt buyback, you know, program that Kojo Iweala helped to implement at that time. Nigeria had to part with about $12 billion. You know, so I see the same thing here. You know, we are indebted to them to the tune of about 6.5 trillion. You know, government is paying subsidy valued at about 3 trillion, maybe per annum. You know, so the whole place, the whole environment, like the oil sector, is opaque. That is my initial submission here.
That was a very brilliant submission, Professor Sylvester. But I'd like to ask you this. You know, to a lot of Nigerians, this doesn't quite make sense. So imagine that you are addressing the layman on the streets. What do you think this planned removal of subsidy means, you know, in practical terms?
Well, having mentioned the origin of the policy, is coming from the Bretton Woods institution. So it's going to mean more pains for Nigerians. More pains for Nigerians. There is no way, you know, they can isolate Nigeria from the pains that will come from there. You say you are going to remove the subsidy gradually, and there will be no hike. And that is called market repression in economics. You know, so market forces are no longer determining the prices of goods and services. You know, so no hike. That's market repression. You know, it doesn't work well in economics.
Okay. Now let's move back to Honorable Enahoro. For a lot of Nigerians, the question and the fear is what really this would mean, with household, for businesses, for investors in Nigeria come 2027. Now, hopefully that's if this sees the light of the day, because several times we've seen different policies, and when the federal government pushed them to the public, we have an outcry and it's pushed off. So let's hope this tells the same line. But then again, if it doesn't, what really would be the implication of this? Does this mean moving forward in Nigeria we're going to be paying more for electricity? Does this mean that electricity bills will triple come 2027?
Yes, very well. Just want to add to the previous. Actually, the federal government has their own balances. They are not state members. They actually own. So one thing that was was generating power on the scale of the state infrastructure. That is why you keep on going, the grid is collapsing, the grid is collapsing. These guys are actually generating power. Like I told you, they are generating power. They are generating power. But the state government are not actually putting more effort to see how they can sustain this power they are generated. I'll give a very good example. I went to inspect the substations in Oklahoma. We're still having close to about megawatts that was increased by the big players. And the big players are telling us we can't take that far because we don't have a system of collection. So our course said there are so many things we are supposed to put ahead before putting a new policy into the system. Number one, allow the market, the new market to do, which is now the concurrent list. The government needs to now create their own energy market. They now need to generate more power, build their new infrastructure, bring in new investors. Then, the implementation of the mass meter program. I started that program in Nigeria. The mass meter program. I distributed almost about 130 meters, all right, across the globe. To make sure that everybody at meter we can cut off the estimated billing season. Their mode of collection is to go back to the organic taste of the electricity market. So now, if we go to affect Nigeria, yes, that's going to affect us drastically, but my policy and my idea to the minister being allowed to do that we need to slow down. Let's see how the new market will become. Let's see how the state government will do their generation and implementation. Both on state government are very slow. They are very slow, and the more time we waste making this new electricity law, the more debt we incur as a country. So we better do the subsidy in the time when the implementation of those state policies are working very well. So that thing happens by thinking of how to generate power, because we have different types of energy advantage in Nigeria. For example, when we talk about renewable energy structure, we have the best. We talk about 200 billion worth of lead-oil battery in Nigeria. And we are even talking about 115 billion worth of lithium batteries in Nigeria. And Nigeria has the best lead-oil and the best lithium across Africa. Why can't we now focus on sustainability?
Okay, however, Enahoro. Right, I hear you loud and clear.
Without that, definitely there's to the current grid we are having in Nigeria. The subsidy in Nigeria, we definitely want to receive that subsidy whether you like it or not. So Nigeria should be set, to be prepared for it. But while we are trying to control government quick actions they are putting up, bringing new generating companies that will support what we have already.
Okay, thank you. Now let me move quickly. Right, thank you so much. Let me move quickly back to Professor Ojo. A lot of things have been said thus far. Before we talk about how Nigerians can be prepared, moving forward, the federal government reacting to some of the major concerns by a lot of Nigerians, saying removing, fuel subsidy, removing electricity subsidy doesn't necessarily mean higher bill pays for electricity, right? Don't you think that's conflicting the whole ideology or plan or game behind removal of electricity subsidy come 2027? And then again, another question would be, for a lot of Nigerians, it's not a case of having to pay humongous amount of monies for electricity bills in Nigeria. It's even worse when you charge a customer for, you know, electricity bill, right? You get to pay high and you don't even get the service. So how can we go through all of that? Shouldn't the federal government pay more attention to a service delivery that is better off for a lot of Nigerians as regards the removal of the subsidy?
Well, the audio quality from your side is poor, but if I get you rightly, I'm not quite sure how Nigerians, you know, can cope with the burden, existential burden that they carry. You know, even so-called middle class, if there is anybody called any set of class called middle class now, you spend all your salary on buying, you know, fuel to fuel your car, you know, and there's nothing left at the end of the month, you know. So you're not talking about utilities. You know, as you rightly observe, these services are not being delivered. You know, they are, you know, they are they are epileptic in the first place. Epileptic in the first place. So, at the end of the day, Nigerians, you know, are giving the short end of the stick, as they say. You know, so I think that the real way out of the problem, if you ask me, is that there has been an attempt, you know, by policymakers in Nigeria, based on the clarion call that Nigeria needs to be refederalized. And so powers have been devolved from the exclusive list into the concurrent list, just like the police bill that is currently ongoing. So what are the state government doing, you know, to take opportunity of this autonomy of space in terms of, you know, the arena of power, you know? So can state government, you know, build sustainable electricity supply? And maybe my brother is there, the former commissioner, you know? So the real task is that we must be dedicated to service to our people. And like I said, you know, energy all over the world is being democratized. You have experts. Geometrics in Aba was built by my friend, Professor Batunaji, single-handedly. So the skill is there, you know, the manpower is there, you know, to be able to do some of these things. There are so many sources of power supply. I mean, what is trending currently is solar. You know, there are some individual farms in Nigeria that have solar farms. If you go to AIT in Abuja, huge solar farms, you know, that services the entire establishment. So why can't state government, you know, do these things to ameliorate, you know, to give service to their people and ameliorate the pains, you know, of having to eke a living in Nigeria. So that's the way I see it. Because no matter how you romanticize about the whole idea, it is about putting more pains on Nigerians. Government can do things that are practical beyond the prescription of the Bretton Woods institution. Once you box yourself into a corner, I mean, we have reviewed these things as scholars, you know, over and over again. There was even a book written, 50 years is enough. Of these policies, they have never worked. Because the international arena is a global, we call it global jungle. It's the survival of the fittest. If you think that some agencies will mainstream policies that will allow you to attain independence, you are wasting your time. You know, we must learn, you know, to exploit the autonomous space that exists in that global jungle, you know, to get freedom for our people in terms of services and all that we can do for them to make life livable.
Okay, Prof. You've really highlighted most of the things, and also Honorable Ehanor has said so many things as regards this particular policy, and we really have to leave the conversation here. But then again, it's a part of the federal government to do what's best for Nigerians for the citizenry moving forward come 2027. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the show today.
Thank you.
Right. Now, we'll take a short break on the show. When we return, we'll turn our attention over to Osun 2026, 10 days to go. And we're hearing and seeing the brouhaha between EFCC and Osun State Government. All of this and more after this break. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. If you're just joining, you're on to This Morning on ITV. Now, Osun 2026. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has confirmed freezing an Osun State Government bank account, saying the action was taken after suspicious movement of public funds amid an ongoing investigation into alleged financial misconduct involving about 11 billion naira. The anti-graft agency disclosed this yesterday, hours after the Osun State Government accused it of targeting the state ahead of the August 15th governorship election, and alleged that the commission planned to cripple government activities by freezing its account. A background story to this would be earlier reports that the Osun State Government account domiciled with First Bank and reportedly used for official financial transactions, including salary payments, had been placed on post-no debit status by the EFCC. Okay, so the restriction came shortly after Governor Ademola Adeleke alleged that the commission was planning to freeze the accounts of the state government and top officials of his administration. Thank you so much. Welcome on board. So let's get...
Nigeria, as constituted, is a federal system. We operate federalism in Nigeria. And what the federal government has done, or the EFCC, through the EFCC, runs foul or runs contrary to the spirit and tenets of federalism. Osun State is a sub-national government that has the independence, to administer its territory as it thinks fit. However, if there are any form of financial malfeasance, mismanagement of the Commonwealth of Osun people, it is Osun people that have the right and the power to question such through Osun State House of Assembly. It is quite abnormal, quite funny. It is quite awkward, to find the EFCC crying foul or crying wolf where there is no wolf. There are several authorities, to that effect, where the apex courts has decided that the federal government does not have the power under the 1999 Constitution as amended, to stifle any states of its, resources or wealth. However, what, is playing out at the moment is quite obvious, to those who are politically intelligent or politically savvy.
Okay. Before we go to the political undertone to this and the timing, according to the EFCC Act 2004, Section 34 of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC Act 2004, it gives the Commission the power to issue freezing orders to banks. It states that the EFCC chairman or an authorized officer must apply to a court ex parte to freeze a bank account if they have reasons to believe the funds are proceeds of financial crime.
The law you just read now is inferior, to the Constitution. It's also inferior, to several pronouncements of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has heard on several occasions, including the case of the most celebrated case of federal government versus Attorney General of Lagos State, and several others, where the court has heard that the federal government does not have the power under our constitution, to deny the states access to its commonwealth. The provisions you just read applies to, accounts perhaps owned by individuals, whether real or artificial, which are used, as conduit pipe, to siphon, money or to defraud, persons of their hard-earned resources. It is doubtful whether it applies to the accounts, owned or operated by a subnational government.
Well, saying that it's doubtful actually suggests that it's really not set in stone. Like it's not clear. It's not clearly stated whether it's actually referring to individuals or state governments. So which one is it? Because when it comes to matters of this nature, we have to know exactly what we are dealing with, right? The Osun State governor pretty much understands what exactly is playing out, from the observation of the average Nigerian. But do you think this is some sort of witch hunt? I know you were actually going there much earlier, but is it clear whether this particular provisions that you just read out refer to individual accounts or state accounts?
My brother, you don't need to be a legal practitioner or have a big head in law for you to understand the operations of federalism. Okay. What is federalism? Federalism simply means that you have two systems of power being shared, between different units, different components, whether the federal or the sub-national, and they are independent of one another. Osun State is a subnational government that is independent of the state. Just as Osun State does not have the power, to deny the federal government access, to finance, so also the state does not have the power to deny any of the 36 states, okay, so making up the Nigeria Federation access to its common patrimony. Okay. So what they are doing at the moment, amounts to a breach of the primary principles. So in a nutshell,
you're saying that in a federal system of government, the opponent state has autonomy.
Yes,
that's the running of its affairs.
Certainly, that is what federalism is all about. You don't need to be a lawyer to know this.
Yeah, but one would think that the federal government, being the apex government, would have some sort of influence.
No, they are co-equal. Who made them the apex government? What would make them? We have different arms. We have the executive, the legislative arm, and judiciary. Now, in the runnings of the governments, we decide to adopt federalism as a system where you have different tiers. Okay. You have the federal, you have the states, and you have the local governments. Now, of these three tiers, the weakest in the link all this while has been the local government. There have been attempts by this administration, to strengthen that tier of government so that they live up, to their ability, to the true meaning of their existence as conferred on them by the Constitution. So the state government, is properly constituted to run its affairs without unnecessary interference, from the federal government. What is playing out now amounts to unnecessary interference, especially that it is taking place 10 days to an election.
Right, let's talk about that. The timing.
Can't you see the handwriting on the wall?
Of course, absolutely. I mean, it's glaring for everyone to see, right? The timing of this is another major conversation we should have. Just as you said, 10 days to the Osun governorship election, we are seeing this play out. Is it a case of political undertone beneath all of the thing that is going on, or the EFCC having their investigation? Of course, the EFCC has come out to say we are not playing any political hanky-panky in all of this. We're just doing our job. And this didn't just start today. It started a year ago. What's your take on this?
The intention of EFCC is as clear as the biblical mene mene teke teke you fast.
What does that even mean?
It is clear for even the blind to see. They are, playing or interpreting scripts written, by some political heavyweights.
But they've come out
within the ruling party.
They've come out to deny any form of, involvement with the.
You see, I was discussing. I had a private discussion with a friend of mine a few days ago, and we were discussing Osun politics, and both of us agreed that wherever the federal might tits towards, that is the bloc, that is the political entity that's going to win the election. But the question is, where is the federal might going to tit towards? It was difficult, to see. However, if you look at the activities leading to this period, you will know that the present governor worked with, some, political, components, entities within Osun State to work against the interests of the present president to secure his defeat in the presidential election of 2023. And if you know the antecedents of the old pussycats, you will know that he does not forgive. He has no forgiveness in his dictionary. So I knew that he was going to be coming, for the governor. However, because of the old alliance between the old pussycats and the Adeleke family, we thought that, there would be some form of, pacification, resolution, and reconciliation. Especially when attempts were made by John C. Adeleke, to defect, from PDP, to APC. I thought that, there was some form of, reconciliation. Until when this freezing took place, I knew that the old pussycat was at it again. He never forgave him.
Well, we've seen Governor Adeleke come out publicly to endorse the so-called old pussycat, right?
Yeah, what do you expect him to? What do you expect? Niccolo Machiavelli. There is one thing that the prince does.
St. Michael constitutional lawyer, thank you so much indeed for your time today on the show.
It's my pleasure.
Well, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to Abuja studio for more on the show.
It is an ongoing conversation, and joining me via a phone call is Mr. Ben Gulloye. He is a political analyst, public affairs analyst, who we're going to be dissecting this topic together. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Ben, my question to you was, what is your take on the various conversations going on the proposed establishment of state police?
We're talking about enacting the law itself. Now, that is all that can happen between now and December. No state will be able to put up a state police before the next general election. So those who are skeptical about it affecting the general election, I really think they do not understand what policing is all about. Because you need the law first. When the constitution is amended, that is consulted and set up by the president, headed by his chief of the National Assembly have done their bit. We will not even get the state assemblies. Minimum of 24 of them must pass the law before it can become operational. So I still think that we are far from having the state police in place. But in terms of processes and build-up going towards it, I think that we are doing very, very well. And I think that the skeptics should actually wait and look for where they are supposed to participate in formulating the policy to put in their word. There will still be public hearing. There are still opportunities for groups to contribute. There are still opportunities for input. And I think that everybody should hear.
The state of public hearing at the National Assembly. The National Assembly has concluded. What is left is for the National Assembly to harmonize between the Senate and the House of Representatives, and then
in the State Assembly, and that would be so. There is the constitution by amendment. There is the policy formulation. So people are still able to have their input in the policy statement. So I think that the law is far, or the process is far from being over. There are still a lot of gaps and opportunity for people to engage, and everybody who can engage should look for that opportunity right now, rather than sit on the fence and reject the process.
Okay, there's the issue of funding. Currently, we have states where the governors cannot even pay the current minimum wage. So what is the guarantee that when the state police is established,
do not have the same level of staff, do not have the same number of unity schools and the rest of that. Now, the law did not say every state must take off immediately. The state that is ready will take off. The state that is not ready will wait until they are ready. But the idea is that don't states like Lagos, like Rivers, like Kano who may be ready. The law should be in place to permit them to do what they have the capacity to do. Why those states that are not ready can take their time to be ready? So I don't think, because now I always say this, I think it's from Winston Churchill. He said, you don't weaken the strong to strengthen the weak. No, you allow the strong to remain strong while you are encouraging the weak to become strong. And I think that is where we are. Allow the policy, allow the laws, allow the constitution, so that those who are set to moving can move in immediately. Those who are not set can take their time and then get in when they are ready.
Mr. Ben, in your language, you said allow the strong to remain strong and allow the weak to become strong, right? So looking at that, there are some who have been expressing the fear that shouldn't the federal police be strengthened, repositioned well before Nigeria will begin to think about establishing state police? What do you have to say to that?
Well, nobody is saying we should weaken the federal police. It is that the federal police remains, but allow the states to come in to assist. And that's where the cases are.
Well, they are saying that the federal police itself is not well positioned, that it should be strengthened before we can even think about establishing state police.
I don't think we should continue to strengthen the federal police, no doubt about that. But that should not be an hindrance. Like I would always say, if you need to drink water, you don't have to wait until you sink your own bowl. You can buy pure water, you can buy bottled water depending on your strength. Depending when you get to where you will get pipe-borne water, or you are able to sink your bowl. So we should not think because we needed to do more funding of the federal police and stop state police from taking off. No, everything should be work in progress, and we should make them all work together.
You know, having a state police means that states who decide to establish the state police, they're going to have the laws, the rules of engagement are not going to be fixed. They are not going to be together across the same across state. That means every state gets to decide what happens at what particular period. Now, let's say, for example, should one state decide that let's take the route of shoot at sight when there is a crime, and the other state decide that no, we should negotiate, do you think this will solve the problem of insecurity in Nigeria?
Well, the truth is this: the terrain in the states are different. Now, I would always tell people, we are not a three-tribe nation. We are a nation with over 300 tribes. Different states are almost not exactly the same. So when you allow devolution of power, which is that at least you allow the state to have their own police, it means they can gather their information, they can run their own system, and act and think differently from what is existing in the very next state. Now, that being the case, you would understand that if some of the people are recruited locally, they understand the terrain, they understand the psychology, they understand the people, and so it should be more easier for them to resolve the crimes. Then there are crimes that are interstate. There are crimes that are beyond the state. That will always remain in the purview of the federal police working with the state police. But like we said clearly, people should express their misgiving and let's present it even at those negotiation tables that are still open. The matter of state police is not yet closed, and that is the priority about it. Yes, National Assembly could have debated the framework and their constitutional amendment, which is their own, but the entire framework has not been concluded. Consultations are still ongoing. Forums are still open. Yes, like we said, people have their fears and their worries. They are free to express it, and practically that comes into it. The judiciary in the states have always been there. The state high courts have always run their affairs, and nobody has stopped the state high court from running. Even though, yes, the governor maybe had issues to do with their budget, the governors eventually nominate who becomes. But there is the federal judiciary, the National Judicial Council, that in a way help in ensuring that there is sanity, at least in appointment of people who become judges on the high court bench in the state, as well as recommending who can be the chief judge. So in a way that the judiciary have run, I'm sure that we can also have a National Police Council or whatever name is to be called that can also help to ensure that whereas the states are independent, whereas the states run on their own, they should also be able to conform with the minimum national standards that has been put in place. And I think that is a given that we should all embrace and work towards. So the naysayers need to look at the grounds of their objections and how it can be answered so that across all parties, everyone can work together and then get a better result.
Well, currently we have regional security outfits. We have the Amotekun in the southwest. We have Abuni Chamber, right, in Anambra, and also we have a couple of others in the north, like the Hisba and the rest. For instance, the one in the northwest, in the southwest, and the southeast have recorded quite a number of successes, but also there are complaints. So, as regards to the establishment of state police, what lessons would you say they should be learned from this regional security outfit in order to make this successful and effective?
Well, the fact that the regional security outfits are there and they are making some impact is to tell you that there are gaps that need to be filled. When the state police comes in, I'm sure that the rules of those outfits can be redefined. For instance, I think Kaduna State recently had moved their vigilante corps, right, to be more trained and then convert them to become the armed forest guards. Now, they were taken from the local area. They understand the forest. Now, some of them were hunters, but now they've been trained formally so that they can now make formal reports. They can do things better. So what we need to know is that, yes, at the time of establishing the regional forces, Amotekun and the rest of them, there was no law that permit the state police. Perhaps if there was a law that permit the state police, maybe some of the states would actually have gone outrightly to have their own state police. But if eventually the law is passed, I'm sure that they will need to streamline what they are presently doing. Those who are fit to join the police will possibly be trained and be brought in. Some of them, of course, like Kaduna has done, could be taken into the forest guard system, and some can then be repurposed. And there are lessons that have been learned by now from their logistics control, from a number of other things. And I think that there are lessons that those states that runs Ibubiagu, that runs Adune Chamber, that runs civilian JTF and stuff like that, whatever lessons they have learned from that now could become useful when their various states begin to set up their own police. And I think it will just be a better situation for everybody at all levels.
As someone who seems to be very optimistic about this state police, and you do realize that this particular bill is part of an ongoing constitutional review. As we speak, the current assembly is almost on its way out because this is pre-election year. By next year, June, there's going to be, at the national level, there's going to be the 11th assembly. And should this not be signed into law by then, that means the journey is going to start all over again. So with this, what would you say to this? Is it going to be a setback for the woman out there or the child out there who is expecting to have security being beefed up in their state?
Well, I think that with the kind of determination that is ongoing, I do not see the bill or the law failing at this time. Already you have the National Assembly they've done their bit. The government at the federal level is consulting. We expect that the state assembly will begin to give their concurrence. Now take note that even though election will come January, February, right?
Exactly.
You still have up till May for the president, for the executive to be sworn in, and it is after swearing in the executive on May 29 that the new assemblies will be inaugurated. So in all, you still have up to 9 months clear for legislative works to be done. And some would also note some activities still goes on, especially in the assembly. For instance, the current NEFON bill, even though they have to return it for amendment, was passed after the 2023 election, not before. But it was passed after the election by the Gbajabiamila-led House of Representatives, and we know that today the NEFON law is functioning and is doing well. So I don't think that the time is short. I think that the time is right. I think that every effort and every hand should be put on deck. And if everyone does his bit, we may have the law coming before election. And maybe the frameworks will then be further amended after the election. But if eventually it fails, I think it will be a very huge setback for that, it will be a very huge setback for the security architecture and for the nation as a whole. Because I believe that a number of states are already excited about the law coming, and it will be to the advantage of the people because it creates more jobs. And once there is more security, you know that there will be more productivity. One of the reasons productivity is low as of today is because people used to travel out of Abuja to go and do farm in Abaji, in Niger. They are no longer doing it because they are afraid of kidnap. They are afraid of a lot of things. But if the security steps up, I can assure you that we are a productive people. Productivity will go up. So whoever loves the nation, whoever looks into the future with hope, will support that. Will support anything, including the state police and system that will improve security in the Nigerian nation.
All right, you said it could be done before the next election with determination, right, and sincerity of purpose. It could be done before the next election. Let's look at it. For instance, assuming this happens before the next election, what stops state governor from monopolizing and using this state police for his own political interest?
No, the governors cannot use state police in the next election. The next election is coming January and February.
Exactly.
Like I said, you need
no,
minimum
because if
of
everything
6 months.
works out, and maybe the federal government finish its consultation, state houses of assembly, everything checks out, and let's say by October or November, and it's signed into law, and state governors say, right, we have to go ahead, let's do this.
That's what I'm saying. The state governors will still need to domesticate the law. You need to go through recruitment process. Training the police takes about 6 months. So for the next election, forget about the state being able to use a state police. That will not happen, because for proper indoctrination, police training takes 6 months for constable. The lowest of police training for a new person is 6 months. For inspectors, I think it's more. For cadet superintendents, it's also likely more. Now, take note that some of the states will also need to be establishing their own police colleges. Now, all that possibly is not in this year's budget. So even if you pass the law, but the law becomes a framework to help you budget for next year. But like I said, next election cannot in any way be affected or influenced by state police, because we no longer have 6 months. August. We do not have 6 months to train the police for them to take off. A takeoff process will take between 6 months and 2 years in each of the states. The lowest anybody can do will be 6 to 7 months for takeoff. That means those are states that already have places they could use as police college, right? And then that will be free for immediate takeoff. But no state, I guarantee you, under what guise would have the state police ready before the next election? So those who are afraid of next election should keep their mind at rest, because it will not happen. It has to be after, if anybody is setting up anything.
Before I let you go, there are rumors that that there are some governors who already begun the training.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Some governors
I said, don't let me respond to this as a last word. There are rumors that some state governors actually have started recruitment and training.
Well, that will be outside the law, because the law has not been passed. So on what basis do they know the requirements for the recruitment? Like we said, there will be a minimum standard that will be set. So if you start recruitment before training, of course, that will be an illegal organization. But I know that there are recruitments going on for forest guards. So people should not mistake that for state police. Forest guard is going to be a collaboration between the federal government and the state, but will be resident in the states where there are forests. So that is not state police. It is forest guard.
Thank you.
Number of states are currently recruiting for.
Mr. Ben, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being on the program.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
Well, it's been a discussion on the proposed creation of state police, which is an ongoing conversation. And our viewers, you've heard his views on it. He is very optimistic that this is going to change the security architecture across Nigeria, should this come to fruition. At this point, Nigerians will just keep their fingers crossed and see how it goes. But hopefully that by the time we have the state police in place, there will be some stability in our security situation in Nigeria. And from my end, this is all we've got from Abuja studio. We'll take a short break, after which we shall be linking up with Lagos Network Studio for the continuation of the program.
Good morning. and welcome to the continuation of This Morning on ITV from our Lagos network. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriel. Thank you for joining us this morning. Anyway, this morning we're going to be looking at the APC Muslim ticket. I mean, the president has adopted the Vice President Shettima as his running mate come 2027 elections. The adoption of the Muslim ticket in Nigeria politics has been the subject of debate and is linked to questions of religious representation, regional balance, and electoral strategy. With me in the studio this morning to do justice to this is Mr. Jide Ologun, a lawyer, a PR practitioner, human resource manager, fellow Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, fellow Institute of Leadership Coaching and Strategy Development advocate. Mr. Jide is a whole lot. You're welcome to the program, sir.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for always finding time to talk about Nigeria.
Thank you.
But anyway, we're going to be looking at the Muslim ticket, but I want us to quickly take our attentions to Osun State. The elections is coming on the 15th of August, and we see what is playing out right now. The Osun State government account has been frozen by EFCC. The account is the first bank account. The governor had actually cried out to say EFCC had frozen their account. And EFCC had come out to say the Osun State government account was frozen over suspicious movement of 11 billion naira in public funds. That's EFCC's explanation. But what's your take on it? Do you think there's a political undertone on this?
Thank you very much. Foundationally, the EFCC was created in 2003 as a response to the accusation of Nigeria being one of the 23 countries that are not supporting the fight against money laundering and financial crime across the globe. And it was a focused assignment given to EFCC. And running down the lane, it appears by perception that EFCC is getting involved in politics. Yes, EFCC has the prerogative to investigate the accounts of the states. I even read that this particular one, they've been investigating since
almost a year now.
March 2025.
Yeah.
And whatever you've been investigating, how long does it take to investigate? You could have taken action. And it's so close to the election. And naturally and politically speaking, those who claim that it's a political witch hunt may not be wrong. You see, and the position of the Nigerian Bar Association is that that step may be unconstitutional, because although I don't know whether they got a court order to freeze.
No, the truth is they didn't get the court order.
To freeze the account. So, and I think we should go beyond this. The present government at the federal level went through the same hurdle of changing the Naira, different kinds of obstacles. I think we should come to the point where politicking in Nigeria is on a flat platform. And you allow candidates to go out there and test their popularity. I mean, that is my honest opinion. And it simply shows that we have not departed from the adversarial politicking we play in Nigeria. It's now just a matter of who is on which side, So, and I hope this will not even backfire by people just whipping sentiments for the party that is managing Osun State currently. My advice on the scale of public relations, on the scale of legality, is that this is too close for comfort. It's too close for comfort. And when we will learn to do things in transparent ways, in ways that can be trusted by the people in terms of motives, is a far and long question for me. I don't know when that will be registered in Nigeria.
We've heard Governor Adeleke crying out to the president and saying, I have endorsed you. Yes, I'm not in your party, but I have said you are a candidate in the state. Now, with all of this playing out, do you think the president wants every governor to be on the side of APC? Do you think that's what is playing out right now?
Naturally and politically, the president wants majority of supporters to queue behind him. And when we talk about, and already there are enough number of governors queuing behind the president. But then, if you go back to the tenure of the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, in his tenure, over 30 governors were in PDP. So it's the way of politicians that they go where their political career can be secured. But why some are worried is that with that amplified number of support that the president has in terms of governors who have decamped to APC, then why is the party still troubled and not just allow things to flow? And those are questions on the list of some Nigerians. And let me say this, Section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended states clearly that the state shall abolish corrupt practices and abuse of office. So indeed, the Osun State government is fiddling with public funds. EFCC should investigate, arraign who can be arraigned, even though we know that constitutionally the governor is covered by immunity. There are other stakeholders within the state managing the governance system that are not under immunity. You see, so if we are fighting corruption, let's fight corruption. We want to play politics, create a free and fair environment for politics. And those are my comments for now. Otherwise, we just keep going round and round. And it points to one issue. I mean, the question you asked directly, that the governor of Osun State, Adeleke, has promised the president that he will support the president. The politicians cannot be said with responding to such promises because it's been disclosed that the president is likely to be from Osun State, and he also wants that state as a political base for him. So for politicians, it's not a matter of promising to support. You can see what is also going on in Oyo State now. Makinde supported the president as part of the G5 towards 2023 elections, but how far? So for that is within the political circle. But I am basically and fundamentally for good governance, and I believe that when we engage the next topic, we can speak more to that.
Okay, but let's quickly conclude with this topic on, we have seen Governor Adeleke going to court. What outcome do you think? What are you expecting from that judgment?
One of two things. The court will stop EFCC from, freezing the account or endorse the freezing of the account. But Adeleke should be busy with his campaigns and mobilizing his supporters to vote for him. And the electorate also should be prepared to monitor and watch their vote. I think the electorate can ask for what is right, demand for it, and stand by it in Nigeria. Because by and large, what the Bible says is that righteousness exalts a nation. So whether we are talking of vote buying, fear, or whatever, you, the electorate, selling your votes. I have advised over and over that you just imagine that, okay, let's assume you get 10,000 naira for UC to sell at 10,000. Divide that 10,000 naira by 365 days, further divide by 4 years, and ask yourself, what value are you getting from it? Because politicians will always tell us, even when we are not performing, the only legitimate power you have to remove us is through the ballot. Now the ballot is here. I believe that quite a number of the citizens in this country know what the basic amenities are, what they are entitled to. If they don't, then too bad. So let's begin to move in the direction of good governance in Nigeria, where people can have a sense of belonging, have decent living conditions, and be able to enjoy the little time God has granted man on this face of the earth and partake in the national prosperity and not wallow in poverty. So, and I say again that one of the major signs of poverty is vote selling. So when and I have also mentioned over and over that in an environment of poverty, crises are inevitable. But please remember that Esau sold his birthright and never got it back. So you think you can sell your, I pity you a lot, and God will even judge you for it. So why don't you go out there, vote your conscience?
God will judge you for it. Talking about vote buying and talking about voting come to Osun's election on the 15th. Do you think all of this would give the governor some positive sentiment from the people to cast their vote for him?
I hope he has a very vibrant public relations team that can leverage on this. I've not been consulted otherwise. This is a very wonderful time to really engage the sentiments of the people in how you craft your message and reach out to the appropriate audience. But like I said, that is political PR, and leaders should learn to engage professionals when it comes to public relations. So,
okay,
talking about opportunities are there.
Yes, also talking about, we've seen the governor come out to say that there will be no rigging in Osun State. Do you think he has foreseen that riggings might happen in this election?
I won't hold brief for politicians, but if people are saying elections are not rigged in Nigeria, I think I want to hold a debate on that. So they know themselves. So I keep saying that the party that has not been involved in rigging should come out to cast the first stone. When an adulteress was brought before Jesus by men who failed to bring the man that committed the adultery with the woman, Jesus asked them, which one of you is free of sin? Cast the first stone. And they all disappeared. So, and that takes us back to my strong point of advocacy as a patriot. I want good governance in Nigeria. You see, when we establish good governance, this desperation will disappear. And I have suggested some things. If, for instance, Jide Ologun is going to the Senate, and I realize that the salary I will earn is not even up to what I earn now as a private lawyer, then what am I going to do there? But in a situation where people sell their houses, go to banks to borrow money, in a situation where you have to pay between 50 million and 100 million to purchase nomination form and things like that, we cannot rule out the desperation, the rigging, the vote buying, the unfairness and the absence of transparency in our electoral processes. In fact, politicians find it difficult to really confirm that our elections are free, fair, and transparent in line with global standard. So those are the issues. It's now a matter of the most rugged takes it all.
Well, okay, the Osun is just a few days from today, and we hope the right thing is done. We hope there won't be vote buying. Thank you so much, Mr. Jide. But we're going to be looking at the APC Muslim ticket. It's been since 2023. So how has the Muslim ticket shaped the APC political fortunes since 2023? Because a lot of Nigerians were thinking that, because of the Buhari in the campaign in 2023, Nigerians were saying, oh, we don't want a Muslim ticket. A lot of people thought that the president was going to drop the vice president in this 2027 elections. But we've seen that he has also chosen him as his running mate. How has this Muslim ticket shaped the APC political fortune?
There's what you call strategy. And strategy is a long-term plan for success. And I think the APC party would have considered all the options. It took a while before the president confirmed Shettima as his running mate. The likes of Dogara got interested, and some Christians within APC. But then, this threat was in the space towards 2023 election. That, oh, we not vote this one and that. But APC won. So it's more political strategy than giving consideration to religious balance or gender or whatever balance you can call it. But again, let's go back to history, because sometimes we hit the nail on the table as if it's only that nail that is holding the table. No. If you go back to even how we set up our political structure in Nigeria, even before we gained the political independence in 1960, it's always been a mix of different politicians from different religions. Let me fast forward. I mean, the likes of Tafawa Balewa, Muslim, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Christian, Awolowo, Christian, all of them. And fast forward to the Second Republic. Alhaji Shehu Shagari was the president. Dr. Alex Ekweme was his vice president.
Yes.
So how did that profit Nigeria? You know, you fast forward again. I'll just pick some of them. When Obasanjo was the president, Atiku is a Muslim, Obasanjo is a Christian. In the season of Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as president, Sambo Dasuki, a Muslim, was his vice president.
Yes.
So how far with Nigeria? When former President Buhari was the president,
we had a pastor.
Yeah, Osinbajo, even a pastor, was his vice president. So how has that profited Nigeria? And now we have Muslim ticket. And let me say this. We are just focusing on
hold on a minute, Mr. Jide. You have just been talking about profiting the Nigeria. Now we have a Muslim ticket. Do you think it has profited Nigeria better?
It's the question I'm asking. So it's a political thing. I started from the angle of strategy. The APC party would have looked at it that what's the big deal? They know how to mobilize their vote. And let me also land, finally. I have compared those who were Christians and Muslims in combination. The freest election ever in Nigeria, the Hope 93 of MKO Abiola, it was Muslim ticket. You see? So, and nobody complained at that time. People came out. There was no consideration for religion or whatever. But eventually, that election was not allowed to benefit from oxygen. It was by the regime of General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, military head of state. You see, so for me, yes, it's a good balance to have the predominant religions in the country represented in that space, because the implication is that peradventure the president is incapacitated to serve, the vice president steps in. And one of the arguments that came out towards 2023 was that, dealing with insecurity in this land, the vice president was even mentioned by some as having bias. You know, so that is the fear we have. And it's also because we have not moved in the direction of good governance. And you permit me at this moment to go into the global environment. Check Brunei. Brunei is one of the wealthiest nations of the world. Brunei is managed by purely Islamic religion. In Brunei, subsidized housing, maximum welfare citizens, you know. And I even doubt if they pay for medical care in Brunei. You also pick Saudi Arabia, that is managed by Islam. There's prosperity there. America, managed by what you can consider leaders, and some other countries. Even Morocco in Africa, you know, Saudi Arabia has the biggest economy in the Middle East. So when you add all this, then you should come to the conclusion that is it really about religion? Because religion is the faith you choose to practice. But how does that touch governance? For instance, I've been asking, is anybody telling us that only are behind the oil theft in Nigeria and those who are stealing, illegally mining our gold, the lithium, and things like that? Even when you want to profile the insecurity, you may say that, okay, those who claim to be terrorizing Nigeria, they claim to be Islamic states of West Africa, but are they really Muslims? Those are questions, you know. So those are issues. I think us should be towards giving us good governance in Nigeria. And again, it's a challenge. If the Christians believe that this action is a disregard to the Christian faith, I challenge the Christians, to what extent are Christians engaging politics? And we can do a research on that. By the grace of God, I'm the coordinator of Directorate of Politics and Governance in the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Lagos Province 27. I've been mobilizing people and say, get involved in that space. If you look at internal workings of these political parties, candidates will be produced at the primary level. And these are candidates that you vote for during the general elections. So what representation have you at that primary level, from the ward level all the way to the national level? And these are counsels that we give, because it's the people who we determine, they call the shots. And that's why when you monitor how politicians, you know, they have that sense of authority. And at the end of the day, there's also a mechanism to manage voting and who people vote for. These are issues. And this has been tested. You recall the primaries that produced the president of the country. Christians were involved in that. What performance were put on the table by the Christians who were involved? So I challenge the Christian community that if we must, you know, amplify our relevance, we need to be more involved in politics. And I can say that I see that rising up, and I want it amplified. Man said the biggest space, the room for improvement, you know. So those who are eligible to go out and register as soon as the portals are open again.
Are the portals going to, because we talked about
yeah, those ones, they've been shut for now because the elections are fast approaching.
No, but we thought INEC said they've closed down.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Whenever. I'm just speaking generally right now. Join a political party of your choice. Become active in these political parties. Become relevant. And as much as candidates who show interest in politics can be sponsored, why not sponsor them? Gone are the days when politics was not monetized in Nigeria. Today we know the reality. So you may have the best of intentions, the best of anointing. You've got to get involved. If you read Genesis chapter 41, Joseph became a prime minister and he deployed righteousness and glorified God. You talk about Daniel. Daniel was also in the template of a politician. So let's go beyond this perception that politics is dirty. If it's dirty, let's clean it up with the blood of Jesus and go in there and do what is right.
All right, thank you so much. But we have just talked about the religion aspect of this adoption of the Muslim ticket. Let's look at the regional balance and the electoral strategies.
Shetima is from Northeast, Borno State to be precise. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is from the Southwest. You see, so, and you can those regions being held together as regions that will give massive votes. And talk of the Southeast and the South-South. APC also has representation when you talk about ministerial appointments, the Umahis of this world and some of them. You know, you talk of North Central, North West and those areas. And I think those are the calculations that the politicians will sit down and look at. See, the politicians are mostly concerned about elections. So when they do their permutations and calculations, it's about how can we win the elections. And I think other parties also are doing the same. You can see the Kwankwanso, Peter Obi ticket. You can see that of Atiku and Amechi and others in that direction. So you need to identify. I mean, I have played politics at the professional level, and one of the things we learned is that when elections are approaching, everyone cannot be your target audience. You need to go and find out those who are financially relevant and those who will actually vote, so that you save your energy to focus on those who can deliver for you. And that also applies in the, and you can see the amendments that have been brought into the Electoral Act right now. And that is why we have the new provisions that the party register must be presented. And you see some parties coming out to say, this is the number of registered voters that we have and things, and that you cannot register in two parties. So those are the issues. And that's why I'm advising, let's get involved if you are interested. And what is politics, by the way? Politics is being interested in the affairs of your community and getting involved to give it the right direction. So if you are not involved, if somebody starts moving it in the wrong direction, what
you don't have the right to complain.
Do you have to complain?
Okay, well, let's look at voting behavior. Okay, with this Muslim ticket, how significant is religious representation in Nigeria? Voting behavior. I mean, with the Muslim ticket, do you think majority of the Muslims in Nigeria would want to vote for the APC government because it's a Muslim ticket, and probably the Christians will like, oh no, we don't have a Christian as a vice president or the president, let's go vote for a party that has Christian as a vice president or president.
That may apply, but on this blanket scale, I think the considerations for voting has gone beyond religious sentiments. The security in the land is of interest. The economy is also of interest. And having said this, can we claim that Nigeria is a free space where people can vote freely and the votes will count? You know, look at all these things we are discussing. You compare the situation with that of the UK. Sometimes UK we have elections, you won't even know an election has taken place there. When Germany had a last election, who knew? You know, just went like that. You know, but here, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. And like I said, even politicians will tell you that it's all about stomach infrastructure. You know, we've several slangs. Diboko Sebe, which vote for us and cook a pot of stew. How long will that pot of stew last? In this country, even during primaries, politicians have been arrested with huge sums of money. What happened to them? How many of them were arraigned? And that's why I challenged earlier that can any political party come out clearly before God and say, I have never breached any electoral regulation? Is it just vote buying, thuggery, manipulations, you know, by midnight, going to the collation center to, you know, throw down authority, involving the law enforcement agents, different kinds of interference. And I think the citizens are the ones on the receiving end. And the citizens should begin to mobilize to ensure that leaders are accountable to them. Because what Section 14 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says is that sovereignty belongs to the people from whom the government derives authority. And Section 14, subsection 2 states clearly that the security and the welfare of the citizens shall be the primary purpose of government. So politicking is just a channel to setting up a government structure. So the purpose of that government is what we should focus on. And I have mentioned today, I've mentioned Brunei, I've mentioned, I think, Singapore, Saudi Arabia. And you can go and check out Norway. Norway, I keep saying it, has the largest sovereign wealth in the world, about 2.2 trillion US dollars. And if you look at management of resources, which is one of the key roles of government, if you look at Section 16 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, you compare with a nation like Saudi Arabia, where the state manages the oil resource through Aramco. But here in Nigeria, what has happened to our refineries? So those are the issues. And again, Brunei leverages on oil and gas, and we have this oil and gas in abundance in the country.
Very soon, Mr. Jide, we'll get to these countries very, very soon. Hopefully,
it's our desire. That's why we come out here to at least show those examples.
Yes. Let's look at the national unity. What are the implications for national unity in this Muslim ticket that the APC has put up again?
Do we really have a problem with unity in Nigeria? I doubt it.
We do.
People just create that crisis for us, and I can let you know, if you go to Agege Market in Lagos right now, you see all the tribes doing their businesses at their own level, you see. And amongst the politicians, all the tribes are represented in the Senate. There are 109 of them in the Senate. They're representing all parts of the country, collecting the salaries, getting the SUVs, enjoying all the privileges, functioning in the committees. We have 360 in the House of Representatives. So, and I have said it, whether you talk of all thieves, they are all there from all the tribes. I mean, if you investigate deeply, you talk of illegal mining. You see, so it's because we have not enter that space of good governance. Who wants to be debating? Donald Trump is from New York, but he's the American president. Is New York gaining anything outrageous? Former President Muhammadu Buhari is from Katsina State. Is Katsina State the richest state in Nigeria now? Katsina State is about the third poorest state in the country. Katsina State has one of the highest incidents of insecurity in the land. So that's, you see, I'm speaking from the angle of benefits. From the angle of benefits. You see, so talk of, when there is a reason to oppress, you come together and get united. So a class is oppressing the majority of the citizens. They are united in that. That is why some people were asking. When, we spoke about the money voted for buying SUVs. So why didn't some political parties reject it then? That no, we are here for the masses, for the people of Nigeria. We are not going to read. They are there enjoying all these things now. After all, look at what I predicted towards 2019 election. I said a time was coming where party loyalty will give way to personal loyalty. Did it not happen? You see, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, and let me commend him, he's doing very well in infrastructural interventions in the Federal Capital Territory. True. In PDP, and saying, I am loyal to the president in APC. Until now, he has not resigned from PDP. You see, so you need for politicians, it's a matter of interest. Matter of interest. Where the interest is, they move in that direction.
But you just said the federal capital minister is doing so well there, so his might not just be a matter of interest.
It's a matter of interest. Otherwise, you know, otherwise it's like saying that you will not support your wife. You go and be supporting someone else's wife. But you know, we know politicians. It's the way we are going, and it's coming. And you've seen it. You've seen politicians who insisted, no, this is my party, this is my party. But when the leeway is not there to get what they need, they move to other parties, you know. So that's what we are saying.
Okay, let's move on. Let's quickly look at the opposition parties. Do you think the opposition parties will capitalize on this?
I hope so. And the opposition parties have been advised to see how they can further gravitate towards coming up with a strong opposition. And that takes me back to history. APC was given battle in 2013 with splinter members from APGA, New PDP, ACN, CPC, and those people. And they formed a cohesive structure. And fortunately, with strong leadership. And let me commend Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, one of the arrowheads of APC, who did not insist he must be the candidate. So strategically, and public relations helped them a lot then, they looked for the person that could fit into the message, because the message was, oh, there's corruption in the land, we need a leader with integrity. And they came up with Buhari, who was presented as Mr. Integrity. So these are dynamics of politics. And you can see that later Asiwaju now had to come in after receiving several bashings within the same party. But he refused to jump boat to become the president.
Mr. Jide, yes. I quickly want to find out from you before we round off all of this. What factors could make the party consider changing or retaining the ticket for 2027? Do you think there could be any factors that will make the party, you know, just before the election say, okay, we're dropping the vice president, we want to get a Christian vice president?
I think that aspect is closed with INEC. They should have submitted, August, is it August 18 or so? It's close by, that they would have submitted their candidates, and after that.
But August 18 is still far. Anything could happen. The president could. So, do you think there could be any factors that will make him change?
Maybe for some other parties, but for APC, I think it's a settled matter. And I think again, parties need to really come up and be involved proactively. You know, new issues have been introduced, these digital registration and things like that. Rise up, pick it up like business, and then right now there are still some matters in court that may go as far as the Supreme Court. If the parties don't jump out of court to resolve their matters, that may derail some of them. But by and large right now, we have about 3 strong opposition parties that may be presented during the general elections. So it's now for them to go out there and do their field work very well. It's not time to be slothful, be diligent.
Okay. Mr. Jide, what should Nigerians watch as 2027 elections approaches? Let's round off with that.
Me, I'm watching for, I need good governance in this country. You know, I want majority of the citizens to enjoy the good of this land. You know, if you read the Bible right from Genesis 1:28, God said, you know, the Bible says God blessed man. He said, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, have dominion over the air, over the sea, over every creeping thing that walks upon the land. So that is aviation, marine, earth business, and everything. So God intends that man to enjoy the good of the land, and that is what we stand for. It's not his intention that a few should enjoy. And like I said, in Section 16 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, the Constitution says clearly that the economy should be managed in a way that wealth and the means of creating wealth is not concentrated in the hands of a few. You see, the maximum happiness, maximum welfare is provided for all citizens. And in subsection 2D, it says that affordable and available housing, affordable and available food, unemployment benefits, care for the old, reasonable living, minimum national wage, all those things.
Okay, Mr.
are
Jide,
provided for all citizens.
Because of our time, one word for Osun State election is just in a few days' time, and it is seen as a testing ground for INEC. So one word for INEC and the voters in Osun State.
For INEC, recall that it's only God that won't leave office. One day you will leave office, so don't let your conscience be compromised. And I have the same for the electorate. Don't sell your birthright. A wise man said, in life, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. And that is true of any society. And with this, your vote, you can vote those you believe that will make lives meaningful for you and sustain your future and not mortgage your future.
Thank you
God
so
has
much.
blessed Nigeria already, but we need the machinery to make the blessings manifest widely.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Jide, for that advice. And thank you for always finding time to come discuss the issues happening in Nigeria. As the elections are coming closer, we hope to be having you in the studio often to continue the discussion.
Thank you.
And to our viewers out there, Mr. Jide has just advised us, especially to the Osun state elections coming very close by. To the INEC, he has given a wonderful advice, and to the voters, don't sell your vote. Go out there and cast your vote. Cast the person you want to govern you in Osun State. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Patricia Oremu Gabriels.
A lovely morning to you, and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. The Osun State government has commenced legal action against the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, following the freezing of its bank accounts. The Osun State government also described the EFCC move as unlawful and capable of disrupting government operations. The State's Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Oluwole Jimi-Bada, announced on Wednesday that Governor Ademola Adeleke had directed him to institute proceedings before the Federal High Court to challenge the anti-graft agency's action. Jimi-Bada disclosed that the state government received information that the EFCC had issued a post-no debit directive to First Bank, where several government accounts are maintained, effectively restricting transactions on the accounts. He maintained that although the EFCC possesses the authority to investigate financial transactions, it does not have the power to freeze a state government's account without first obtaining a court order. According to the Attorney General, the restriction on the accounts could significantly affect the day-to-day administration of government and the delivery of public services across the state. The Kwara State government on Wednesday announced that victims abducted during the February 3rd, 2026 attack on Woro and Nuku communities in Kayama local government area had regained their freedom. The development was announced on Wednesday in a post on the official Facebook page of the Kwara State government months after 176 victims were abducted. The victims were kidnapped when suspected Boko Haram-linked extremists invaded the rural communities of Woro and Nuku on motorcycles, launching a coordinated assault that reportedly lasted several hours. The attack, regarded as one of the deadliest in Kwara State's history, reportedly claimed more than 200 lives, left several others injured, destroyed homes and businesses, and forced many residents to flee. Local vigilantes who attempted to repel the attacks were reportedly overwhelmed, with some allegedly trapped and burnt inside their office. Further details of the circumstances surrounding the victims' release were not immediately available as of the time of filing this report. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has declared that commercial tricycles, popularly known as Keke Napep, and motorcycles Okada, will be permitted to operate within the Abuja city center, citing growing security concerns. Wike disclosed that he had already signed the necessary approval following a recent FCT Security Council meeting, where members resolved that stricter measures are needed to address the situation. FCT correspondent Joy Goche Ehaikena has details.
Speaking during his monthly media chat in Abuja, Wike says the activities of commercial tricycle and motorcycle operators is not only a public nuisance, but also a serious security threat to residents of the nation's capital. The minister says security agencies have been directed to identify and designate areas where Keke Napep and Okada operations will be prohibited.
For issue of security, it has become a threat from our security reports. Bandits, so they don't act without using motorcycles. So it's the problem. And so I've told the security to map out areas where we do not need the Keke Napep and the motorcycle. But it will be difficult for you to ban them in the entire Abuja. Particularly, it is necessary within the city not to allow Keke Napep and the Okada. So they are working that out. It just been applied to release some logistics. Even the destitute beggars all over the places. And each time we take them out, they communicate.
Wike maintains that the FCT administration will continue to implement policies aimed at improving security, orderliness, and the overall image of the nation's capital. From Abuja, Joy Igoche Ehaikena, ITV News.
The defense has closed its case in the trial of 4 men accused of involvement in the alleged kidnapping at the vegetable market along Airport Road, Benin City on June 14, 2026. The defendants Marvelous Isaac, Wisdom Michael, Rufus Emeta Michael, and Gift Raphael are standing trial before the Special Criminal Court on an 11-count charge bordering on alleged kidnapping, cultism, armed robbery, and unlawful possession of firearms. The Special Criminal Court was established by the Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okungbowa, following a directive by Governor Senator Mondo Pewolo to ensure the speedy prosecution of kidnapping and cult-related offenses in the state. Patience Usaragiwa was there.
At the resumed hearing before Justice Terry Momodu Aigbona at the Federal High Court premises on Saple Road, Benin City, the second and third defendants, Wisdom Michael and Rufus Emete Michael, adopted their sworn statements through their counsel, Barrister Amechi Nwozo. During cross-examination, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Professor Roland Otaru, SAN, who is leading the prosecution, confronted the defendants with several exhibits relating to the alleged offenses. However, both defendants denied the allegations and the exhibits tendered against them. Counsel to the fourth defendant, Barrister Phyllis Emasuen, requested additional time to adequately prepare his client's defense. The application was granted by the court. Following the announcement by the defense that the hearing in the case has been closed for the first, second, and third defendants, Justice Terry Momodu Aigbona adjourned the matter to August 7, 2026 for continuation. Counsels to the prosecution and defense speak.
We are going on very well with the trial. We called several witnesses. They are now calling the defendants to give their evidence. And so the trial is going on very well. And I also have to commend the Edo State Judiciary for the proactive step taken in ensuring that these cases are heard expeditiously.
We have closed our case for the day. It's now for the third defendant to open her case. And hopefully, after the third defendant has opened her case, we'll come back to file our final written address and adopt our final written address.
We are ministers in the temple of justice. Everybody must be given an opportunity to be heard and to defend her position.
It is the expectations of members of the public that there will be a quick dispensation of justice in this case. From the High Court premises here in Benin City, I am Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
And still on the AM News, the Esama of Benin and Honorary Romanian Consul to Edo and Delta States, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedi on Wednesday added another feather to his top list of honors as the League of Edo State Women Lawyers conferred on him the Grand Patron of the body in the recognition of his outstanding contributions to the development of the legal profession. Pius Osawa reports that the League, under the leadership of Mrs. Bridget Imwetinyausa Igudala Esquire, presented the award during a courtesy visit to the Esama of Benin at his Okada country home residence. The visit also provided an opportunity to formally introduce its newly inaugurated executives to the Patriarch of the House of Igbenedi.
Leader of the Forum of Women Lawyers, Benin Branch, Mrs. Bridget Imwetinya Igbodola Esquire, said the Esama's philanthropy and contributions to the development of society is equal to none. She said the women lawyers are glad to be associated with him and prayed for continued good health, wisdom, and many more years of impactful service to humanity.
We have always wanted to come and see you, Daddy, because we know that you are a great man, a great pillar in Edo State. And we have seen all your good works. You take everybody as your children.
The delegation also extended warm goodwill messages ahead of the Esama's forthcoming birthday celebration in September. A highlight of the visit was the presentation of a beautifully crafted portrait of the Esama as a symbol of the forum's admiration and appreciation for his enduring legacies.
You are a father of inestimable value. Daddy, we love you. Daddy, we love you.
Responding, the Patriarch of the House of Igbenedion and Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, expressed heartfelt appreciation to the women lawyers for the honor and thoughtful visit. He commended the forum for its commitment to promoting excellence, leadership, and service within the legal profession, while encouraging members to remain steadfast in the pursuit of justice and nation building. The Esama of Benin warmly hosted the august visitors to a lavish reception which reflected the House of Igbenedion's renowned hospitality. Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
And that does it on ITV News for this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igboje. TMI Socials is next. Please stay tuned.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. Or better still, call me a social media butterfly. And I'll tell you what, our video of today is a video trending on the space of social media where the General Overseer of Living Faith Church, Bishop David Oyedepo, slammed the president over the situation regarding insecurity in Nigeria. Take a look.
Against your household, against your generation, in the name of Jesus. The bubble is burst. Don't mean they keep him every day. And government is pretending not to know what to do. I've kept quiet. When you see God keep quiet at wickedness, it's because the bubble is about to burst.
Yes, yes, yes.
He said, I've long time held my peace, God said. But now I will rise like a wounded lion, and I will devour at once. Please listen to this. Take it down. When you see God keep quiet at the wickedness of the wicked, it's because the bubble is about to burst. As the Lord lives, whose I am, I'm not myself. This.
Well, away from that, hashtag Osun State currently trending, hashtag EFCC trending on the street of social media, as the EFCC has finally admitted to freezing the account of Osun State government. Now, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has confirmed freezing the bank account of Osun State government, saying the action was taken to stop what it described as suspicious movement of public funds, barely 10 days before the August 15th governorship election. Now let's take a look at the moment Osun State Governor Adeleke actually told the public regarding what is going on currently. Take a look.
morning, we received a letter from our banker forwarding a letter from the EFCC instructing the bank to freeze Osun State government account. This action was taken without any court order. We are supposed to be in democracy, where the rule of law must always prevail. We will therefore not accept any situation where federal agencies trample on the constitutional right.
Now, Davido, of course, you know David Adeleke was also there present at the press conference, and here is what he had to say regarding the Osun governorship election come August 15th.
We're all here for one reason. It's for the executive governor of Osun State, the only chief security officer of Osun State. One of the best, if not the best governor to ever have ruled this state. We have our projects to show for it. We have our integrity to show for it. And we have our diligence to show for it. But I did feel it was very important for, us as the youth campaign mobilization team, to assure our people, our own demographic, which is the youths, of our views on the forthcoming election.
Oh, well, the 30 BG gang was definitely present at that particular place. Now, taking to the street of social media, let's see what you have been saying regarding this whole situation. We start off with this user who wrote on X, hearing EFCC has frozen the account of the Osun State government. Just 10 days to the state governorship election. We will all eventually wake up by fire or by force. Another user on X reacting, well, Rufai says, all is fair in politics. Freezing a state government account before elections? What is going on? Now, still on the story, this user reacting wrote, he should use his money, not state money, to buy votes. So you people need to wise up. Well, it's a good thing the Osun State government has headed to court already. We'll see how things eventually pan out regarding that story. Away from that, hashtag the president of the Arewa Youth has declared that the Labour Party presidential candidate for the 2023 general election should not expect support from the northern Nigeria in the 2027 presidential election, insisting that no northern state would vote for him. Well, speaking in an interview on News Century TV, the Arewa Youth president said Obi neither consulted nor reached any agreement with the group before indicting interest or indicating interest in the 2027 race. Let's take a look at that moment.
Peter Obi should count northern Nigeria out of his campaign zone. No single state in northern Nigeria will vote Peter Obi for 2027 presidential election. The reason is this: Peter Obi did not consult us before coming out to campaign or coming out to contest for president in 2027. And Peter Obi did not inform us about his presidential campaign for 2027. So you can never be president in Nigeria without the support of northern Nigeria.
Oh, well, the political season is heating up already. Whilst those are asking, who are you to be consulted? Like, what's your position in the country? Anyway, let's have all the reactions on this particular interesting video. This user wrote on X, who be the people where una say them suppose consult, make una use una sense and move una region forward. Development no be enemy. Instead of embracing progress, some people would rather hold their own people back and keep them in poverty and underdevelopment. Away from this interesting report, let's see another reaction if we can. Now, this user wrote, I hate the fact that we all have free will to talk in this country. Imagine what is coming out from a youth claiming to be intelligent. Well, still on the story, this user says, Now let's see another reaction. This one wrote, "Oh my God, just imagine the reasons he gave. Competence is not even listed. It's all about consultation and who supported the former President Muhammadu Buhari to the country in 2015. If this stark illiterate is the president of Arawa Youth, you can understand what the future holds for an average northern youth." Now, away from that, well, still on what's trending currently on social media, the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, is trending as he has defended the federal government borrowing spree, saying the reason they are borrowing actually is because the funds are being used to construct critical road infrastructure aimed at addressing hunger, insecurity, and economic challenges across their country. There you have it. Let's take a listen to him.
When people talk about hunger, we are using this road to fight the hunger we met on ground. When people talk about insecurity, Your Excellency, you know that before this Abuja Cadre started, there were a lot of insecurity. There were a lot of kidnapping. Today, since the president started this road, no one has been kidnapped on this corridor. No one has been kidnapped. So we are using this road infrastructure that the president is doing to fight the hunger we met on ground, to fight the injustice. In some of the states, before we came on board, there was no federal project going on. You know, Plateau is one of them. Gombe is one of them. Ebonyi is one of them. Kaduna could say to have been one of them because nothing really happened unless it is Aswaji. So we thank you very much. When a road is built, it is a catalyst. That is...
Please make it make sense how road infrastructure, you get to construct road, gets to solve the hunger problem in the country. That's what a lot of netizens are asking on social media. Now, this user wrote on X, we start off with this one who says, let's see what you're saying. Well, Joy wrote, he's actually talking about local jobs. The road construction works is given to the indigenous people around. He is being quoted out of context. Okay, let's get all the reactions on the story. This user reacts wrote, Omo, indirectly, na stone them, they tell Una to the chopper. How does that even make any sense? Now, Vicky says that one on X. Now, finally, this user reacting wrote, explain to me, like I'm 5, how they are using roads to fight the hunger they created. Now, moving away from that, we move over to another interesting story, but this time around, it's actually a face-off between Channels TV, Sheung during his show Politics Today, where he had Senator Kalu and they had a clash on air. Take a look.
Of your major senator,
no, you can't
the second most important role of a lawmaker is oversight. But you were a principal officer.
No, being the principal officer.
You were a major stakeholder in the APC government at the time. But you watched on as the economy was driven down the drain. They were printing money. You agree they printed money or not?
Go and get the footnotes.
Do you agree they were printing money?
No, they printed money and we cautioned them.
But you still allowed it go.
The governor of Central Bank there is alive.
But do you realize, are you able to apologize to Nigeria that your party failed Nigerians? It's your party, isn't it?
And so what?
Nigerians are suffering today, Senator. Is that fair?
No, you can't come people here to harass them. You don't harass
I'm not harassing you,
No,
Senator.
you are not.
I'm just holding you accountable.
This is not
you're a member of government.
Why are you harassing me, Shira? That's the question there. Now, let's see how you took this online. With this user reacting saying, unprofessional and crude. If this trend continues, it will become a normal thing for serious people to begin sharing TV interviews in Nigeria. Jide Babalola on X. Another user reacting real. Let's have one more reaction. The movement or the moment you remind official APC that the previous government that ruined the economy is still the same government they brought, they start acting as if you are speaking a foreign language. Tell me about it. Now, finally, on TMI socials this morning, former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, actually stunned guests at a book launch on Friday, July 31st, when he jumped off the podium. Take a look.
Some people lost some bread, Someone nearly died. Someone just died. Police they come, army they come. Confusion everywhere. 7 minutes later, all don't cool down, brother. Police don't go away. Army don't disappear. Everybody run. Everybody scatter. Some people.
Well, strong, energetic. I think it's above 80 already. A lot of persons actually questioning his strength and energy. Anyway, that's how we wrap up TMI Socials this morning. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Nuoluwakwo Stevens from all of us on This Morning on ITV. We'll see you again next week. Have a great day ahead.
Any longer.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Madonna.
Imagine
you will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will update you of your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness. the Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Igbinedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma no kada zima Esama zima dion bona zima dion obala zima dion mara we ma ri o Esama dion na ni ma do pon mi sama ni ma do gbe ken sama e ma dio wa re na Esama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi ton ne ba no ge ton ni maga no dia mi maga me ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma to o e ma agbon o oro pa ewu dori e ma di awo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni Jesus Christ no mi afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbinedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbinedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbinedion, Peter Osawari Igbinedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbinedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbinedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbinedion, Ukponwa Igbinedion, Osawe Igbinedion, Edosa Igbinedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbinedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbinedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
Tonight on the news, President Tinubu orders EFCC to unfreeze Ocean government account. Vice President Shettima embarks on first official leave. FG assures Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway will reach Calabar, not end in Lagos. Governor Okweholo pays historic visit to Ooni of Ife. He assures Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway will reach Calabar, not in Lagos. Thank you for joining us on the main news on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from Abuja Network Studio, coming to you live. And joining me from Benin Network Studio is Lawrence. Lawrence, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. It's a delight to have you on the news tonight.
I'm here. And from our Lagos studio, we have Patricia. Patricia, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. Glad to share the screen with you tonight.
Same here, Patricia, and good evening to you all. From the Abuja Network studio, we are reminding you that you can watch ITV live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook at ITV and Radio, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now the details of the news. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to immediately approach the courts to vacate the order freezing the accounts of the Osun State government. The president's directive followed the controversy generated by the EFCC's move to freeze the state government account coming days before the Osun State governorship election. In a statement issued on Thursday by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu said he was concerned about the timing of the action, noting that steps taken by federal institutions are often attributed to him as president, even when he may not have prior knowledge of such actions. The statement said the president was not embarrassed by the EFCC's exercise of its mandate, backed by a court order, but by the timing of the action. He stated that he had deliberately refrained from directing or interfering in the operational activities of the EFCC and other investigative or prosecutorial agencies because strong democratic institutions operating within the law are essential to good governance and the rule of law. The Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, NAMA, is asking the National Assembly to more than double its share of the statutory aviation revenue pool, citing rising costs of keeping Nigeria's airspace safe. The managing director of NAMA, Engineer Omar Ahmed Farouk, was speaking during the hearing on a bill for an act to amend the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency Establishment Act 2022 to revise the percentage of statutory charges accruing to the agency and for related matters on Thursday at the National Assembly. Ogani Victor tells us more.
Speaking, NAMA Managing Director, Engineer Farouk Ahmed Umar, said the current formula of 22% is no longer sustainable. At the same hearing, the African Aviation and Aerospace University AAAU Abuja asked to be included as a statutory beneficiary of the revenue pool.
NAMA asks a fair and transparent arrangement. NCAA should retain the regulatory component of the aviation height clearance. NAMA should be paid obstacle registration, identify technical services, component for WGS 84 survey validation, obstacle assessment, procedure impact analysis, and field work, and such fees should be remitted directly to NAMA.
Additionally, additional funding would enable the university to establish internationally accredited aviation laboratories, expand aerospace engineering laboratories, support aviation research and innovation, train future aviation professionals locally rather than abroad.
Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, said the 10th Assembly is committed to strengthening the financial framework of aviation to boost safety and investor confidence while committee chairman Honorable Abdullahi Garba added that the proposed bills aim to improve service delivery and transparency in the sector.
At their core, these proposals are about improving safety, efficiency, investor confidence, and the quality of service enjoyed by Nigerian traveling public and also our visitors.
I assure you that the committee will carefully and objectively consider all submissions, proceed a report that reflects the mandate of the House and the best interests of all stakeholders in the aviation sector.
Lawmakers say the final revenue formula will be based on audited cost and statutory mandate, not historical percentages. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Vice President Kashim Shettima on Thursday began a 2-week leave approved by President Bola Tinubu, marking his first leave since assuming office on May 29, 2023. A statement by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications in the Office of the Vice President, Stanley Okocha, said Shettima will devote the period to study, reflection and intellectual renewal as part of efforts to strengthen his capacity for continued national service. Okocha said the leave offers the Vice President an opportunity to review the administration's ongoing programs, deepen his understanding of emerging national and global policy issues, and prepare for the responsibilities ahead as the federal government intensifies implementation of the renewed Hope agenda. Okocha said Shettima remains deeply committed to the ideals of loyalty, duty and service that have defined his role in the administration, as well as to supporting the President's efforts to build a more secure, productive and prosperous Nigeria. The Vice President is expected to return to office at the end of the 2-week period and resume his official responsibilities on or around August 20, 2026. We're still watching the menus on ITV. Now I'll hand you over to our Benin Network studio where Lawrence is on. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charity. We'll begin here in our Benin studio telling you that the Edo State headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has displayed the particulars of candidates nominated by their political parties for the 2027 presidential, senatorial, and House of Representatives elections. Patience Osarogiwa, who visited the INEC headquarters along the Benin-Auchi Expressway in Benin City, the state capital, where the candidates' particulars were openly exhibited on the notice board for public scrutiny, brings us details.
According to the published list, 19 political parties have fielded presidential candidates, while 12 political parties are contesting the Senate seats and 13 are participating in the House of Representatives elections. For the presidential election, the APC has President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as its candidate with Kashim Shettima as running mate. The ADC submitted Atiku Abubakar as its presidential candidate with Rotimi Amechi as running mate, while the NDC has Peter Obi as its presidential candidate with former Kano State Governor Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso as its running mate. In Edo State, Senator Adams Oshomole is listed as the APC candidate in Edo North Senatorial District. The ADC has businessman and real estate developer Chief Aruna Abubakar, while the NDC has Mrs. Maria Osonje as its candidate. For Edo Central Senatorial District, the candidates on display include Joseph Ikpia of the APC, Mrs. Abeta Okonofo of the ADC, and John Yakubu of the NDC. In Edo South, Omoegi Ogbede Ihama is the APC candidate. Matthew Idwekeme represents the ADC, while Mrs. Osayuki Asemota is the NDC candidate. Speaking with ITV News crew, the Edo State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Mr. Obo Efenga, said the commission will publish the final list of candidates on September 12, 2026. He urged political parties and candidates to comply with the Electoral Act, the Constitution, and INEC guidelines.
We have only published the particulars as submitted by the various political parties. If people have any issues about them, they have to go to the court to raise what they want if they have the local standard to do that. After this period, there will be a time that INEC will now publish the final list of candidates for the election.
The display of candidates' particulars is part of INEC's commitment to transparency and gives the public the opportunity to scrutinize candidates. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
From Edo State, let's take you to Osun State, southwestern Nigeria, where the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Ukpebolo, has called on Edo indigenes residing in Osun State to vote for the All Progressives Congress APC's governorship candidate, Asiwaju Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji, popularly known as Ambo, in the forthcoming August 15 gubernatorial election in the state. Governor Ukpebolo made the appeal while addressing the party faithful at the APC campaign rally held at the party's secretariat in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. Oluwafemi Farayola brings us the details.
Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpebolo, described Asiwaju Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji as a visionary leader with the capacity to deliver quality infrastructure, improve education, and stimulate sustainable economic growth across the state. Speaking further, Governor Ukpebolo said the forthcoming election presents an opportunity for the people of Osun State to choose a government committed to progress and development. He urged voters to support a leader who would effectively harness the opportunities and resources being made available to states by the administration of President Bola Tinubu.
The time for us to call the progress into this state is now. Tell your papa, Ambo. When you get to your house, tell your mama, Ambo. The answer to insecurity of Osun State, Ambo is the answer.
Also addressing the rally, Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo appealed to the people of Osun State to vote overwhelmingly for the APC and its governorship candidate, noting that victory at the polls would further strengthen support for President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda.
Mr. President graciously approved the construction and establishment of international and cargo airport. As a people of Kogi State, we have no option. We have no reason not to appreciate Mr. President. And how do you appreciate him? Is by giving APC and AMBO your own vote come 15th of this month.
The campaign rally attracted APC leaders and supporters from Edo, Kogi, Ondo, and Osun states, who expressed confidence that the party would emerge victorious in the August 15 governorship election. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
The National Executive Economic Council, NEC, headed by the Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima, has commended Edo State for leading other states in infrastructural development in Nigeria. The commendation was given by a delegation of Implementation Monitoring Committee from the National Economic Council NEC Secretariat in Abuja, who are in Edo State for project monitoring and assessment. Deborah Ubefun has more.
Members of the NEC Implementation Monitoring Committee, led by the Deputy Team Lead, Busayo Awotude in Government House, to formally commend the state government after the team's visit to project sites across the state. Speaking on the committee's assessment on project implementation, Busayo Awotude said the team is impressed with the massive infrastructural development by the Governor Monday Ukpebolo-led government and scored Edo high on the execution of people-oriented projects in line with the council resolution and implementation.
You've seen the commitment of the state government towards improving the livelihood of the Edo people and also aligning with the resolution of the we are more than impressed. Go back to Abuja to say that the Edo state government is as committed and willing to commit to the development of the people of Edo.
Implementation monitoring team in its office on behalf of the state government, Deputy Governor Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa said the state government has so far done over 500 kilometers of roads across the state, investing in primary health care and other legacy projects within 2 years in office.
He is a transformational leader. The project that he has embarked on is evident. The governor of Edo State is working in all the three central districts. In area of infrastructure, we have done over 500 kilometers of roads in the three senatorial districts. In the health sector, Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo had completed 61 PAC Center.
For Budget and Economic Planning, Honorable Elizabeth Eboseli accompanied the NEC delegation to Government House. In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ugbefun, ITV News.
Let's take you back to Osun State again, southwestern Nigeria, where the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, has commended Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo for his humility and people-oriented style of leadership worthy of emulation. Oluwafemi Farayila reports that the monarch gave the commendation when Governor Okpebholo, accompanied by the Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo, paid him a courtesy visit at the Ooni's Palace in Ile-Ife, Osun State.
Welcoming Governor Okpebholo and Governor Ododo, the Ooni of Ife said their humility, simplicity, and close connection with the people distinguished them from many public office holders. The revered monarch noted that true leadership is rooted in humility and service, adding that both governors have demonstrated qualities capable of inspiring a new generation of leaders. He encouraged Governor Okpebholo to remain steadfast in his leadership approach, stressing that it is a reflection of his cherished Yoruba values of integrity, responsibility, and exemplary character.
I have very strong relationship with the two governors that are here, and I'm happy that you are in Osun, you are in Ife, the source of the entire Yoruba people. We are very happy and delighted to have the two governors with a very rare characteristics. I repeat, their characteristics are so rare amongst their peers.
Responding on behalf of the two governors, Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo said Governor Okpebholo requested that he convey their appreciation to the monarch. Governor Ododo thanked the Ooni of Ife for his consistent efforts in promoting peace and stability in Osun State and across Nigeria, noting that the visit was aimed at strengthening unity, fostering interstate cooperation, and supporting national cohesion.
Your Majesty, you are a role model to some of us that are watching you from afar, and we derive some of our energy and love for our people from your conduct, Your Majesty. We are here in Osun State for peace. We have come to preach peace for non-residents and the indigene of Osun State.
The courtesy visit underscores Governor Okpebholo's commitment to engaging traditional institutions as strategic partners in advancing peace, unity, and inclusive governance. Oluwafemi Farayila, ITV News.
Independent television, ITV and radio has been praised for its enduring contributions to the promotion and preservation of Edo music, as well as its consistent support for the artists whose talent helped to shape the state's entertainment industry. The commendation came when members of the Edo Music Elders Forum, led by its chairman, Prince Roland Igbenegye, popularly known as Akabaman, paid a courtesy visit to the management of independent television and radio at the station's corporate headquarters on Airport Road in Benin City. The visit was aimed at seeking the station's partnership and support for a musical concert planned to celebrate the lives and legacies of Edo music legends. Ofuri Aneto brings us more.
Speaking during the visit, Chairman of the Edo Music Elders Forum, Prince Roland Igbenegye, popularly known as Akabaman, alongside Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Comrade Nehizen Arase, said the proposed concert is intended to honor the pioneers of Edo music whose contributions laid the foundation for the state's rich musical heritage.
We are to celebrate our past musicians. So in doing that, we must carry you around. Person like Savito Waipo, Okosun, and most of them, they are among the list of the demands in some way to celebrate.
We know the role ITV has played as far as music is concerned. Ask our young musicians voluntarily come and perform any of these musicians' music live on the 28th.
Responding, the Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, described the initiative as timely and commendable, noting that recognizing the achievements of Edo music legends is vital to preserving the state cultural heritage. He assured the delegation of the station's support and commitment to giving the event adequate publicity.
It's a thing of honor to talk about our legends.
Now we want to celebrate those that are gone. And while in front of us are those that are alive. I'm surprised to hear that this is the mark of Ochikobe. So if we have this opportunity to give back, I don't see any reason why those of us in ITV will not support events of this nature.
Present at the meeting were the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, Director of Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogo, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Egosa Agbonlaho, and other members of the station's management team. From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
The recurring flooding across Edo State and the deteriorating condition of the Benin Siloko Okada Ogbese Highway took center stage on this week's edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria, independent television flagship public affairs program. Guests on the program examined the causes of the flooding, its impact on lives and properties, and also infrastructure, and proposed practical measures to address the challenges. Joy Egwasa tells us more.
Participants identified poor drainage maintenance, indiscriminate refuse disposal, and the obstruction of natural waterways through illegal developments as major factors responsible for the persistent flooding experience in many parts of the state. Traditional ruler and public affairs analyst His Royal Highness Alhaji Bako Dogo called on the Edo State Ministry of Environment and Sustainability to embark on the immediate desilting of blocked drains and gutters. He also advocated the provision of designated refuge collection points to discourage indiscriminate waste disposal.
We, the citizens, are also doing the right thing, because when it is raining, you see people now use it as a refuge bin.
Political analyst Omorogbe Ayewanfo said government has a duty to safeguard the lives and property of citizens, noting that years of inadequate investment in drainage infrastructure have compounded the flooding challenge.
The flooding situation of Edo has moved now to the main GRA. Our drainage system is government neglect over a long time.
Legal practitioner Barrister Patrick Isekwene stressed the need for stronger collaboration among the federal, state, and local governments, as well as residents, through the strict enforcement of environmental sanitation laws and regular maintenance of drainage channels.
Government should take it seriously. After that, then we, the masses, they come into play.
Residents of Upper Siloko and communities along the Igobazua Road renewed their appeal for urgent government intervention to tackle recurring floods and rehabilitate the Benin Siloko Okada Ogbese Highway, while stakeholders called for sustained investment in drainage infrastructure. From Benin, Joe Egwasa, ITV News.
Up next is our Lagos studio with Patricia.
Many thanks, Charity. And from Lagos, the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to completing the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway within the lifespan of President Bola Tinubu's administration, dismissing concerns that the project may terminate in Lagos. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, gave the assurance during an inspection tour of Section 4 of the highway project in Ondo State. Aigboje Hora tells us more on this.
Taking the on-the-spot assessment, Senator Umahi expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of work on the Ondo State axis of the project, noting that the progress recorded so far indicates that this could be completed ahead of schedule. The minister emphasized that the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway remains a strategic national infrastructure project designed to boost economic activities, improve connectivity, and open up coastal communities across several states. Responding to the recent comments credited to Senator Adams Oshomole, who reportedly urged the federal government to focus more on existing roads, Umahi explains that the Tinubu administration is constructing only 2 new major road projects, while most other road intervention across the country involve rehabilitation and reconstruction of existing highways.
My brother said that we should stop doing new roads. We are doing only 2 new roads, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Sokoto Badagry, super highway. And these projects are not just road projects, they are investments. Section 1 has been completed for 7.47 kilometers by 2, and it is under bidding now. People want to pay the entire cost of the project so that they can toll it.
Members of the National Assembly on oversight duty also inspected the project, stating that their visit was aimed at ensuring transparency and verifying that funds appropriated for the highway are being judiciously utilized. Community leaders from various parts of Ondo State, alongside Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, led by Moromi Ojodu, commended the project and highlighted its potential.
We are here to ensure that there is value for money, which is public money. And that is our primary duty as parliamentarians.
This road would open up a lot of economic opportunities for our people, the grassroots, and also open up villages to development.
Instead of taking like 7 hours from Lagos to this place, by December we'll take less than 2 hours to take place.
From Lagos, Aigbuji Horea, ITV News.
In another story, the Lagos State government says it has recorded an exclusive breastfeeding rate of 57.4%, surpassing the global target of 50%. As the state government renewed its commitment to strengthen proven interventions that improve infant nutrition and child survival during the 2026 World Breastfeeding Week celebration. Speaking during a press briefing in Alausa, the special advisor to the governor on health, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, said although the state had made significant progress in exclusive breastfeeding, greater efforts were needed to improve early initiation of breastfeeding, which currently stands at just 14%. Addressing journalists on the theme, Breastfeeding for a Sustainable State in Life, Straighten What Works, Dr. Ogunyemi described breastfeeding as one of the most effective child survival strategies, pointing out that breast milk remains the safest, most nutritious, and most affordable source of infant nutrition.
Well, thank you and appreciate you so much for staying with us on the news. The Governing Council of the Edo State College of Health Sciences and Technology has reaffirmed its commitment to repositioning the institution to produce highly skilled healthcare professionals capable of meeting the state's growing health needs. The commitment was made during the Council's inaugural meeting following its inauguration by the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Ukpebholo, where members deliberated on strategies to strengthen academic programs, improve infrastructure, and introduce innovative initiatives that will advance technical and health education in the state. Efusa Owangwe tells us more.
During the meeting, members of the council agreed that introducing fresh ideas and strategic reforms is essential to transforming the college into a leading center for middle-level healthcare training in Nigeria. Chairman of the Governing Council, Dr. Mrs. Imusili Ndoka, said the council is determined to build a future where Edo State becomes the foremost producer of competent healthcare professionals. She explained that the council's priorities include strengthening existing programs, introducing new courses to address manpower shortages in the health sector, and expanding opportunities for students.
Our vision is simple: to transform Edo State College of Health Science and Technology into one of the foremost college of health technology in the world, not just Africa. This vision is achievable. It requires commitment, it requires innovation, it requires teamwork, and that's why I'm happy today that the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and the principals of the school are here in this first meeting.
Earlier, the provost of the college, Dr. Moyo Kasim, briefed members of the council on the institution's operations. He said the college currently runs accredited programs across its schools, including environmental health technology, medical laboratory technology, health information management, pharmacy technology, and community health. Dr. Kasim noted that the institution, established in 1964, is one of the oldest health training colleges in Nigeria, currently has over 1,200 students enrolled in its national diploma and higher national diploma programs.
All of our programs on campus are accredited. So we're now offering ND and HND only in the college. We've been charged to make sure that we make this college the best in the world. And that's what we promise His Excellency, to make sure that success is going to be our motto.
Council assured the public of its commitment to sustaining academic excellence, maintaining accreditation standards, and equipping graduates with the knowledge and practical skills required to strengthen healthcare delivery in Edo State and beyond. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has reaffirmed its commitment to rewarding academic excellence as a way of encouraging young people to strive for success. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, demonstrated this commitment by presenting a cash award of 1 million naira to Master Daniel Osagiobare, an indigene of Edo, who emerged as the 4th best candidate nationwide in the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME, scoring 368 to become the highest scorer in the South-South region. Presenting the reward at the Government House in Benin City, the Deputy Governor described Daniel's achievement as a source of pride to Edo State, saying it reflects the immense potential of Edo State's youths when given the right support and opportunities. He noted that the Senator Monday Ukpewolu's led administration remains committed to investing in quality education, nurturing exceptional talents, and inspiring more students to pursue academic excellence. The beneficiary, Daniel Osagiobare, and his father, Christopher Osagiobare, thanked the Edo State government for the recognition, describing the reward as a great motivation to remain focused on his academic goals, while his father expressed appreciation, saying the gesture would inspire many other young Nigerians to excel in their studies. It was a solemn and uplifting atmosphere as family members, church leaders, friends, and well-wishers gathered to commemorate the first remembrance of the founder of the Rema Spring Church, late Reverend Jegede Tex Franklin. Ivie Ugbo reports that the revered clergyman was remembered for his unwavering commitment to God's work and impact on countless lives. The report is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
The memorial service was filled with heartfelt tributes, prayers, and reflections on the life and times of late Reverend Jegede Tex Franklin. Bishop Dixon Ubahon of Church of God Mission International delivered the sermon, encouraging the congregation to remain steadfast in their faith while reflecting on the life and legacy of late Reverend Franklin.
So it's Dr. Franklin who has finished, but the vision continues.
In an interview, Reverend Violent Franklin eulogized her late husband as a caring father and a dedicated servant of God. She said she will always treasure the moments they shared together throughout their years of marriage and in the vineyard of God. Children of the deceased described their late father as a quintessential companion and devoted servant of God. They said they missed him dearly and will continue to uphold the values and legacy he left behind.
There are times we just take me in the car and we'll stroll out. We're looking at houses, big houses, and say, when you look at all these things, tomorrow, all these things will be small things before us.
I really missed my dad.
He just made everybody's life brighter, made everybody's life better.
Pastor Phil Aroje, in his tribute, extolled late Reverend Jegede Franklin as a devoted servant of God whose life and ministry impacted many. Some members of Rema Springs Church described the deceased as a humble servant of God, a visionary leader, and a mentor whose teachings continue to inspire them.
Reverend Dr. J.T. Franklin can be described as someone who came, he saw, and he conquered. He did his best while he was on earth here.
Small, big, mighty, he mingles with everyone.
Words are not enough to express the impact he had in us.
The remembrance service concluded with family, friends, and church members lighting candles and laying flowers in honor of late Reverend Jegede Franklin. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Elders and residents of Igwoshodin Ikbimaba community in Edo State have renewed their commitment to peace, unity, and sustainable development, declaring that anyone found responsible for disrupting the peace of the community would face the consequences of the traditional Ailala oath. The declaration was made during a peace oath ceremony aimed at ending the lingering dispute and fostering harmony within the community. Esther Ogoro brings us details.
Community elders explained that Igoshodin Nikpema is a peaceful community under the authority of the Oba of Benin, stressing that the traditional rite was performed to invoke the Ayelala deity against anyone working against the peace, unity and progress of the area.
Ebona eke ne no maije no na doto bigoso di nigbema ba ne wahia ade ofurero ne wa den wado ti dole oto wa we do abolo wayo alawoda oni magwalo.
Speaking at the ceremony, the Okagele of the community, Kenneth Omorogbe, described the Ayelala oath as a respected traditional process for establishing innocence and ensuring accountability among those accused of undermining the community's peace. He called on sons and daughters of the community, both at home and in diaspora, as well as prospective investors and land developers, to partner with the community in driving development. He also dismissed allegations that members of the community assaulted the Ojonwe, describing the claim as unfounded.
No we ekone we manade manado tie boyo idola sefe na ya hame iwe we ma ya fefefe keniro wa kenorisi ne ya adiowa we ma ya fure.
The community leaders expressed optimism that the peace oath ceremony will bring an end to the lingering disagreements, strengthening unity among residents and create a peaceful environment that will attract investment and accelerate development in the Igoshodin Nikpema community. From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
A Benin-based entrepreneur, Mr. Christopher Obasi, has taken possession of his landed property measuring 1,000 by 1,000 feet at Obagi-Nebusa community in Ikpobaoka local government area of the state, following the execution of a court judgment in his favor. The enforcement exercise was carried out by the Edo State Chief Belief in the presence of the security personnel and counsels to the successful claimant. Efusa Wangwe reports.
Officials of the Edo State Judiciary, led by the Chief Bailiff, arrived at the property to enforce the court's judgment and formally hand over possession to the claimant. Speaking during the exercise, the Chief Bailiff, Mr. Theophilus, said the enforcement was carried out in compliance with a valid court order, explaining that his responsibility was to ensure that the judgment was executed in accordance with the law.
We have executed perfectly the 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet, and we have handed possession to the judgment creditor in the presence of police officers from the state command, the judgment creditor council in Obagi-Nebusa, Ikpobaoka local government, as registered at number 38 at page 1 in volume 2 of the certificate of occupancy.
Counsel to the claimant, Ibrahim of Diawe Esquire, said the court had determined the matter in favor of his client and that the execution process became necessary to enable the successful claimant take lawful possession of the property. He noted that the exercise was conducted peacefully with the support of the Chief Bailiff and security personnel.
What you have seen clearly is practical handing over, as it were, executing the judgment of the court by the bailiff of court, led by the Chief Bailiff. We are happy that it's been a long walk, but today the property itself the execution have not only been levied, as it were, but it has been handed over to the claimant as the rightful owner. We discovered a couple of persons, notwithstanding several notices, knowledge of the fact that the matters were in court, they maintain grave silence without care. They've been building. Unfortunately, we have done what we need to do this morning, and we'll take it up from there.
With the completion of the enforcement process, Mr. Christopher Obasi has formally taken possession of the property, bringing the execution of the court judgment to its conclusion. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Natives of Ekoabetu community along the Benin-Akure Road in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State have announced the dissolution of the leadership committee and the community alleging poor leadership and lack of development. They made the announcement during a peaceful protest to the Communications Complex of Independent Television, ITV, and Radio in Iguosa. Esther Ogoro brings details.
Natives of Ekwabetu chanting songs to express their grievances against alleged oppression in the community. Spokesperson for the protesters, who is the newly elected youth chairman Okaigele Elvis Enoragbo, alleged that the former chairman invited the police to disrupt the transition process and appeal to the relevant authorities to intervene, ensure peace and support the community's decision.
We now see that there's no progress, we don't have social amenities. There's no market, there is no school, no good road, no healthcare center, no town hall. So when I say, okay, there's need for a change. So the elders and the youth now make an agreement that we need a change. So it has been dissolved for 2 weeks now. So today now, they now elected me out as the next youth leader.
Other natives, including Ayeni Felix and Florence Obare, alleged that the decision to remove the former executive followed years of poor leadership, lack of development, and unaccounted proceeds from land sales. They appeal to the state government and security agencies to intervene and respect the community's decision.
We now choose to make one other youth that can take up our youth property.
They don't carry a command now. He say one arrest Edda went there for village. He go carry police today. He don't agree. Say one command. He don't want command. He say one go arrest. So now we call announce. Make it command. We don't want time again. I beg.
Community members called on the Edo State government and security agencies to recognize the newly constituted leadership and ensure that peace and order are maintained in the community. From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
Natives of Ikweniro community in Ikpobalka local government area of Edo State have disassociated themselves from the sale of government land in the community. The natives spoke during a visit by officials of the Edo GIS and the Committee on Protection of Government Property, alleging that estate land developers TWIC has been responsible for the sales. The report is presented by Ehis Uhonamure.
The spokesperson for the Ikweniro community, Peter Onarino, said they were surprised when Edo GIS and members of the Edo State Protection of Government Property stormed the village and accused them of illegal sales of land. Onarino said they are law-abiding natives of Ikweniro community and do not engage in illegalities. He maintained that for some time now, it is only the estate land developer, TWEC, owned by one Jerry Kashala and his cronies, that have been selling land in the community and not the indigenes.
The thing we hear everywhere say we Ikweniro people we sell land for Ikwen. That land when they talk they go everywhere. Not be we the sell them, we not get half for it. The elders, the youth, nobody get half for that land. Person when he dey sell am, na him be Jerry Kashala, the director of TWEC Estate. Himself and Ohengie, na dem dey gather dey sell am.
Reacting to the allegation, the CEO of TWEC Estate Developer, Mr. Jerry Kashala, said there was no truth in whatever the community natives are saying. He denied any involvement in illegal sales of land.
The document you used to check that it's not a government land, everything is there. It's not a government land, please.
From Benin, Ehis Ohunamuri, ITV News.
Let's stay on to the ITV main news, broadcasting live on independent television. We'll take a short breather to bring you more reports shortly to stay. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Moving on, the West African Examinations Council, WAEC, says 61.54% of the candidates who sat for the 2026 West African Senior School Certificate Examination for school candidates secured
5 credit and above, including English language and mathematics, leaving 38.46% unable to meet the benchmark. The head of the Nigerian National Office of WAEC, Dr. Amos Dangot, announced this during a press briefing at the council's headquarters in Yaba, Lagos State, where he released the result of the 2026 computer-based WAEC for the school's candidates. The WAEC boss disclosed that 1,959,668 candidates from 24,207 schools registered for the examination, while 1,950,726 candidates eventually sat for the test conducted between April 24th and June 19th, 2026. According to him, 1,834,695 candidates, representing 94.05% of those who sat for the examination, had their results fully processed and released, while the result of 116,031 candidates, representing 5.95%, were still being processed due to unresolved issues. He assured that efforts were ongoing to conclude the processing and release of the outstanding results within a few days. Dangot said that the affected candidates would not be able to assess their results until the defaulting state government paid their debt to the council. He further said that 1,200,514 candidates, representing 61.54% of those who sat for the examination, obtained credits in at least 5 subjects, including English language and mathematics, noting that the performance represented 1.42% decline compared to the 2025 examination. Talking business news, Nigeria's upstream oil and gas sector is projected to attract between $30 billion and $50 billion in fresh offshore investment over the next 5 years as the country moves to unlock new production capacity through 22 major offshore projects. The Commission said that the anticipated investment is expected between 2026 and 2030 and would not only increase crude oil production but also create thousands of jobs, expand critical infrastructures, and strengthen Nigeria's energy security. The Commission Chief Executive Officer of the NUPROC, Oishemeiwa Eyeson, disclosed this in a keynote address delivered on her behalf by the Executive Commissioner for Development and Production, Enorese Amadasun, at the Society of Petroleum Engineers, SPE, Nigeria's annual international conference and exhibition. According to the Commission, the growing pipeline of offshore projects reflects improving investors' confidence in Nigeria's following reforms introduced under the Petroleum Industry Act PIA 2021 and the Commission's drive to make licensing and project approval more transparent. On entertainment scene, where Rihanna's partner A&AP Rocky says that the Barbadian singer, songwriter and businesswoman and actress could be set to break a decade-long album hiatus. The rapper said on the Jason Lee podcast on Wednesday that Rihanna is in the studio right now. The singer and beauty mogul from Barbados, whose real name is Roblyn Fenty, has not released a full album since 2016 Anti. In February last year, Rihanna said she felt really optimistic about a new album. She also added that she cannot put up anything mediocre, stressing after waiting 8 years, you might as well wait for some more. Since her last album, Rihanna has released singles, including some linked to film projects, including 2022's Lift Me Up for Black Panthers and Wakanda Forever. She has also launched multiple businesses, including her popular makeup range, Fenty Beauty, and a lingerie company. 38-year-old net worth has been estimated by Forbes at over $1 billion. And to more in the exciting world of sports, let's join our sport correspondent Solomon Aina from our sport desk to give us more updates in the world of sports.
On sport news, defending champions Nigerian Flying Eagle will take on Burkina Faso in the finals of the WAFU Under-20 Championship. The showdown will be a rematch of their Group B meeting where the Young Stallions secured a 2-0 victory over the Flying Eagles. Nigeria booked their place in the final after defeating host Cote d'Ivoire 4-2 on penalties, following a thrilling 2-2 draw after extra time. Burkina Faso meanwhile advanced with a 2-0 extra time win over Niger Republic in their other semi-final. The champions will qualify for the 2027 Under-20 African Cup of Nations. Abu Mekeba's side are aiming to win the regional title for a third consecutive time, having lifted the trophy in the last 2 editions. Golden Eaglet head coach Uwajemori Ebuberise has called up a total of 62 players to camp as the team commenced its screening and training program ahead of this year's WAFU B Under-17 Championship. The list is made up of 5 goalkeepers, 18 defender, 20 midfielder, and 19 forward. The players have been advised to report to camp in Abuja as Ebuberise and his assistant Kali Mohamed Kachala and Abdullahi Isa begin the task of building another world champion squad, with Nigeria having won the global title 5 times in the past. This year's WAFU B Under-17 Championship will take place in the month of October. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aino.
And it's been a great time on the ITV main news for tonight. On behalf of my colleagues, Charity Tanko in Abuja and Patricia Gibbros in Lagos, I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for being a part of the news. Do have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the live studio of Independent Television, right here, Communication Complex, Oloko Ibosa. I must tell you that today's program on 60 Minutes is one that is of relevance to all residents of Edo State, and is a must-watch. You need to be seated and enjoy what my guests will profile as a solution to this problem. My name is Erusa Agbolao. We are looking at two topics today, but they are related. One is on the issue of flooding in Edo State, flood waters creating a menace, creating problems, affecting socioeconomic activities. And I must tell you that these problems is one that has also given cause for concern. Well, to join me to the discussion today, I have very distinguished and respected Nigerians. His Royal Highness Bako Dogo is a traditional ruler. He is also a man that has made his mark in different fields of human endeavor. His Royal Highness Bako Dogo, you are welcome to today's program.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Asato.
Okay, we also have with us a very, very distinguished politician. He understands the political terrain very well. Omo Ogbe Ayenwafo. Nice to have you with us today.
Thank you, Erusa, for having me once again on your program.
Thank you. Well, before we commence the discussion, like I told you, we're going to have two segments, but they are related. Okay, we'll just take a brief break now, and when we come back, we'll start the discussion proper.
It's time to talk. It's time to think. ITVN Radio Special Events Committee presents the 2026 ITVN Radio Pre-Independence Anniversary Public Lecture. Topic: The Nigerian Dream, Still Valid or Dead on Arrival? Sub-theme: From Ballot to Better Life. What should 2027 actually deliver? And our guest speaker is none other than Femi Falana, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, SAN, a distinguished legal practitioner, leading advocate for human rights and international humanitarian law. Special guest of honor, Honorable Michael Ogbomo Ernest, aka German Man, NDC candidate for Orion-Wanuhode Federal Constituency for better representation, a servant leader with proven capacity to deliver, a global icon, network to the international community to change the narratives. Honorable Ekundayo Poma, ADC candidate, Igwe Federal Constituency, House of Representatives, a voice for the people with a people-first approach to deliver dividends of good governance. Date: Wednesday, 30th September 2026. Time: 10 a.m. prompt. Come, let's interrogate our future. Come, let's shape 2027. For sponsorship and partnership, please call 0806 422 6638 or 0902 901 1512. ITVN Radio 2026 Pre-Independence Anniversary Public Lecture. Shaping Conversations, Shaping Nigeria.
Admissions are currently ongoing at Nigeria's premier private university, Ibadan University Okada. At Ibadan University Okada, we deliver world-class education in a highly conducive global environment, inspiring a culture of creativity and innovative experience. We are the vanguard of digital literacy. Enroll to study in any of Ibadan University's colleges of learning: College of Arts and Social Sciences, the College of Business and Management Studies, College of Engineering, College of Health Sciences, College of Natural and Applied Sciences. At Ibadan University Okada, students enjoy international exchange programs which take them beyond the shores of Nigeria annually to attend summer classes in partner universities in the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, and Asia. Candidates are to complete and submit application forms online on the website www.iuokada.edu.ng. Our hotlines 0703-292-4219. Ibadan University, Nigeria's premier and leading private university.
Okay, it's always a delight to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. Today's program, we're looking at the menace created by flood in different parts of Edo State. Later tonight, we'll be having a report, even in our news, from Edo North, what heavy rainfall has, how it has affected farmers in Edo North. It has affected their crops. That's to tell you that this part of the world, or this part of Africa, is a country that will normally experience heavy rainfall. And so it means the federal government, the state government, the local government must prepare adequately to contain the menace of flooding. Flood will surely come after heavy rainfall. But if you do not control it, then there's a problem. Let's just take this report now. Let's see what flood did recently in different parts of Benin City. Our reporter was there to capture it.
Heavy rainfall has once again left a trail of destruction across parts of Benin City, with homes, filling stations, and business premises inundated by flood waters. A visit to the affected areas revealed drainage channels clogged with sand deposits, refuse, and overgrown weeds, restricting free flow of water storm and causing water to overflow into surrounding properties. Residents whose homes and businesses were affected lamented the loss of valuable property and the disruption of their daily economic activities. They appealed to Edo State government to immediately embark on the deseating of drains, channels, and clear all identified blockages to prevent a reoccurrence as the rainy season intensifies.
The problem is that the gutter has filled up. Government need to help us because we are suffering.
I've been here for the past 4 years now. I have not experienced it before. It was seriously devastating. All my materials, my documents, my system, my computers, everything was submerged in the water.
I was able to raise some of my things up before it gets to the counter.
Once rain fall, even station cannot save well. Motor not fit enter our shop to do. The erosion is too much for here.
The residents also advocated the establishment of an environmental task force to ensure routine maintenance of drainage infrastructure and enforce compliance with proper waste disposal practices.
Any small rain wey just fall now, we no go get peace. Now so we go stand for inside rain or inside water until both people wey dey throw away dirty, both shit and everything. Now so we go dey inside until e go dry. E no be like this before. The sand don overfull and the erosion dey pass sand come. Now so they carry am down to barrack side.
The residents maintained that regular desilting of drains, improved environmental sanitation and stricter monitoring of waste disposal remain critical to tackling reoccurring flooding menace. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Okay, nice to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. I hope you were able to follow that report by one of our very senior reporters, Patience Osaugiwa. It captured the menace of flood in different parts of Benin City, but our focus on that day was Siloko Road. You could see the problem right there at Siloko Road. The side drains created by the state government, taken over by weed, taken over, by grasses, and then filled with sand. So we are calling on the Ministry of Environment. Ministry of Environment need to go to Siloko Road and remove the sand from the drains so that whenever there is heavy rainfall, water will have its own channel. There's a local language that says water must find a level. It's a language in local palace. Once there's rainfall, water must find a way out. If you need to enter people's houses to enter, you saw that filling station there. Water has taken over that place. That means the workers there may not be paid because the filling station there cannot even sell, cannot dispense, because of flood. You saw the other man operating a shop close by. He said his computers, that's a business center, trouble. So if he has workers surely they're in trouble. So that's the economic loss of flood. And on this program, I go to provide solution, because this flood menace is something that can easily be handled. But I want to believe that officials of Ministry of Environment and Sustainability Edo State will surely rise up and move straight to Siloko Road and remove the sand from the drains, remove the grasses as well, so that whenever there is rainfall, then the water can move. But we get our very first reaction from His Royal Highness Bako Dogo. I know you were disturbed when you watched that video and saw the volume of water. You know, even that filling station was taken over by water, so they cannot sell. They are in trouble. Look at the business center. Look at the petty traders. Look at that woman complaining that she had to quickly lift up her things. You know, this is very unacceptable.
Yes. First of all, I want to find out, do we still have Ministry of Environment?
Yeah, we have Ministry of Environment and Sustainability. I'm
not seeing what they are doing, because I remember 5 or 4 years ago, yes, during the Shumole time, Ministry of Environment was very powerful in Edo. But right now, I don't see anyone what they are doing right now. And the drainages, the gutters within Benin, nobody is attending to it. With the kind of rain that is going on now, I see that it's supposed to be every two months. They should employ people that will be on it, or have something that will be taking away the drain. Let me tell you, if you remember, in 1974, we have underground drainage that is connected around the Benin, underground drainages that's connected around Benin. Any water that drops there goes direct to the Poba River. Although we, the citizens, are also doing the right thing, because when it is raining, you see people now use it as a refuge bin, carrying refuse, everything pouring inside the gutter. So I think the government should be up and doing by way of, you should not wait until it rains. We should start doing something. If it's something that you want to employ people to be evacuating the gutter all the time, because rain, flood does not give sign. You can see right now how flood are taking over the river, and the river is overflowing. Farmers are suffering, which is by primary constituency. Yes. They are suffering right now. So I expected the government, not of people to be running after the governor. When the governor is going, you see almost about 100 cars following the governor. I don't know what they are following for. They should, if you are in the Ministry of Environment, stay in the environment, be doing your work in the environment. You see works, everybody, if the Ministry of, if the government is going to expect road, let the people in the Ministry of Works follow him. But everybody, every commissioner, every permanent secretary want to be with the governor, so that people will be seeing them moving around. No! We should, at this time, because if you look at it, Benin is expanding every day. Although many people have also encroached on moats, Benin is supposed to be a place whereby that's not supposed to be single erosion. Some people have encroached on moat and build on it. They say it will not fall. Local will say every day. But the government could have woke up and say, sometimes we see the government will say, okay, we have come to this place you have built is a moat. After that, nothing happened. When settlement come, nothing happened. The person still put the house on moat. I think this time we should wake up as well. Because look at the flood right now. Look at the way it's ravaging everywhere. People are suffering. The other time in my area, flood entered an old man's house. A very old man, if not God has saved that man, I think by this time that man will no longer be alive. We should also, we citizens will also be careful. Have a rough, if you watch right now, most of the problem is not only citizens, the government as well. If you go to other areas, there are designated refuge bin area that is not far from each other. But at those states, you will see one here, you want to see one and another one in far away. There should be a place you designate as a refuge where you put your refuse, so that with that people will not be taking it and now dumping it in the car. Look at the gutter right now.
Yes,
it's taken over by wind.
Yes, and you see sand. The gutter is filled up.
Are we growing tomatoes in the gutter, or are we growing pepper in the gutter? Why must gutter have grasses? That is what I am saying. Those who are in the ministry that is in charge of
environment is in charge of flooding.
If there is no money, the government should allocate money to them. The government should allocate.
But they've not complained. They've not complained that they don't have money.
They may not be complaining, because we outside we will see it and we complain for them. If there's no money, then the government should complain to get money for them. Let them be up and doing within the Benin vicinity and outside Benin vicinity. Because it's not only Benin, but Benin, as it was designed in those days, a place that is surrounded by moat. A place that is surrounded by moat not supposed to have a single flood. But the moat that is the beauty of the Benin is no longer there because many people have encroached on the moat and nothing is being done about it.
Okay, thank you very much. His Royal Highness Bakodo. We'll come back to you. But let's get the thoughts of another very reputable man that knows the grassroots very well. He knows the grassroots very well. I know what I'm talking about. I want for Morogbe. What's your take on this?
First of all, on the issue of flooding, what is actually the meaning of the word flood?
Okay.
Flood is a collection of waters.
Yes.
That is covering a dry land, you know, and in most cases, it has an adverse effect on daily activities,
yes,
like agriculture, transportation, and even personal movement. If you look at the real situation of this Edo state, or our state, our dear state, taking into cognizance of your Northeast,
okay,
part of your Northeast.
Okay, that's the local road. Is Ego. That's Ego area just now.
Bazua,
okay,
and to Ogbese and
yeah, we'll talk about that one later.
To Okada and all the rest. I wouldn't want to go far. 2-3 kilometers from here, there is this river we now call River Megon. I live on the right side of that river. We call it that river now.
Is it opposite S&T?
Opposite S&T.
At Selubowo?
Oh, yes.
Opposite S&T. Okay.
Yeah. Just before main gate, if you are coming from Oluku, and after main gate, if you are coming from New Benin, you know, the truth of the matter is that over a very long time, government has actually not done so well as regards what affects the common man. Because the primary responsibility of any responsible government is to provide security and the welfare of the ordinary man. Because in the first place, if you look at those, the bourgeois, the politicians, the big men, most of them might not have been affected by this flooding and all that because they don't live in some of these areas. But fortunately or unfortunately for them now, the flooding situation of Edo has moved now to the main GRA. It's fetching them now, and I laugh over it because when you are feeding a monster, be very careful because that monster you are feeding might get at you when the time comes. On the issue of what has actually happened to our drainage system is government neglect over a long time. I'm not talking about the fact that I'm not talking about the present government. Our Royal Highness mentioned the issue of the Ministry of Environment should step up, should wake up and all that. Does it actually end there? As far as I'm concerned, we have representatives from these areas in the different houses of assembly. We have a member representing this area in the House of Rep, and we have senators representing these areas in the senatorial district. What are all these people actually doing? Because it will be an understatement to just put blame on the ministry, to say the ministry of the commissioner should swing into action and all that and all that. It is not everything most times that the commissioner or even the governor will get to know of. That is why we have representatives in some of these arms of government to push forward what actually is affecting their people. Because it is unfortunate that most times when we are choosing our representative in the House of Assembly, in the House of Rep, and even in the Senate, we look at who is richer, who is finer, is the person from a very reputable family and all that. We have not actually gone down to look at people that can actually push our yearnings. What prevents the House of Assembly member in these areas to legislate or to push in the House of Assembly on, because sometimes when things are not law, they brush it aside in government. Push that such and such area should be addressed, you know, but because of the fact that the kind of government we are now operating in this country, the executive is so powerful nowadays. We now have a rubber stamp representative at different houses of assembly. Because in the first place, if you look at the Siloko side you are talking about, we have somebody in the House of Assembly there. And most times I look at or I follow up their proceedings in our House of Assembly. I've never seen one of them draw the attention of the executive or even the leadership of the House of Assembly to say, look at what is happening to our people. Because we are thinking that because we are a little bit fortunate to be on the other side today, water will always get to you. Water will always get to you.
Yes.
We, on the other side of a river, Medona,
that's the flood.
The flood.
Opposite S&T. So that our people can fully understand and situate what you are talking about.
If you go to that area now, there's a filling station at that junction. That's my junction.
Okay.
Street. I live down that road. At that filling station, I can tell you for free, they've not been able to sell up to 10,000 naira since morning. That is just about 7 or 8 liters since morning. There's another bar there, and Mego is a guest house and all that. Businesses around that place are just shut down. They sell wood around there too. You find out that people goes to work in that area and just sit at the end of the day. In the evening, they go back. We're talking about the issue of insecurity and all that. These are things that can push and increase insecurity. Because you cannot go to work with about 1,000, 2,000 naira transport. You go back home without nothing. Well, you understand? No sales. You have your products there. Nobody comes to buy because of the river or the flood around your doorstep.
Thank you.
So initially or finally, in my opening, we should look at those representing people in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to you, but we'll take a brief break now to enable us to introduce our third guest. Is already in the studio, a very reputable legal practitioner, talking about Barrister Patrick Isekwene. But that will be after this break.
Igbinedion College of Health Technology, Benin City announces admission into its college for the 2026-2027 academic session. The schools are School of Community Health and School of Pharmacy Technician. The courses are for the duration of 2 or 3 years, leading to the awards of National Diploma in Community Health, Certificate in Community Health, and Certificate in Pharmacy Technician. Requirements: applicants should possess a minimum of 5.
Nice to have you back. Like I told you, it's not just to talk about the problem. We are going to suggest possible solution to the problem of flooding in Edo State. Just joining us is Barrister Patrick Isekwene, a notary public, and is one man that knows the law. Well, Barrister Patrick, you saw the clip of flooding in Edo State. Siloko Road flooded. The drains filled up with sand, taken over by grasses, and this under the purview of the Ministry of Environment. And we believe that government through that ministry can remove the sand from the side drains, clear the grasses so that water can flow. What's your take on that?
I think I agree with you 100%. And the issue of flooding should not be treated with levity. As far as I'm concerned, I think I was driving through somewhere. Even though during the deed, it made very big, but today, sand have taken over it, almost covering. So what I'm trying to say is that the government should declare state of emergency, the governor, over issue of flooding. Flooding is known to everybody, everywhere. And you have 2 types of disasters that you must be cautious, meticulous when handling them. The issue of fire and the issue of water. They can do and undo. Particularly water, when they flow, it can bring that building, can bring that a lot of things. When rain falls like this, people are worried. It takes the grace of God for you to survive your own building. and the environment can be taken down.
Yeah.
So you understand me? So issue of law should be, everybody should be a stakeholder. Nobody should not let us to government. Yes, government should first of all perform their responsibility, because the welfare of the people is paramount to government.
Yeah.
As created by our constitution under section 14. It is the duty of the government for issue of the welfare of the people. Government should take it serious. After that, then we, the masses, they come into play. Corporate bodies, local government, they are part of the state government. Everybody should play a role. Everybody should play a role. Now, I'm looking at the issue of the solution than to, because we are aware of.
Yeah, we are moving to that now, so just go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I'm a view divergent when my highly respected chief in the left-hand side here, highly respected, man, respected so much.
Yes.
Talk about putting the government, those when government is encouraged, the environment and the permanent, they are with him. No, sir, they should be with him. Government should declare some emergency is moving. Oh, where's the commissioner for environment? Where's the commissioner for works? They should be with me. So all those passports should be seen by him and taking notes. Taking note as he's there, giving all that. He'll be commanding them. Oh, you take note, take note, take note, take note, take note, take note. Because they are there with him. They are there. They'll take note. At the end of the day, I would expect the government that they should give a report back to him within 4 days. If it's more 4 days, 5 days, you get their report. And make sure those places are visited to make sure those works are carried out. Because after the man gives report, visit him, they cannot tell him their problem, the cost, what do we need to fix those areas we just visited. Not just visit. At the end of the day, no action. So the blood should be matched with the way what they are seeing on ground. The government should follow it with all force.
Okay, I will interject now, Mr. Patrick Isekwene. We keep talking about state government, we'll be talking about Minister of Environment. What's a local government?
No.
What's the local government doing? We saw the footage of that local road. We saw the drains taken over by grass, filled with sand. Can local government take excavator there, remove the sand? Must be the only Minister of Environment. What the local government doing?
Let me come in here.
Yes.
Sorry, sir.
I'm still
okay.
I mentioned local government. So help the all stakeholders.
Yes.
I don't accept local government. Everybody should outside. They also need involved. They have a role to play. Government also mandate them. The local government put them into tight corner. Make sure your area is taken care of. I'm coming to visit. I'm coming to this. Mandate them. Not only the government, don't know ask for assembly. They have oversight function to perform. Make sure they are from various constituencies. Put them under pressure. Let everybody be involved, not just the state government, the local government, corporate bodies around there. They should, if all are involved, and mostly the governor, is to chairman it to overhead the OT. It will be lesser. We will get results.
Thank you very much. Let's get the thought of Awan for you about talking. Now, the people too have a role to play. Local government have a role to play. Just look at that Siloko road. Just remove the sand from the drains. Then whenever there is rainfall, the flood will flow to designated areas. Look at what is happening to the people there. So Siloko road is very paramount. It's a major area in Benin. And look at how flood has, ravaged that area.
Like you have actually said to add to what Barrister said earlier, actually the local government, I'm a trained local government manager from University of Benin.
Okay.
It pained me to my bone marrow to see the local government system not working in this country, because actually that is where the action is supposed to be seen, because they are the arm of government that is closer to the people. You cannot expect the governor of this state now to know that there's river Megon, or in my street there's a pothole in my street. But we have a councillor.
Whenever you talk about that river Megon, say opposite S&T. So I don't know the flood has taken one part of the road, of the highway, the expressway. Yes, one part is taken over by a flood.
And we have a very established entity there, the military base there. Unibe is just a few meters away and all that. So like I was saying earlier, we have a councillor representing this ward. What is the councillor doing? Because most times, politics is local. Let's talk about the issue of the local, because we're talking about local problem now, flooding. It's local.
Yeah.
If we want to even have to blame one or two persons, we should exempt the governor at this point. There are people closer to that menace to that problem, that sees that problem every day, what are those people doing? That is my concern, because in the first place, if anything happens in my street now, insecurity or whatever, you see somebody going on air and all that, blaming the president. There's no whatever. you understand? The president of this country.
Well, you have a councillor representing that ward.
You have a local government chairman. You have somebody House of Assembly. So that is where the problem lies in this country, because we are actually missed it from the beginning.
And you know the biggest problem. Immediately we started talking about Ministry of Environment, and they'll be happy to say they are not talking about local government. They didn't know we'll come and talk about them. It's not only ministry, local government, residents. What are residents that put refuse in the drains?
The councillor from that ward.
Yes.
What is he doing? What is he pushing when they go to Okada? Do they just go to Okada and they share envelope and they come back to Benin? Until we start telling each other the truth in this country, we'll continue to come here, we'll talk, we'll leave our talk on this table. Next year, we'll talk about flood. The other year, we'll talk about flood. We'll get old, we'll die away. Our children will continue. You understand? My wife used to say, these things you people say, where do you leave your talk? Most times, we leave it on the table. Because we have not been able to sit down and look at it.
No, but we expect government officials, they are watching this program, to do the needful.
Yes, because at the end of the day, we must look at the grassroots. If you go, you know Megan, sorry, you know Agen,
yes,
the roofing sheets.
Yes.
If you go down the Omore Road, just go down.
That's the road by the side.
Yes, go down the Omore Road. Because me, I won't give example from what is happening in Ikeja or what is happening in Kafachan.
Yes.
My own locality. You
yes.
understand? Go down that road, go down and see what gully erosion is doing there.
You don't mean it.
In fact, it is beyond the state government. It started by way of this water collecting from house to house,
and nothing was done.
Street and all that. Houses are falling inside already.
That's ecological problem now.
You understand?
Yes.
And as we speak, the present local government chairman of this local government resides in that locality. What is he doing about it? If you talk, they say because you don't belong to their party. It is not like that. The people are supposed to be the mirror. They look at what you are not doing as government, draw your attention to it. But in this part of the world, if you say it, they say you are an opposition and all those stuff. And democracy actually strives well when there's a vibrant opposition.
I agree with you. Let's also get the thought of Bakodogo. Yes, solution now.
You see, let us be frank.
Yes.
I said just now, the governor, people followed him, different people.
Entourage.
Are they not seeing it? Are they not there? I also want to commend the governor, the same fraud that almost take off Ute. That gully that was here today, yes. I think Ute is now a small order for us. I give the governor kudos. I am not in opposition.
Yes.
Any government that comes is my government. Of course. You see, go to government house.
Yes.
When the governor is going to the office or living his house, it don't pass. There's a river by the
golf course.
Golf course there.
Yes. I drove through there and I was scared that my vehicle could be affected.
Pass there. They will take him to pass the other golf road, and if he's coming from his gate, he passed through Isama's house. There's no fraud there. Are they not saying that? Let's all be frank to ourselves. That is the government house. People are there. Let them first of all manage that. If rain fall, if there is rain, the golfers' field is now a place of collection of water. You understand me? So the issue.
And the GRO is supposed to be government reservation. It's supposed to be well taken care of.
I think now there is no more GRO. There is no more GRO in Edo State. The people who we live in Ute area, Ute have now become a GRA because we're living in the village before. Now we are now the one in the town.
Because you now have a third road.
Yeah, we now have a smooth road, tar road.
Yes.
I want to commend the governor. Even my personal road, HRO, his back on JP Street, is doing it right now. I give you kudos for that.
Yes.
That the governor should not be listening to sycophants. The sycophants surrounding the governor are too much.
They're too much.
Let's not be frank to ourselves. It's not very,
no, His Royal Highness,
yes.
Permit me to interject.
Yes.
We remember late Ogbemudia,
yes.
Samuel Ogbemudia. Now, I was told that when late Samuel Ogbemudia said when he was alive as governor of the Midwest state, that sometimes he will just drive alone round the Midwest, round, different areas. You even know that it's the governor that is inside the vehicle, that he will go and inspect project by himself. You go and see whether the contractors are working. You go and see different areas. That's the reason why it succeeded and made Midwest State a vibrant state.
Yes. Initially, the governor was doing it. There was a day he drove to my street when it was not happening on Sunday, just on Sunday. But people said, "Your Highness, look, the governor is in front of your house." I said, "I beg consider why governor is looking for a place to go. It's not why my house." And then when I come, Your Excellency, that day I was short of words. It was the day I said, "Look at my road, Your Excellency. It's not good. Look at the gully erosion here." He said, "You know the way, I will do it." And another day, I was told this coming quickly. I wear my skirt. I went to go and wait your the moment the governor saw me, he came down from the vehicle. We start trekking. As soon as he gets to my junction, he said, "Right." I said, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." I said, "Let us go to." And the road, they were doing the gutter.
Yes.
Went to pass inside the field and come back to the road. White man, I go to do his Royal Highness road. I said, say it again, so that I will hear. He said it again. I now have to call the press. He said, go to do my road. And I give him kudos for that. But now, the government is trying. Even the work they are doing is durable. But the thing is that the local government, let me tell you something you should understand. We should not be deceiving ourselves. A man that is not prepared to marry, when you force a woman on that man, you are only wasting the man's time. The man will not perform. It is when a man says, "It is time for me to marry." When he marries, he knows the value of a woman. The same thing with the people we are electing, the local government chairman that was forced on us. People who are not ready, because you are a leader, you go and bring somebody come out to make you local government chairman. He don't know anything. He have no ideology. He have no manifesto about anything. Because before you start becoming a chairman of a local government, before you become a councillor of a local government, you must have prepared. It's like you who want to go to university. You must start reading. Say, I want to pass this exam. But it is not so. That is why when they are in office it's not because of anything, because they must pay back to the leader who brought them in. It is not for development.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I told you on this program that we are looking at two topics.
Yes.
So, another road now. We're looking at the Upper Siloko Road, Ogbese, Igwobazua, Ogbese, Okada Road. That road is in a deplorable state. Now, let's take the report by Ehis Onamure, who visited the area. Then we'll look at it properly.
For many residents, commuters, and motorists traveling on the Upper Siloko Igwobazua Road has become a daily struggle with deep potholes and failed sections, making movement difficult and time-consuming. 1 week after independent television news first reported on the deplorable state of the road, residents say there has been no noticeable improvement.
This place have punctured my tires 3 times because of the bad road.
See, they affect us well. We want to know if they come, carry our products if we do and finish.
We are begging the Edo State governor to please help us fix it.
Business owners say they are bearing the brunt of the deteriorating road. Food vendors report a sharp drop in patronage as customers avoid the area because of the difficult access. Phone technicians also say many clients are reluctant to visit their job, resulting in reduced income and slowing local economic activities.
I beg, Mona can't do the road for us.
The residents appeal to both the Edo State and federal government to urgently rehabilitate the road, noting that its reconstruction would improve transportation, restore business confidence, enhance access to essential services, and boost economic development across the affected communities. In a recent interview with Independent Television, the Permanent Secretary, Edo State Minister of Works, Dr. John Obano, assured residents that rehabilitation of the road would commence after the rainy season.
It's not as if the government is insensitive to the plight of the people. We are helpless now because of the weather.
This is Upper Siloko Igwobazua Road in Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State. It's more than a transportation corridor. It is an economic lifeline for several communities. The people are crying over the worsening condition of the road. From Benin, Ehis Onamure, ITV News.
No, it's always a delight to have you. I must tell you, it gives me joy that you are spending your 60 minutes with us on the program, or part of your 60 minutes. My guest, Royal Highness Bakodogo, is here. Omo Ogbeanwanfo is still with us, and of course, Barrister Patrick Isekwene. You just watched that report by Ehis Onamore, and I must commend the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Works, Engineer Dr. John Obano, for responding to the questions of the journalist. As a government official, he came out to say, okay, the weather is affecting them now, but he has taken record of that problem and he has assured that the road will be done. Why I'm commending him is that some commissioners, you will not see them. They will not talk to the people. Journalists will go and do report, they will not react. It is not good. You need to react, not just reacting. You must carry out any promise that you give to the people. So that's the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Works. He reacted. He saw the report and he said, it's the weather that is affecting them, but it will be done. Let's just get the thought of Patrick Isekwene as we conclude today's program.
Yes, this is Benin local Okada Road, where the flood is a serious one. I expect the governor to come into this issue, because this one be beyond the local government. Then you can do it along with the side with the local government. In particular, they have a role to play, the local governments, but the government should play a supervisory role. The state governments coming to their aid to assist them is highly required, because the erosion there is a very serious one.
Okay.
It's now a policy situation.
Thank you very much.
Of the state government.
Thank you. Quick one from Morugbe.
This is a sincere appeal to our amiable digital deputy governor. That road list to is.
That's Dennis.
Yes, Dennis.
Honorable Dennis.
Yes, I think he should. He has been a very outstanding
deputy governor.
Deputy governor, and while he was in the House of Rep, he tried very well, and we should expect, or I personally am expecting that he should do the through as regards that road, because he leads to his own maternal home.
Thank you very much. Royal Highness.
Yes, I know Okpewu is a homeboy, and he will not leave the deputy governor to suffer by road, because the people are suffering. Their waste are paying them, so that road should be done right now. I know by dry season, our able governor who have a listening ear is going to work on that road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the show. I hope you've enjoyed every bit of our discussion. I must commend those who have been watching the program. Thanks for being a part of this exciting current affairs program. Have a wonderful weekend ahead. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, Age Group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, Age Group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Edalbedo Onse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best.
My people for us now, good evening. Good evening again. The program where they watch now, daughter. First of all, a lot of people they ask me, even when I go and I say, what is daughter? I say, daughter simply means heart of the matter. So, the original from independent television. Again, we don't come again with another longer topic, which all of us will discuss, talk about. Last week, we look at this situation for Okoroma community and all of those discussions. But today, again, another set of discussion. What is the ground? Recently, Governor Monday Kpewulu and people, they go abroad, they go London. What did they go do? I don't know. You know what they go do? Well, we get people here when we say go, let us know what they go do for London, and then we were asking some kind of question. Because when they do that same thing, for Delta State, they told we do economic summit. What will be the difference between the things we see they do for that side? Let me go to one for inside the program. All right, my name is Naima Lolo. Yes, I deal with, first of all, Francis Okoyo, FCA, now be the SA or Special Advisor, Diaspora Affairs for Governor Monday Kpewulu, or rather, Syndrome Monday Kpewulu. Okoyo.
My people, I greet you very well. On a good afternoon, Abi. But anyway, I did for abroad, good morning, good evening. As all I do, people.
All right, now I know this phase before. When you talk about civil society, it always is stand. Because for now, I think the last man standing, I don't know what I'll use as phase because we don't see so many activists as some government will come, they go phase out with the government. We see so many civil society, they go shout. As one particular government go talk about VI, they don't face with the government. We don't go hear them again. And of course, do people Nigerians who know the set people who they talk about. But this phase, I still see for this civil society matter, it never phase out from government. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, people.
Welcome.
You. Thank you when you take carry me consider again. What would this do that then our duty call us? Because the people as the voice of the commoners, the two people in Nigeria, we the commoners, we need to be happy and we need to talk to our people.
Okay. The same make I ask you.
Okay.
Una go London. What una go do? Some say una go waste government money to do bazaar. Una don't go collect extra code and everything. At the end of the day, una call the same pictures they come back. What's not good for London?
That's not a very good question you ask me. So I go tell those people what you will go do for London. But before I tell them what you will go do for London, you go ask me, say, who will go meet for London? You see, I don't stay for overseas for more than 30 years for America and Canada. So people like us who don't stay abroad, they call us diasporans. You see, this is our country, Nigeria. We get almost 17 million people for overseas. Name them, UK or Europe or America or Canada or Asia or Nigerians they there. Out of these 17 million people will be Nigerians. Edo, for anywhere you see 4 of those people, 1 na Edo person. So I will tell you, say Edo get up to 1.2 million Edo people when they for overseas. We get right to the hear what thing they do for government for Edo. So if I say the Nyaganyaga they hear for overseas don't too much. All the good things when Governor Kpewulu they do for each agenda, they don't know. They know they hear and where. Now the bad things will not happen. That they tell them for overseas. And these people, now people won't be say they be our big brothers, big sisters for overseas. When they help us bring money, come home till they enjoy, they work, they do business for home. Some of them, they pass 60 years, they won't come back home, but they fear to come back home. The money what these people they bring come Edo, according to what people talk for Nigeria, now multi-million billion dollars now they come Nigeria, out of which Edo alone, those people are brothers, they control 31% of them. Which tell you say they really get gangway and they need to know what happened with Edo. Now, when I say if Peking go school, he can't do exam, they give a result, you go show to people for papa for house, mama for house, say he pass, abi. Now you say, Oga, governor, these people won't do, but see what they bring kind of money come for us. We need to go meet them. Make them know if they're not fear till they come home. Show them what we don't do. So we go show them what we don't do. And we go ask them, say, how they see them, what is they say we never do well. Make they tell us how we take do them. And make they come home, come join us to do Edo shine well. So we not go do Jabori for London, no. Now so my people, I thank you.
Roy, this same last week, Delta State governor or governments, they do investment forum. That investment forum, they do it for Saba. This man, Lumumba, he did there. Vice President did there. Okonjo-Iweala did there. Tony Elumelu did there. Now, Edo people, they ask, why we not do that kind of thing for Edo rather than come to go UK, come to go to do Jamboree?
Well, people when they ask that question, they did right, even me. Because of the position when I did, when I hear say governor they go abroad, what do we come out might be saying, what do you want to go do for abroad? Who never dance for us now? So they want to go dance. But when they ask that question within my mind, now I say, well, make I allow them, make them go. As I read there, we say I say now diaspora investment summit, not to reach out. If you read, if we want to be very sincere to ourselves, I don't say when we for come, Well, say low house. If you can't 10 house, the entire do not believe beneath 10 house. You must see 8 house when you get somebody for abroad. At the time, I made some of us believe say Edo economy, now diaspora, now the power. Ask me now, anybody will get a hotel for Benin now, will get a hotel for Ekpoma, will get a hotel for Oromi, will get a hotel for Auchi, for Akoko Edo. 95% now abroad for bring that money come. Therefore, those diaspora, they get rate when they pay for a decent economy. They will not run away from that one. For government come on say no, these people I need to talk to now. I need to talk to now more than come because of the view when I get and the way I look at when I take my time. I even wait ahead, go to call people. I saw one of my person when I don't know, Mr. Joe Odibo. I know her for so I can't call her because I said this one I go to wait in me. He can't tell me say this thing what they can't do for that their summit for London. He said make I not use another eye looker. He said because the opportunity when it day say 2 months. He said there are people there now who want to invest for Edo. Especially now when they say oh don't they try that court related issue where they make people they fear. Some people will reach Lagos, they will go back to where they for come. He tell me say oh don't assure they say if it come house, when they come invest. Secondly, if they day house, say security is guaranteed for them. It not be as before. They also want for the some of them also beg and say this house where you they distress so not the distress. Some of us there, but we don't know their house. Say governor also listen to them. On the strength of that, when you press all of them together, you also say, now we win for all of us. Now we win for all of us because you go abroad, people will go meet with them, not be Chinese. Now our people for them. You get some people when they fear, say we don't fit come Nigeria, we they fear Benin, but as you go there, they don't reassure them. More not come. You know the kind of money.
They say, let you buy, stay there.
Not you you want carry go. Now you for carry me go. If you carry me go,
my brother, not be true. That not be true.
Now you know you go carry.
That not be true. Now me be the essay for diaspora affairs. I follow and go London. As I reach London, that's Saturday morning. When we reach London, I mean around like a morning time. Before I reach where I go stay, but I don't carry my load for motor. Now so gidi, we drive hundreds of miles. We drive go Scotland, go see our people for there. Many people from Nigeria they come because everybody fit come London. From Scotland, we waka, we go what they call Manchester. We talk to people for there. They were very happy to see us. From Manchester, we waka, we go Birmingham, where Nigerians full Leeds. They come plenty to come here to ask questions, to tell us, tell governor, say, see what you want me to do for us. So, would they fear for insecurity? We clear everything. From there, I come to London, hold this meeting. I tell you, the people wey go from Nigeria come there, some of them went with their own personal money, not be government money. You just want to go and show that, say, Edo, we could sell Edo to our people. And they come. Yes, and they come. You don't believe me, but I'll tell you the truth. They say our people food there. That hall, over 1,050 people for that hall. People come from Edo, they not reach 100.
We see the video.
So how I go say everybody did nine people? You don't work now.
No, we see the video, but when you say some people go there with that money, you go bless them. People here.
No. See, okay, no worry. Me, if we now go check all the people, go check. Me, I know say not everybody will go there. Some already go there for their family visit, but they enjoy the opportunity to come. The truth about it is, even if all of the government they go, they say better soup wey sweet than money kill am. Una wan collect, I say Edo alone, $7 billion dey come from Edo people come. So if you out of 7 billion, if you say spend 100 million for example, take get 7 billion, that no be profit. Why we always look say everything government do na chop. I know do that one. Na lie dey talk o. We work and we are working for Edo. Edo is working. Okpawolo is working. Edo is shining.
Okay. If you talk like that, tell me now, what is the blueprint for the diasporas from now till next 3 years? What's the blueprint?
Oh.
Of the Okpawolo's government concerning the diaspora.
Okay.
Because our research don't show say like you first talk make I put am well. Say for diaspora collection. Na Edo be the highest for Nigeria.
Correct.
But no dey do anything about am. What do you do about am? Give us the blueprint and tell us.
You see, that's what you call PPP, public-private partnership. The public na government. The private na me and you. Partnership na come together. Now, the people will bring their 7 billion. Like my brother said, I say hotel, transport, all those things. That's the money they go. But these people say they need what they call enabling environment. They don't make ground cooler for them to come home, come do that thing. So, like I say, all these things, government get their role to play. Like government tell them for that part one time say, the first 5 Edo will come put factory, business, it go give them land. That is an enabling environment. Una know say e get one time now for Olugboria now when you say they don't get them, they do 100 megawatt of light. Those people they give the opportunity, they give the land to do all those things. So don't be say the people will bring their money come, we need to give them security, enabling environment like land. We just say they get where they will sit peacefully. So that's not how they work as that partnership. And if I don't go meet you to tell you to convince you, in fact, this governor go London. I deal with them after on the 29th when I come back to London from all by running around. I deal with them 29th, 30, and 31. The number of people when you sit down, if you see government go sit down, very gentle, very homely people, men and women of Edo, substance. In a day, they see almost 200 people when they come with their proposal and investment. Me, there people when they collect the information, they say, go come and do. We don't get long list now, people won't come. But let me say, you also we go check out, say this thing now, what they call due diligence. We go check and say, yes, this thing will benefit the people. And I'm telling you, very soon, if one man bring money and say, okay, I want to build hotel, capital go see where go do capital work. Laborer go do laborer. Mason go do person when they supply cement go supply. That is immediate gain. But if they not bring this thing on do now, how will they gain now? At the end of the day, when the bill are finished now, they go employ people. They go employ cook. They go employ receptionists. They go employ manager. They go employ doctor. They go employ lawyers into their hotel. These are long time business. So our governor, he believes say to bring these people come home, go help Edo, and me also believe that one. So no let them tell you that kind of bubu yaya. we not do it for that level. We not do it for level.
No, I don't people go tell me.
And they tell her now. Say we not do now lie and lie. Our governor they work and they work well. I tell you.
No be bazaar na go do.
Bazake. Nobody. What the money go to come now? You don't see something bazaar. In fact, America don't say nobody UK deal. They don't invest America. Say governor go Scotland, it don't come go London. No, governor come America, we wait for you. Canada say they wait for him. There is this happiness now in the diaspora. Say this man recognize them. I'll let us come home. Omo, when they come, they do go shine.
He go shine. That's the never start to shine. Right?
They come now. No, I don't know they shine. They go
shine. Do go shine.
I say when they come, they go shine more. They go shine more. You say you don't make her. So I go say okay. We go say do they shine, but when they come now, they do go shine more.
Okay.
Correct. Thank you for that correction.
Okay. So Roy, make we still dwell on this is a matter of Edo in the next 10 years. Where we won't see Edo. I know of one young man what they call Joseph Ohens, right? These people, he is the president of Annunciation Catholic College, Irua, right? Then when they diaspora, they gather about 3 billion. Take fees that Annunciation Catholic College for Irua, and some of these people, even like say when they won't try to see Oga. People also got the able to come out. What? Because they did diaspora and they don't want to see Oga. Oga don't give them this thing. So now when you want to say you go you now go they call investors and this kind of people now they won't try to call see. Oga not supposed to give an ear.
What the way they answer now? You didn't ask me like say I did that. Me not the government. If whether governor even know whether somebody in the current day alive, me myself not even know. But the issue be say governor supposed to reach out to everybody, accept, especially when he knows that I do it for come.
Added to that, you will also see the videos. Did you see any prominent face where should say yes, this now special meeting for that side? Prominent do face in that side.
I just tell you now, say when me the fought wetin they go do. You understand me?
Okay, they fought.
Yeah, that time initially me they fought. Why governor go London, go to meet diaspora? Then I take my time say well, because everybody wey know me knows anything. You know they see anything good for government. You know I take my time. I tell you just I had to call person when I see for the video there because I know say it's not a party man. I ask her, he tell me say this thing will yield results. You understand? That result when he was asked, my brother as he talked now and I say, he said he will use result. Will they put towards tomorrow? Because nobody knows tomorrow now be insurance. Now for we to be secure, in another 2 years, another 3 years, how it will be. As I told you now, and they support the diaspora when you go meet with. Because all of them are great investors, potential investors, and some of them also get properties here where they do some of the running where they not fit doing. The issue where they present for there, to me, is good. Now, the role where we will not play, so we will monitor for another 2-3 years. So that for them we will come say, oh, governor, so time ago you go London, and so you tell this one, and so you collect CV, as it also collect proposal. After 3 years, we never see anything. For now, maybe we just allow them, they just really come back now. Maybe they never even look the papers. As he talk now, say that they go collect the paper. Maybe they never even know the details. When they know the details, maybe we allow this governor, may get time to look those papers. So in another 2-3 years, we go to tell and say, okay, governor, where you they take us go? You know, say you go abroad and they tell us say you want to. And I also tell us say make it not just leave her for London. If you leave her for only London, you go be like say you get person where goes. Make it take and go any part of the world. Anything where go make Nigeria work. Anything where go make a do work. Anything where go make a do great. So that anything where you do at the end of the day, now you they will remember. Now more don't will remember. When time Brosali do that, people say they remember another. But if you do well, people will remember you. If you don't do well, people also talk bad about you. Now, as all of them have been saying they here, they close the governor, they go. May tell governor say, as you don't go abroad, we were in their house. Give us opportunity. May we see if they interact with you. If they come, second house meeting, then they do it. Okay. When they tell us where will they go?
Coming back to Okoye. They say na Renji. Now say do for the discussion. Say we not let people ask governor question.
say the people wey ask question
I go answer that question.
Say people wey say ask question say na the one wey say na plant for them make them for the healer. Then two, he say no prominent Edo son or daughter dey for that meeting. Na true.
That word make withdraw.
Not to say Edo prominent. Who say those Edo?
Withdraw that. I said withdraw.
How you okay? I don't withdraw.
How you say prominent?
Who is prominent?
Let me tell you one thing, my brother. Even a child when they for secondary school for there, whether they do small work for maybe Team Hortis, all these things, the kind of money we ain't get. When you bring come Nigeria, go see, you go yes, you go see say that person not be my mind. For abroad, the way they live for abroad, say do in Rome as the Roman do. If one woman come with a proposal. You see the way that woman dressed that day, you go say, who is this woman? But the idea, the connection we want to bring, I'm not going to mention the figure when I see for the proposal. But the idea, he say he want to make Edo get a super hospital where they go to cure things like cancer, all those things, they carry us, they go abroad. If you see the drawing for the hospital, if you see the kind of people who want to come, you see the money want to bring come. But if you see the work, you say, who be this person? Look. All Edos in diaspora, they are all very, very prominent. Not be say because they are GFO, not be say they do them. Foundation, we whole house, then they see them. You see them? You talk so. These are the foundation we hold Edo. Now we go reinforce. Now this one is say RG. Make I tell you, I know the one mention name, Sha.
No, you mention
I don't want to mention name. Hold on.
Mention name.
One boy. I call him boy, I don't know his name. He say, as soon as you start, he say, hey, the place be like say, na Beregrando, everybody just quiet, nobody come. When they finish show, he say, they come now, okay, we'll pay them £150 to take come. Thank God, now they say, begin the hammer and back, because nobody will give £1 to take come. They all came, people came from Scotland, spent almost £1,000 to come for Scotland, stay for hotel, pay flight tickets. £1,000 is about 2 million naira. Now the cost people not prominent. Person will take 2 million naira buy ticket, is not prominent. Now, a legit question, no. Because we want to get a total filler of Edo across the UK. If all of them come, we're not going to feel. So now we send say, because I didn't want the committee say, make una send una question una want ask governor. So there's question we will get past 2,000 questions. And so we review the questions. Okay, no, this question, okay, go answer them for okay. This one all insecurity, all this. So we are not knowing the concern of them. So we want to really feel them. Nobody say when the time come for question answer. Governor, he say no, all those questions when they send come, you don't want them. Make them by themselves do them. Make them do them like say we call organic. No ban, no limit. That's organic. That's what I do. Make our people sit down quietly now. Make they point them or call them one by one. Everybody want rush to talk to governor, and I like her because you know why? It make them organic. It shows the love and everything. So question they come, if they answer, you raise hand. This one raise hand. This one raise hand. Okay, I point to. We're okay. One man, one woman. One man, one woman. He don't know any of them. No arrange.
Down and fast. Yes.
So, but anything when you do, person must put kege.
Yes.
So all the lie when they lie for, you don't hold them now. Our our governor don't go. We don't see them. Our people say they are happy with him. They are coming home. And when they come home, when I go see them, say they don't come home because every Edo man, woman, we don't pass 60 years. Man, the blood not there for that side. They won't come home. Even me when you see so. I come out of Canada 2 years ago. What I can do? I go my village, Woboha. I go to survey land. I say I want to do agriculture. I go start with 250 employees in my village. This is me, one human being coming. This is how diaspora works. So if we have 100 me in Edo, do that kind of thing, you know how many people they go employ? My brother, we could give our governor kudos for going to London. No? In fact, we go America. Who I want to make I cheer. I beg.
All right, the program of daughter means heart of the matter, and we reach now from Independent Television. We will also open our telephone lines, just in case you want to ask Oga Okoyo any question concerning this trip. We say governor and other the Edo State government make to UK. You go ask her. We don't get any, of course. They say they don't get anything to hide. Just for you to ask me any area where you know say you get doubt. See you see him, he will answer you so that at the end of the day you can't say they no hide because you see everything when they do they say now organic. The telephone number is 080-777-0300. Now special program that I want to do today because maybe you interact with her like we talk. No mudslinging, no insults, no abuse. His Excellency, the governor of Edo State, that is His Excellency. Excellency Deputy Governor, Deputy Governor, and our commissioner, whoever be appointee, not be for insult, not be to preach or campaign about your candidate or your presidential candidate. No, it's about you and the government and about governance for Edo State. All right, we'll take one short break. We'll come back. Get one point when we say about raise just now. We'll look at that point. Then we'll be taking a call. We'll take a short break. When they come back, the program will do that. Okay, we don't come back if you just watch, if you just comment, if you just see your television, the program now Udwata. Udwata means heart of the matter, and we'll do it now from Independent Television. Yes, so many things that happen for Obodo Nigeria. Two say they not talk. Make I take my back just to say we too with the follow up in the history of the country, in the history of Nigeria. For time we not to now, right? Nigeria get issue with South Africa, and as a get issue, I think about 5 trips. I think 5 times. Now plane go there, go carry people come. All the Edo people when they come, even as far as 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, we come from South Africa. Governor Ogbonlo give them 1 million. Nala.
That's what I hear.
Okay, so that thing, our brother, what they call Don General, my colleague, was soon not just there. We go now. We go to most of these people's houses, and we discover, say yes, this now we too, and they also confess to us. So. Not so as we talk so when we see bad thing, good thing, we not go talk and we also talk. For even other television stations, now don't see many times say yes. For the first time, those state governments or governor, they start that thing. Even as we speak, the federal government never get any package for those people. But the governor, he give those families 1 million to take start, make they take start life. And also tell us, okay, if there's anything they want to do, may they come with the proposal. Then he go attend to them, he go give them some other ways to assist them for that. So that's a very commendable thing. So when we see the truth, we'll talk am. Then when we also say this thing not correct, we'll say talk am. Now so they make the program this way. All right, Roy, you talk something just now. I want to ask you, you get one accusation when we say this man talk. Although not be your area, but you could sing for governor here. If they talk about stakeholders for the way they talk to if they go meet the diasporas, the people where they ground here, why you also give them that opportunity, like when they talk, so that them to also interact with them? The reason we say, if it gets a person, or one person knows everything finish, or maybe they tell her some the area of challenges or waiting, then they do actually make a hear from the way they hear from those people. You don't show them that thing, Okoyo.
I don't know the one way I talk so.
Now they tell you, so I don't talk about
because me no say of recent Welders Association for this Benin, the council governor, they rub minds together. Number one, book no say I become government appointee even less than a month ago. So I don't know what happened. They say Christmas say in Russian for year, the one with the bond, the ghost fire, the go, you don't know about that one. So I don't fit talk too much of area no concern me. But what I know be say. Before my appointment, anytime when I want to go see governor, my brother, hey, I don't know as I'm the operator. I don't know who give am that kind of heart and strength. In a day, over 5,000 people will won't call am for phone. If one day when God create, na only 1,440 minutes na dey for one day. 5,000 will dey call governor for one day. How many go fit answer? If you say you no go sleep, you no eat, no make you answer phone on daily basis, you can and you take it for 1 minute. Hello, how would you cut am? Well, we no talk. Na only 1,440 people you fit take for that day. The remaining 3,000 plus, they will say, hey, you no like me. If you go in your office, everybody come with different matter. Problems full ground, yes. The man go sit down, attend to people. And they try to manage the time. Even if you give people 10 minutes, sometimes you get 300, 500 people, just want to see them, and he go do other job. So make the thing be say, at the advice, who wants to see governor, make it write letter, follow the process. They get protocol, they get.
But not that way they talk, so not that way they talk.
Everybody don't suppose.
The stakeholder forum. They also come right say they want have a tete-a-tete with governor. Let me say you carry body go meet am. Look, governor dey hold meetings when I know.
Okay, make we take this call. The first call. Hello, good evening. Yes, the program daughter, heart of the matter. What you want to tell the essay? What you want to present? What you will discuss?
Go meet people, our brothers and sisters in diaspora.
Yeah.
I appreciate them. I still thank governor for the other good things when they do.
Like what you?
Like one, even when they repatriate South Africa and go out from South Africa, like first start to reimburse them. And the way he's a listening governor, and the things we also do. Again, the only advice I still get, our Edo State, they get a company for here before. I will say they start and will not be work. Make them see with all those companies. Example, that is that pendant jury. If I become a way first day Edo State, working all of them, we go create employment for the youth. It go solve unemployment. And then I happy for the flyover way they do, but I for happy more. If there one way go back of business, we go cross that river to only we still come out for Sakomba Road, then come out for Saturday Road. If it fit do that road there, the name will be written in gold. Thank you.
Okay, I agree to you. That reminds me, this man now, he say he thank governor for what he do, say he do flyover. He talk so many sweet things. But recently now, President Tinubu say me they don't build unnecessary flyover. You should say governor they talk to.
Of course, you know they talk to only Edo State governor.
Okay.
You know, whether we like her or not. The reason why I say good make governor, they reach out, make they call for stakeholders meeting. So that you can fit me with people who get independent mind. Just like the bishops, the conference of bishops, when go meet with president. All those kind of people, that independent mind. When they will feel look president and say, people they hungry. If Okpebo, he call for stakeholders meeting, you can meet with independent people who tell and say, okay, we know say na rainy season we do. Road not just good though. Anyway, they here, I know me governor they tell and say everything where road good. Me go feel me governor. I tell them, so that road no good because I know they pay me salary. Even when they pay me salary, you already know my background where they come from. Say, as the voice of the commonwealth, I tell them, say road no good though. People no feel work. If you see motor when me take just on for government by golf club there golf. My motor, the way we jump enter, that motor see there, I go carry another ricketing motor take the car here just. It's still there now. If that place where the government has been like that, what it could happen for village where for call for Hodwa? What it could happen if you go GRO now? I know say government, they try. I have no bet now. people go dey tell am for ear people wey go dey fit am say oga road no come dey GRA again o oga road no come dey Ebotubu again o because if you look at the feeder roads wey we really get you no go really see anywhere where you want that no be who tell who dey sick say you go die no the sickness kill am o because people wey dey tell governor make e do things well make all of us dey happy say na governor who tell woman make she down well you know wetin dey see o governor we go fit tell am say governor see as you go take do this one see as you go take do when you dey do am like that all of us go dey get am if he reach where governor dey now he go only tell am say governor na you be the best for the world o nothing wey you never do na God should be God dey wear now.
Make I clear one road.
Okay.
My brother, I remember say sometime before the election una call me I dey for Canada.
Me and you good discussion.
And I me tell you say the thing wey this man get for mind for Edo na make me follow am. I tell you say if you enter government the first 6 months with the office he don tell me for house before say flyover that Ramad Park wey person go stay for 4 or 5 hours to go cross go east or commission he say he go do am flyover. I tell you because me say I come say if you no do am no call my name again. I tell you now don't be say the man just come dey wan throw money put no he already have in his mind wetin he wan come do for Edo. That flyover no be unnecessary flyover by God's grace when they open am you go see say that deadlock of staying for there for 4 or 5 hours say people go clear then that one is more money for you more business more time management. Okay. That one comot but the one wey you talk.
I say road no the feeder road no just come go.
For London they ask am the question about GRA and he told them make I tell you the conference say make una come GRA.
Make we talk. Hello, good evening sir.
My name na
Uvoide.
Yes.
Go ahead.
One thing I want quick talk with say government need to understand say the people wey dey here na we be your best ambassadors.
Okay.
Na we get people to announce you to people.
Okay.
They don get over 400,000 people in diaspora.
Okay.
That 400,000 people they no go fit come one for but those 400,000 people get more than 1.8 million Edo people wey be their relatives here. If you do some road and all these things we go see am we go even dey tell our people like that flyover wey do God bless am now people dey take their hand put am for TikTok. I think ITV sef dey international dem dey see am sometimes like some countries like Russia they dey get wetin they call international summits. Wetin the two guests wey dey there dey talk yes it makes sense you can get an international summit both local people both international people all of them go interface all of them go dey follow you dey react dey interact those people wey fit come dem go come those wey no fit come dem go fit join in through the media because the world don big pass where you need to dey go round by yourself if government dey say wan dey go round e go turn into an exercise as if you need to sorry to say e go be like say the whole time wey this man get to do better thing they go go to Moscow they go go to US they go to Japan they go dey go round I'm saying that no go come to another thing you discover say those days we used to get Bende house whether Edo house I don't know but the most important one bring out be say we get people who fit use as international lobbyists. That is people who get for abroad. Don't say you need to go around. You will use these people. When they talk to you now as a strategist, you will get these people there. Still help me pick 1 or 2 meetings, 1 or 2 summits there. You will still get idea. When you carry come, you will convince some people say, okay, this one I sure did. Come and just say, go already there where you fit invest, put security, all these things there. If all these things stay improve, wait to wait there. We will see they take our mouth. They talk as if they praise the government before. And I say thank you. God bless you.
All right. Okay. Also, it goes back to wetin affect it starts. The people now they talk to you so. But when I start, I say Delta do investor summit. Vice President was there. Tony Elumelu was there. Lumumba was there. Even the governor of Anambra State, former CBN governor. So Kojo was there. So this kind of thing, like this my brother I talk about now. What una go do? Do people some of them now they talk say, not saying una do bad, but una for make am more broader. You know, they in the right direction.
Say we do something like that. We say all these kind of people, though international sons and daughters go also come and meet with other investors to just say we do one big investor summit.
Well, that portfolio fall under my purview.
Okay.
They say it's and say bono so.
Okay.
What I mean is say
gradually.
It's a journey of 1 million mile and one step.
Okay.
As special advisor on diaspora affairs, you know, the first step is to synthesize what we are doing now. Our people for there, they get that fear, say they don't want to come home again, say kidnapper or what it be name or cultists, they kill them anyhow. They hear say everywhere do if not go fit sleep with 2 eyes closed. So according to say seeing and believing. So as they have opportunity of seeing the governor, see some of us, explain to them, they put billboard with what's the name I call it for Igbo self. You know, when we say they go to look picture, looking like photo, see what people say, see my village, it's our road. Documentary, that's what they call them. So that our festival to go encourage them.
People want to talk to you now. People who they serve now. People who they serve now. One of them want to talk to you.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. Yes, we'll talk to the governor's essay. Essay, sir. Your name? Your name? Okay. Go ahead. Amao. Okay.
Okay, we hear you.
No problem, Amao. Go ahead.
Because I don't want to say
that. So, you see, say, sometimes again, may also clear the air. Sometimes, that's why we know the grief for media. Say, person just can say, this government, this governor, this president, or this leader, no, they do anything. Because why? If you don't work for some people, those one could be prison.
Of course.
The one who never reach, those one could tell anything never reach there. So, like this, my brother now, in your area now, I'm out. Not so? Nice. All right. Maybe we still talk to.
The way I tell you that time about flyover.
Yeah.
I want to tell you about GRA Benin.
Okay. You say you talk for that side. I will take this call before you go. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. This is Iranga.
Iranga.
Yes.
From where?
Yes. From Benin.
Go ahead.
Yes. Although governor they try very well.
Which area? Not to say they try very well.
Yes.
Which area?
Yes. But like waiting my senior brother there, Comrade Wall talk. We never shall say don't come for stakeholders meeting. No talk of the last stakeholders meeting. Then you get one point where we say one ship in before I go court. We don't already get documents for women, peace and security. You know, just for the governor to sign, then the document become a living document. Governor will not see a may sign. Then the information will come and say to see governor in the heart. Even commissioners, they form coalition, make them forbid see the governor. You can see the problem. You can see it. And somebody will just stand for one corner, they block way. Me, I be journalist. Now me, and even you, Mr. Kololo, you were in the workshop that day when we were saying it. You understand? To see governor in the heart, not say governor not the try, but how you be just here when the town hall meetings, where they go, when the stakeholders engagement, where they go, not there. So we need to tell ourselves the truth for Edo State to move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, talk to the people.
Talk about stakeholder. Who be stakeholder? Me, I'm a stakeholder.
Yeah.
You are stakeholder. You are stakeholder.
No, see, if they get maybe we make it clear.
Make it clear.
Okay, clear.
The governor what we get now, not be the first governor. It's grace of God, not be the last governor. They don't say. What the governor they do when we don't see over the year. If you don't do 6 months, he will say make I call all sector, critical sector, say make we meet for social hall.
Okay.
From there we say what they do out now see her. One on one.
Go do for
yes, he will say out now see her. I don't need to pass through you because if I submit paper I give you, because you wan go meet your guy before you reach there you say na road right this one to where this one you go to but when you go down hot that day you no see wetin happen na immediately the bishop meet with president they tell am something when president come out he say this flyover wey governor dey do na una go stop am o because una don dey anytime when I see that flyover they believe say Nigeria don dey take another shape but when you look under the flyover you see say road no dey then make it come because if you no hear you no go believe wetin dey happen former president tell us for this town say when he be president it is a light e don dey everywhere if he dey go village they don go on everywhere like they go they no dey even see chance make e take meeting with kingsmen make they ask am say how far once he comot until the day wey he lose the election wey he reach village then he see say light never dey then shout he say na so this work be the reason why we dey come make governor make he do stakeholders meeting reach out to all sector you can call this one you can call this all of us go sit down we will ask governor question we go ask am we go tell am say this one you no dey do am no be wetin I go ask governor you go ask governor because you na e no get anyhow wey you wan be wey you go be governor you go tell am say road wey dey Abaho come do am.
Okay, all right. No, we take this last call because time don't take again first time. Hello, Oga, go straight. 1 minute. Yes, your name and where they call us from.
Okay, my name is Mafidon, Mr. Mafidon, calling for you from Siloko Road.
Okay, go ahead, Mafidon.
First of all, I will first of all thank the governor in terms of security. The man is trying, no doubt about it. I'm giving 80%. Okay. For the return of UK, it should declare all roads state of emergency. And from Igobazwa from here to Igobazwa is write-off. We are paying tax, and you cannot see the dividend of our tax. We are just suffering and smiling. The man is just saying that Edo is shining. Edo is not shining like that. It's only security that I think that the government have done. Then I commend it for it. There's no cuttings or anything. But from this road, if you look at the food that we are producing in Utom, in Igobazwa, in here, Kukada, if you look what is coming to Edo State, they should fix that road to Igobazwa. That's just my own contribution. I really appreciate you people.
All right, we salute you now. The last one will take so. Okoyo, wrap everything up and the way forward.
You say they say wait tree front of tree. I want to talk about the court first. The governor is aware. I've heard about the issue of on GRA, and there's a concrete plan to fix GRA. The first thing first is that not just to do road for GRA. What is the reason why waterlogged for everywhere? They have to do proper drainage, everything, plants, everything is going on. Me, I hear governors say, say, during dry season, when they come, so they go see GRA.
Okay, so make a wrap up like this. Make a wrap up that. Now you be able to say to governor.
Diaspora.
Make I tell you what me don't see.
Okay.
Me, I not do diaspora. I do for local. Now I went to Abia State. I went to Anambra State. In Anambra State, if your wife get belle, for when you get belle, this one you go born na free. If they do CS for you, na free. I go there, I talk to the man, Soludo one-on-one, and I ask the people question. Make him bring something like that come and do.
Okay.
Therefore, Abia State, once you are 60, if you go hospital, you don't pay anything. Do you understand? We understand say they do something for Lugo, but the area of health, my brother, you need to do something because it comes and say that area is the darkness. Do you understand? The health policies when we say those are brothers and sisters they enjoy. I don't know why they no tell her make you come do it for here. Because that's one thing when we say because right now, my brother, how many poor people fit go use 1.2 million to do CS?
Oh.
How many poor people go? How many bike riders will use 800,000 to go do CS? Say their wife won't born. But for Anambra State, when your wife born, even the state government go give you money, give you gift. May we see those kind of things for Edo State. Your father word.
My final word is that all you just say so the governor they hear you, and that's why we call him Abako Compassion, Abako Rescue.
Okay.
This London way will go so. Part of the investment proposal when they come out, so deal between just talk so. Our people were there, they want to bring what they enjoy for their come home. So when they come home, they continue to enjoy them. So, but the grace of God, Edo don't shine, it go shine well. Okay. Thank you.
You know, as he talk now, he said Edo go shine well, but
say don't shine, say
go shine well. To shine well now, the point where we done already is where me don't try, you know, for this court related killing. Yes, people feel come now, you will feel sit down. Gradually now, night activities don't they come. But now to go for the light activities, road not come there. If I say give us one, take two come off our hand. Therefore, now it make me now, and they beg the governor, at least if you meet her, tell her, say with the beggar, this road, make it not say until we reach dry season. Because for our motor company, you they use big motor, you don't understand what we they pass through. Now Jeep you
okay, now the other advice we say, again, I don't want to consolidated for the color. Maybe they keep money for road for somewhere.
No money there. Money there now.
No, okay, I just let
people don't tell us say money when they governor hand too.
Because
they complain.
Because right now, rainy season is a short. So every government must plan ahead so that the road go be like say blah because this rainy season is short. As an SA, na the best way we say move.
But the man never try. Look that road.
I'm not saying that not me na.
Look that road way from Benin go Ekpangwa. Those days we
all the roads.
Federal road, but
see am. SA, make I tell you. Okay.
All those ones. You see that this one make me say, make governor do stakeholders meeting so that all of us will fit talk to. If not people, if not you, they go to talk to us.
Former governor put signboard there.
Okay. All right. That's what we say that for program today. Where
you go for church?
The program I'm going to reach them from independent television.
And we go try more.
Make everybody talking, man. We'll do it again next week, Friday, by the special degree of God, by Abishe, our governor, Idoye. Okoye, agree to.
Thank you.
And my brother Roy, agree to.
Thank you,
God bless Nigeria. Go Brown, agree to.
Thank you.
Press the button. God bless you. My name is Mark Pololo.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Where
A very beautiful and pleasant morning to you out there. Thank you for joining us on the AM News on ITV. I am Lawrence Osifo. The Edo State headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has displayed the particulars of candidates nominated by their political parties for the 2027 presidential, senatorial, and House of Representatives election. Patience Osarogiwa, who visited the INEC headquarters office along the Benin-Auchi Expressway in Benin City, the state capital, where the candidates' particulars were openly exhibited on the notice board for public scrutiny, brings us the details.
According to the published list, 19 political parties have fielded presidential candidates, while 12 political parties are contesting the Senate seats and 13 are participating in the House of Representatives elections. For the presidential election, the APC has President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as its candidate with Kashim Shettima as running mate. The ADC submitted Atiku Abubakar as its presidential candidate with Rotimi Amechi as running mate, while the NDC has Peter Obi as its presidential candidate with former Kano State Governor Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso as its running mate. In Edo State, Senator Adams Oshomole is listed as the APC candidate in Edo North Senatorial District. The ADC has businessman and real estate developer Chief Aruna Abubakar, while the NDC has Mrs. Maria Osonje as its candidate. For Edo Central Senatorial District, the candidates on display include Joseph Ikpia of the APC, Mrs. Abeta Okonofo of the ADC, and John Yakubu of the NDC. In Edo South, Omoyegi Ogbede Ihama is the APC candidate. Matthew Idwekeme represents the ADC, while Mrs. Osayuki Asemota is the NDC candidate. Speaking with ITV News crew, the Edo State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Mr. Obo Efenga, said the commission will publish the final list of candidates on September 12, 2026. He urged political parties and candidates to comply with the Electoral Act, the Constitution, and INEC guidelines.
We have only published the particulars as submitted by the various political parties. If people have any issues about them, they have to go to the court to raise what they want if they have the local standard to do that. After this period, there will be a time that INEC will now publish the final list of candidates for the election.
The display of candidates' particulars is part of INEC's commitment to transparency and gives the public the opportunity to scrutinize candidates. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Let's take you now to Osun State, where the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Ukpebolo, has called on Edo indigents residing in Osun State to vote for the All Progressives Congress APC governorship candidate, Asiwaju Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji, popularly known as Ambo, in the August 15th governorship election. Governor Ukpebolo made the appeal while addressing party faithfuls at the APC campaign rally held at the party's secretariat in Oshogbo, the Osun State capital. Oluwafemi Farayola brings more.
Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpebolo, described Asiwaju Muniruddin Bola Oyebamiji as a visionary leader with the capacity to deliver quality infrastructure, improve education, and stimulate sustainable economic growth across the state. Speaking further, Governor Ukpebolo said the forthcoming election presents an opportunity for the people of Osun State to choose a government committed to progress and development. He urged voters to support a leader who would effectively harness the opportunities and resources being made available to states by the administration of President Bola Tinubu.
The time for us to call the progress into this state is now. Tell your papa, Ambo. When you get to your house, tell your mama, Ambo. The answer to insecurity of Osun State, Ambo is the answer.
Also addressing the rally, Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo appealed to the people of Osun State to vote overwhelmingly for the APC and its governorship candidates, noting that victory at the polls would further strengthen support for President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda.
Mr. President graciously approved the construction and establishment of international and cargo airport. As a people of Kogi State, we have no option. We have no reason not to appreciate Mr. President. And how do you appreciate him? Is by giving APC and AMBA your own vote come 15th of this month.
The campaign rally attracted APC leaders and supporters from Edo, Kogi, Ondo, and Osun states, who expressed confidence that the party would emerge victorious in the August 15 governorship election. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
The National Economic Council, NEC, headed by the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, has commended Edo State for leading other states in infrastructural development in Nigeria. The commendation was given by a delegation on Implementation Monitoring Committee from the National Economic Council, NEC Secretariat in Abuja, who are in Edo State for project monitoring and assessment. Deborah Ogbaifon brings report.
Members of the NEC Implementation Monitoring Committee, led by the Deputy Team Lead, Busayo Awotude in Government House, to formally commend the state government after the team's visit to project sites across the state. Speaking on the committee's assessment on project implementation, Busayo Awotude said the team is impressed with the massive infrastructural development by the Governor Monday Ukpebolo-led government and scored Edo high on the execution of people-oriented projects in line with the council resolution on implementation.
You've seen the commitment of Edo State government towards improving the livelihood of the Edo people and also aligning with the resolution of need. We are more than interested. Go back to Abuja to say that the Edo State government is as committed and willing to commit to the development of the people of Edo.
Implementation monitoring team in his office on behalf of the state government, Deputy Governor Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, said the state government has so far done over 500 kilometers of roads across the state, investing in primary health care and other legacy projects within 2 years in office.
He is a transformational leader. The project that he has embarked on is evident. The governor of Edo State is working in all the three central districts. In area of infrastructure, we have done over 500 kilometers of roads in the three senatorial districts. In the health sector, distinguished Senator Monday Ukpebolo has completed 61 PAC Center.
For Budget and Economic Planning, Honorable Elizabeth Ebosele accompanied the NEC delegation to Government House. In Government House, Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
The Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Enitan Ogunwusi Ojaja II, has commended Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo for his humility and people-oriented style of leadership worthy of emulation. Oluwafemi Fayiola reports that the monarch gave the commendation when Governor Okpebholo, accompanied by the Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo, paid him a courtesy visit at his Ooni's palace in Ile-Ife in Osun State.
Welcoming Governor Okpebholo and Governor Ododo, the Ooni of Ife said their humility, simplicity, and close connection with the people distinguished them from many public office holders. The revered monarch noted that true leadership is rooted in humility and service, adding that both governors have demonstrated qualities capable of inspiring a new generation of leaders. He encouraged Governor Okpebholo to remain steadfast in his leadership approach, stressing that it is a reflection of his cherished Yoruba values of integrity, responsibility, and exemplary character.
I have very strong relationship with the two governors that are here, and I'm happy that you are in Osun, you are in Ife, the source of the entire Yoruba people. We are very happy and delighted to have the two governors with a very rare characteristics. I repeat, their characteristics are so rare amongst their peers.
Responding on behalf of the two governors, Kogi State Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo said Governor Okpebholo requested that he conveyed their appreciation to the monarch. Governor Ododo thanked the Ooni of Ife for his consistent efforts in promoting peace and stability in Osun State and across Nigeria, noting that the visit was aimed at strengthening unity, fostering interstate cooperation, and supporting national cohesion.
Your Majesty, you are a role model to some of us that are watching you from afar, and we derive some of our energy and love for our people from your conduct, Your Majesty. We are here in Osun State for peace. We have come to preach peace for non-residents and the indigene of Osun State.
The courtesy visit underscores Governor Okpebholo's commitment to engaging traditional institutions as strategic partners in advancing peace, unity, and inclusive governance. Oluwafemi Fayiola, ITV News.
Independent television, ITV, and radio has been praised for its enduring contributions to the promotion and preservation of Edo music, as well as its consistent support for the artists whose talent has helped to shape the state's entertainment industry. The commendation came when members of the Edo Music Elders Forum, led by its chairman, Prince Roland Igbeneghu, popularly known as Akabaman, paid a courtesy visit to the management of independent television, ITV, and radio at the station's corporate headquarters on Airport Road in Benin City. The visit was aimed at seeking the station's partnership and support for a musical concert planned to celebrate the lives and legacies of Edo music legends. Ofure Aneto reports.
Speaking during the visit, Chairman of the Edo Music Elders Forum, Prince Roland Igbeneghu, popularly known as Akabaman, alongside Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Comrade Nehizen Arase, said the proposed concert is intended to honor the pioneers of Edo music whose contributions laid the foundation for the state's rich musical heritage.
We are to celebrate our past musicians. So in doing that, we must carry you along. Person like Savito Waipo, Okosun, and most of others, they are among the list of the demands in some way to celebrate. We know the role ITV has played as far as music is concerned. Ask our young musicians voluntarily come and perform any of these musicians' music live on the 28th.
Responding, the Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, described the initiative as timely and commendable, noting that recognizing the achievements of Edo music legends is vital to preserving the state cultural heritage. He assured the delegation of the station's support and commitment to giving the event adequate publicity.
It's a thing of honor to talk about our legends. Now we want to celebrate those that are gone. And why in front of us are those that are alive.
I'm surprised to hear that this is the mark of Ochikobe. So if we have this opportunity to give back, I don't see any reason why those of us in ITV will not support events of this nature.
Present at the meeting were the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, Director of Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogo, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Egosa Agbonlaho, and other members of the station's management team. From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
The Governing Council of the Edo State College of Health, Sciences and Technology has reaffirmed its commitment to repositioning the institutions to produce highly skilled healthcare professionals capable of meeting the state's growing health needs. The commitment was made during the Council's inaugural meeting following the inauguration by the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, where members deliberated on strategies to strengthen academic programs, improve infrastructure, and also produce innovative initiatives that will advance technical and health education in the state. Efusa Wangwe brings us details.
During the meeting, members of the council agreed that introducing fresh ideas and strategic reforms is essential to transforming the college into a leading center for middle-level healthcare training in Nigeria. Chairman of the Governing Council, Dr. Mrs. Imusili Mdoka, said the council is determined to build a future where Edo State becomes the foremost producer of competent healthcare professionals. She explained that the council's priorities include strengthening existing programs, introducing new courses to address manpower shortages in the health sector, and expanding opportunities for students.
Our vision is simple: to transform Edo State College of Health Science and Technology into one of the foremost College of Health Technology in the world, not just Africa. This vision is achievable. It requires commitment, it requires innovation, it requires teamwork, and that's why I'm happy today that the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and the principals of the school are here in this first meeting.
Earlier, the provost of the college, Dr. Moyo Kasim, briefed members of the council on the institution's operations. He said the college currently runs accredited programs across its schools, including environmental health technology, medical laboratory technology, health information management, pharmacy technology, and community health. Dr. Kasim noted that the institution, established in 1964, is one of the oldest health training colleges in Nigeria, currently has over 1,200 students enrolled in its national diploma and higher national diploma programs.
All of our programs on campus are accredited, so we're now offering ND and HND only in the college. We've been charged to make sure that we make this college the best in the world, and that's what we promise His Excellency, to make sure that success is going to be our motto.
Council assured the public of its commitment to sustaining academic excellence, maintaining accreditation standards, and equipping graduates with the knowledge and practical skills required to strengthen healthcare delivery in Edo State and beyond. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has reaffirmed its commitment to rewarding academic excellence as a way of encouraging young people to strive for success. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, demonstrated this commitment by presenting a cash reward of 1 million naira to Master Daniel Osagiobare, an Edo indigene who emerged as the 4th best candidate nationwide in the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME), scoring 368 to become the highest scorer in the South region. Presenting the award and reward at the Government House in Benin City, the Deputy Governor described Daniel's achievement as a source of pride for Edo State, saying it reflects the immense potential of Edo State's youth when given the right support and opportunities. He noted that the Senator Monday Okpebholo's led administration remains committed to investing in quality education, nurturing exceptional talents, and inspiring more students to pursue academic excellence. The beneficiary, Daniel Osagiobare, and his father, Christopher Osagiobare, thanked the state government for their recognition, describing the reward as a great motivation to remain focused on his academic goals, while his father expressed appreciation, saying the gesture would inspire many young Nigerians to excel in their studies. It was a solemn and uplifting atmosphere as family members, church leaders, friends, and well-wishers gathered to commemorate the first remembrance of the founder of the Rema Springs Church, late Reverend Jegede Tex Franklin. Evie Ubo reports that the revered clergyman was remembered for his unwavering commitment to guesswork and impact on countless lives. The report is presented by Efusa Wangwe.
The memorial service was filled with heartfelt tributes, prayers, and reflections on the life and times of late Reverend Jegede Tex Franklin. Bishop Dixon Ubahon of Church of God Mission International delivered the sermon, encouraging the congregation to remain steadfast in their faith while reflecting on the life and legacy of late Reverend Franklin.
So it's Dr. Franklin who has finished, but the vision continues.
In an interview, Reverend Violent Franklin eulogized her late husband as a caring father and a dedicated servant of God. She said she will always treasure the moments they shared together throughout their years of marriage and in the vineyard of God. Children of the deceased described their late father as a quintessential companion and devoted servant of God. They said they missed him dearly and will continue to uphold the values and legacy he left behind.
There are times we just take me in the car and we'll stroll out. We're looking at houses, big houses, and say, only look at all these things. Tomorrow, all these things will be small things before us.
I really missed my dad.
He just made everybody's life brighter, made everybody's life better.
Pastor Phil Aroje, in his tribute, extolled late Reverend Jegede Franklin as a devoted servant of God whose life and ministry impacted many. Some members of Rema Springs Church described the deceased as a humble servant of God, a visionary leader, and a mentor whose teachings continue to inspire them.
Reverend Dr. J.T. Franklin can be described as someone who came, he saw, and he conquered. He did his best while he was on earth here.
Small, big, mighty, he mingles with everyone.
Words are not enough to express the impact he had in us.
The remembrance service concluded with family, friends, and church members lighting candles and laying flowers in honor of late Reverend Jegede Franklin from Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Elders and residents of Igboshodi Nikbemaba community in Edo State have renewed their commitment to peace, unity, and sustainable development, declaring that anyone found responsible for disrupting the peace of the community would face the consequences of the traditional Ayilala oath. The declaration was made during a peace oath ceremony aimed at ending lingering disputes and fostering harmony within the community. Esther Ogoro brings details.
Community elders explained that Igboshodi Nikpema is a peaceful community under the authority of the Oba of Benin, stressing that the traditional rite was performed to invoke the Ayelala deity against anyone working against the peace, unity, and progress of the area.
Bebona eke ne no maije no na doto Igboshodi Nigbemaba ne wahia ade ofurero ne wa den wa do ti dole oto wa we do abolo wa yo of alawoda oni magwalo.
Speaking at the ceremony, the Okagele of the community, Kenneth Omorogbe, described the Ayelala oath as a respected traditional process for establishing innocence and ensuring accountability among those accused of undermining the community's peace. He called on sons and daughters of the community, both at home and in diaspora, as well as prospective investors and land developers, to partner with the community in driving development. He also dismissed allegations that members of the community assaulted the Odionwe, describing the claim as unfounded.
No we ekone we mana din mana do tie boyo idola se fe na ya ha me iwe we ma ya fefefe keniro wa kenorisi ne ya adiowa we ma ya fure.
The community leaders expressed optimism that the peace oath ceremony will bring an end to the lingering disagreements, strengthening unity among residents, and create a peaceful environment that will attract investment and accelerate development in the Igboshodi Nikpema community. From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
And with that, to call it a wrap on the AM News on ITV. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. Do well to join us at 9:30 for an update, 12 and 3 for the World News. I'm Lawrence Osifo. Good morning.
ITV, certainly the best.
I love my country, I no go lie. Abuki Sivyoke